Chapter 227. Although the identity of a core disciple was very tempting, such an intense battle caused fear in everyone. Wuxia. Suddenly, another strong gust of wind blew. 5 black banners flew towards the spear formation from afar, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. When they felt the number of flags flying towards them, the 7 of them could not help but feel nervous. There were only 5 flags. That meant that 2 of them would have to leave. Gao Yang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He was already 19 years old. If he did not succeed this time, he would lose all hope of becoming a core disciple. He could not afford to lose. It was not that he did not want to fight for the first 15 flags. However, he knew that if he made a move early, he would definitely suffer a fierce retaliation. Even if he obtained the flag, he would expose his trump card. It would be very disadvantageous for him in the arena battles. So, the remaining female disciple of Jade Maiden Peak, Wang Mei, made the first move. Her petite body left a white shadow in the air. She instantly grabbed a flag and dropped it. Senior Sister Wang, sorry for the offense. The remaining inner disciple of Jianghu Peak, Zhao Heng, said to Wang Mei. Then he immediately flew forward and grabbed the other side of the flag. The 2 of them did not waste any words. They each grabbed one end of the flag and started fighting in the air. Xiaoqun did not look at the 2 of them, nor did he look at the flags in the air. His figure flashed and he rushed towards the last Biyun Peak disciple, Lu Jun, rising peak and surging clouds. Xiaoqun drew the lunar shadow saber with a huang dang sound. The snow-white blade contained the state of the Lingyun saber technique. It was like a lone peak piercing through the clouds, pointing angrily at the sky. Although this saber did not give off any mysterious phenomenon, its might was not much weaker than the one Zhang Lai executed. In fact, in terms of pure strength, it was even stronger. There was only a slight difference in aura. Mountain-splitting stone. Out of Xiaoqun's expectations, Lu Jun did not choose to dodge Xiaoqun's powerful saber strike. Instead, he chose to clash head-on. Bang! When the sabers clashed, 2 resplendent saber lights exploded in the air. Even the air trembled in the direction where the weapons clashed. A huge force passed through the saber and was transmitted to the 2 of them. The 2 of them each took a step back and switched to another spear tip to stabilize themselves. They were evenly matched. Actually, Xiaoqun was at a slight disadvantage in this saber strike. The grade of rising peaks and surging rocks was higher than that of splitting mountains and splitting rocks. However, it was only a draw. A proud smile appeared on Lu Jun's face. You didn't expect this, did you? I cultivate the pure yang cultivation technique, a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique. In terms of the thickness and quality of my essence, no one in the same cultivation realm can surpass me. I will defeat you fair and square. Die 3 flowing cloud shadows. Lu Jun's body trembled and 3 figures appeared in front of Xiaoqun. Each of the 3 figures sent out a saber strike. The saber lights linked together and surged towards Xiaoqun like a gushing river. Xiaoqun smiled faintly. You managed to comprehend something of your own in the 3 flowing cloud shadows. Furthermore, you are able to link them perfectly. You do have the capital to be proud. Rolling peaks destroying clouds. The image of a mountain flashed on Xiaoqun's body and entered his body. Instantly, Xiaoqun's aura changed. He was like a mountain rising from the ground, rushing towards the sky. Xiaoqun spun around and the lunar shadow saber in his hand moved from top to bottom in the air. It created an intense shockwave and sucked in the 3 figures that Lu Jun created. Wuxia. When Xiaoqun's body stopped spinning, a horrifying wound appeared on Lu Jun's chest. Blood spurted out continuously. Lu Jun looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief. He pointed at Xiaoqun and said in pain, "You, bang." Xiaoqun lashed out with a whip kick, creating an intense wind as he mercilessly kicked him out. Unfortunately, sometimes, the amount of essence does not mean everything. Zhang Lai, who was not far away, was like a wooden man. When he saw all this, it was like thunder exploded in his mind. The Lingyun saber technique can actually be used like this. My Lingyun saber technique uses the mysterious phenomenon to complement my martial technique. However, his mysterious phenomenon is reserved and not released, focusing on the inner strength of his body. One is internal and one is external. In the end, they are different paths that lead to the same goal. There is no difference in who is stronger or weaker. The key is still one's comprehension. Zhang Lai thought about many things. However, I have comprehended saber intent. The moves that I executed earlier did not contain saber intent. When I infuse saber intent into my body, its might will definitely be stronger than his. After dealing with the final Biyun Peak inner disciple, Xiaoqun waved his hand, wanting to pull over the black flag that passed by him. However, before Xiao Chen could grab the black flag, a few strands of strong saber chi appeared out of nowhere and chopped the black flag into 5 pieces, completely destroying it. Xiao Chen's face sank. He looked at Zhang Lai, who was 200 meters away. He did not expect his opponent to be so decisive. He actually destroyed one of the 5 flags. Zhang Lai felt Xiao Chen's gaze and smiled confidently. I will deal with you in this stage. Let's see whose Lingyun saber technique is stronger. Zhang Lai actually destroyed one of the flags. What is he trying to do? This fellow is too confident. There are 7 people and 5 flags. It is not enough in the first place, and he actually destroyed one. Many of the inner disciples in the spectator stands could not understand Zhang Lai's actions. This was not the finals yet. There was no need to force himself into a dead end. Bang! Just as everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Chen and Zhang Lai, Gao Yang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly made his move. A piercing light suddenly appeared on his 2-meter-long saber. Berserk Dragon burst. With a roar, the soles of his feet began to explode continuously. With each explosion, his speed would increase by a fraction. After 5 explosions, his speed had already reached an unimaginable level. Furthermore, the target that he wanted to attack was somewhat surprising. It was actually Wang Mei and Zhao Heng who were fighting intensely. The 2 of them were at the crucial moment of their fight and could not get away. I want this flag. Gao Yang laughed loudly and swept his huge saber. A vast energy knocked Wang Mei and Zhao Heng back without any mercy. The 2 of them vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and fell to the ground. They looked at Gao Yang with extreme dissatisfaction and cursed, Gao Yang, you are too shameless. So, Gao Yang grabbed the black flag and ignored the curses of the 2. He revealed an excited expression. Everyone, I will make a move first. You all take your time and have fun. Gao Yang leaped a few times on the spear tip. The effect of the Berserk Dragon burst had not worn off yet. In the instant a few explosions occurred, he had already moved several hundred meters. He was just 1 step away from landing. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That person revealed a faint smile as he blocked his path and looked at him silently. Mu Heng, what are you trying to do? There are still 3 more flags, 1 for each of you. Why are you blocking me? Gao Yang's expression changed as he spoke in a sullen voice. Mu Heng did not waste any words and directly said, put down the flag and you can scram. Dream on. Gao Yang roared ferociously and there was another explosion under his feet. His speed was so fast that no afterimages could be seen. He was already very close to the speed of sound. Mu Heng's expression did not change. His entire body glowed with a purple light. His skin looked like it was made of jadeite as though it was transparent. Suddenly, Gao Yang appeared behind Mu Heng. His huge saber carried a tremendous force as he hacked at the unresponsive Mu Heng. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts leaped into their throats. The martial techniques of Qinduan Peak were famous for their berserk nature. In terms of strength, they were undoubtedly the strongest among the 7 peak techniques. If this saber strike landed, even if one was not chopped in half, they would be severely injured and unable to get out of bed for half a year. To any cultivator, wasting half a year was something that they could not bear. Dang! There was a sound of metal clashing. The purple light on Mu Heng's back trembled. His body received this saber strike without any damage at all. Gao Yang was stunned. Gao Yang was stunned. Mu Heng turned around at lightning speed and raised his right hand, catching the huge saber that Gao Yang wanted to retreat with. No matter how strong Gao Yang was, he was unable to break through Mu Heng's right hand. The maximum speed of the Berserk Dragon burst is indeed shocking. Unfortunately, you are unable to break through my defense. Everything is for naught, Mu Heng said indifferently as he looked at Gao Yang, who was dripping with sweat. I fell for his trap. If I had attacked him continuously from the start with my speed, he would not be able to catch up to me. I might even be able to break through his defense before the Berserk Dragon burst ends. Sometimes, a moment of hesitation would result in a completely different outcome. How hateful! Gao Yang said angrily. He released his hand and abandoned his huge saber. While he still had essence, he could support a few more Berserk Dragon bursts and quickly retreated. Kasie. Mu Heng broke Gao Yang's 2-meter-long and 3-centimeter-thick saber gently. The huge saber was like a fragile blade. It shattered into countless pieces of metal and fell to the ground with a ding-dang-dang sound. Seeing Gao Yang's figure getting further away, Mu Heng smiled faintly. His body disappeared from the air and appeared in front of Gao Yang in the next instant. He said indifferently, "Game over." Mu Heng's right palm glowing with a purple light struck Gao Yang's chest in a ghostly manner. This palm strike did not look fancy, but it contained a horrifying physical strength. It was no weaker than Xiao Chen's full-powered strike. Kaxie, Kaxie. The sound of bones breaking came from Gao Yang's chest. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. Gao Yang's face scrunched up in pain. He pointed at Mu Heng angrily and said, "You lied to me." Bang. Mu Heng kicked Gao Yang's shoulder and used this force to return to the formation. He held the banner in his hand and looked at Gao Yang on the ground. He smiled faintly and said, "That's right, I was indeed playing with you." Gao Yang had been smart for a long time. He had calculated everything. Not only did he lose his chance, but he was also played by someone. He was so angry that he trembled. He could not catch his breath and fainted. What Mu Heng used earlier should be the Beichen Peak's secret technique, 7-star transposition. It can achieve the effect of teleportation for a short distance. This Gao Yang is in a bad mood. He sneak attacked others a few times. In the end he was played like a fool. He deserves it. You can't say that. The competition this time is too cruel. There is nothing wrong with using some tricks. He is just not as skilled as others. Chapter 228. However, what's going on with Mu Heng? Why did he jump up after obtaining the banner? The people in the spectator stands did not have much sympathy for Gao Yang. After all, his actions were not good. Shua, shua. Just as everyone was discussing the earlier matter, Mu Heng did something shocking. He broke the banner in his hand as well. Xiao. Zhang Lai and Xiao Qin made a move at the same time. Each of them broke a banner. Of the remaining 5, only one banner remained, floating in the air between the 3 of them. What are they trying to do? If the 3 of them obtained the banner, they could have ended the test. Why do I have a feeling that they are trying to bring forward the decisive battle? I really do not understand this test. It is only the 2nd stage and it is already so intense. What is going on? Now the 3 of them have been forced into a corner. Only one of them can obtain the banner. The remaining 2 will be eliminated. Not only did the people on the ground not understand the situation, but the other inner disciples in the spectator stands and the peak masters of the various peaks also did not understand why the decisive battle was brought forward. On the highest seat of the elders in the drill grounds, the 2nd elder beside the 1st elder, Jianghu, smiled gently and said, "These 3 people seem to understand our intentions. I wonder who the 1st elder thinks more highly of?" With the strength of these 3, they could easily get into the top 10 in any of the past core disciple exams. They're all very strong. It does not matter who wins or loses. Jianghu's deep gaze was like a pool of clear water. No one could guess what he was thinking. The 3rd elder beside him said, "Big brother Jianghu, if the peak masters knew about what we did, would they have any objections?" The 1st elder said expressionlessly, "No one is allowed to object to the things that I have decided." When the other elders heard this, their hearts tightened. They all shut their mouths and stopped discussing this issue. On the formation made up of countless spear blades, Xiao Qin, Mu Heng and Zhang Lai each stood in a corner. Their auras gathered continuously. The qi and blood of the 3 of them were very vigorous. As their auras gathered, the air in the drill grounds became somewhat viscous, making it difficult to breathe. Between the 3 of them, the force attached to the slowly fluttering flag finally disappeared and it slowly descended to the ground. Their gazes never left the flag and a strange light flashed in each of their eyes. Whoosh. In the next moment, 3 strong gusts of wind appeared in the air, blowing away the sticky air and swirling up countless yellow sand. The 3 of them moved at the same time, each using their own movement techniques to grab the falling banners. 7-star transposition. Traceless water treading. Blue dragon tail whip. Mu Heng's figure strangely disappeared from the air. Zhang Lai gently pushed off the ground and there were ripples on the ground, leaving behind afterimages. A blue dragon flowed out of Xiao Chen's body. With a light shout, he streaked across the sky. The 3 of them executed their best moves and flew towards the descending black banner. In the end, Xiao Chen's blue dragon cloud soaring art was better. A green light descended and grabbed the banner. A heaven-ranked movement technique was indeed a heaven-ranked movement technique. Even though he had only practiced it to small perfection, there were not many cultivators of the same cultivation realm who could surpass Xiao Chen in terms of movement techniques. Almost at the same time, when Xiao Chen grabbed the end of the banner, Zhang Lai and Mu Heng had already descended. They stretched their hands out to grab the banner. Xiao Chen pulled gently, and the banner streaked through the air and landed behind Xiao Chen. The 2 of them grabbed nothing but air. 100 transformations peak. 1,000 mountains 10,000 shadows palm. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng did not hesitate and made their moves at the same time. Each of them executed the 3rd move of the Lingyun Saber technique, instantly turning into hundreds of layers of mysterious mountains, covering the sky and turning it dark. On the other side, Mu Heng circulated the purple jade body tempering art. Hundreds of purple shadows flashed around him, making it hard to distinguish which was real and which was fake. There was no way to make a move. Xiao Qin revealed a grave expression. These two were not ordinary superior-grade martial grandmasters. One had comprehended saber intent, and his talent was exceptional. The other had tempered his physical body and turned it into a saber. His pure offensive power was not inferior to Xiao Qian's. No matter where he was, he would be a demonic genius. 100 transformations peak. I think I know it as well. Xiao Qin collected his thoughts and smiled faintly. Hundreds of illusions of mountains appeared behind him as well. However, these illusions disappeared in a flash and instantly entered his body. The snow-white lunar shadow saber suddenly lit up with a resplendent glow. This was not a saber light, it was the pure mysterious phenomenon of the Lingyun saber technique infused into the saber. The essence in Xiao Qian's body also infused into the saber. The glow became even more dazzling, it was like a miniature sun. The dark sky immediately became incredibly bright. "Break for me!" Xiao Qin shouted and hacked ferociously at the endless mountain range. Rumble, rumble. A series of earth-shattering sounds resounded continuously. The mountain range trembled and the entire drill ground started to tremble. The air currents started to compress continuously. Some of the spear blades on the ground could not withstand the pressure and were pulled out of the ground, flying into the air. Bang! The mountain range disappeared and Zhang Lai appeared in the air with a pale complexion. He slowly descended. The sunlight from the sky shone down once again, illuminating this space with a fiery heat. Hu Qi. Xiao Qian's movements did not stop. After he knocked back Zhang Lai, he quickly turned around and transferred the lunar shadow saber to his left hand. He circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art and the bones in his body started to crackle continuously. The muscles on Xiao Qian's body visibly increased in size. A huge tiger image appeared behind Xiao Qian. The tiger roared continuously, causing Xiao Qian's aura to rise to another level. Ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains, 100 beasts charging. When the hundreds of figures around Mu Heng got close to Xiao Qian, they merged together. Their aura also rose to the peak. They did not give way to Xiao Qian's aura, which was like the king of all beasts. "Explode for me!" Mu Heng roared angrily. His purple jade-like right palm carried the power of the hundreds of figures as it clashed with Xiao Qian's fist without hesitation. Boom! When the fist and palm collided, it was like a thunderclap resounded in the silent drill grounds. It reverberated in everyone's ears, causing their eardrums to tremble. Some of the weaker cultivators even temporarily went deaf. A shockwave surged out in all directions like a surging wave. Those spear blades flying in the air were directly crushed into powder and scattered by the wind. Whew! The two of them were knocked back and in an instant they retreated a few hundred meters. Xiao Qian's body spun once in the air, and gently landed on the edge of a spear. After that, he slowly grabbed the black banner that he had been protecting behind him. Mu Heng was not as calm. Every time he retreated, he would shatter a spear blade. He broke 100 spear blades before he stopped. One palm and one fist. The two of them relied on the strength of their physical bodies. They were basically evenly matched. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it was actually just one exchange of moves between Xiao Qian and the two of them. Everything took only a few breaths of time. The three of them each stood in a corner and started to recuperate their auras. They were not in a rush to make a move. The surging formation immediately calmed down. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Ha! Indeed, after a while, Zhang Lai and Mu Heng both shouted and charged at Xiao Qian. Now, the two of them knew that they were no longer a match for Xiao Qian by themselves. They could only work together to take him down. The corner of Xiao Qian's mouth curled up into a gentle smile. Suddenly he let out a long roar. A lofty feeling rose in his heart. Since he left the Xiao clan, he had not fought to his heart's content. All the opponents he met were either too strong or too weak. Coincidentally, he met two opponents who were evenly matched today. Then he might as well fight to his heart's content. After blocking Zhang Lai's attack with his saber, Xiao Qian clenched his left fist and clashed with Mu Heng's palm wind. On the formation, the three of them were on the spear tips, moving up and down continuously. The sounds of saber wind, punches, claps, tiger roars, and all sorts of other sounds came out continuously. After a while, the three of them exchanged more than 100 moves on the formation. Everywhere they passed, the spear tips under their feet all shattered. A strong wind blew and yellow sand filled the air. Soon Xiaoqin managed to last more than 500 moves under the barrage of attacks from the two. He did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. Instead, he became more ferocious from a distance and his aura soared. The crowd in the spectator stands could only see the blurry figures of the three through the yellow sand and the sounds of weapons, fists and kicks clashing. It was such an exciting battle, yet they had to watch it through a layer of yellow sand. They felt an unbearable itch in their hearts. It was a pity. This Xiaoqin is really strong. Under the attacks of the two of them, he did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. Qingyun Peak's Xiaoqin truly lives up to his reputation. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng are not bad either. A regular inferior grade martial saint would not be a match for the two of them. How can they be bad? There is no need to talk about Zhang Lai. He is already publicly acknowledged in Tianyue Peak. He is already one of the top 10 core disciples of Tianyue Peak. I heard from the people of Beiqin Peak earlier that Mu Heng is the son of the Beiqin Peak's peak master. He spends most of his time cultivating in the back mountains, turning himself into a saber and using his strength to prove his Tao. Every time his cultivation increases, his strength increases exponentially. I wonder how long Xiaoqin can last. I believe he will not be able to last more than 500 moves. Indeed, after all, he is fighting 1 against 2. His essence expenditure is double that of the two of them. The longer it goes, the greater the difference will be. However, for him to be able to last for so long, his strength is indeed horrifying. While the people in the arena were fighting, the people outside the arena were not idle either. They all expressed their views and opinions. After this battle, even if Xiaoqin lost, the rumors about him would fall apart. As the saying goes, the layman watched the excitement, while the insiders watched the ropes. The few peak masters in the spectator stands were completely shocked. They were incomparably astonished by Xiaoqin's strength. His aura is long and drawn out, and he is able to multitask. His saber techniques and fist techniques are perfectly coordinated. This fellow is truly horrifying, the Gangyu Peak's peak master sighed. The Jade Maiden Peak's peak master, Chu Shangyun, also had an expression of admiration on her pretty face. The strength of his physical body is comparable to Mu Heng's. His saber techniques can suppress Zhang Lai's. His essence seems to be inexhaustible. I wonder how strong he will become after he becomes a martial saint. The Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Ke, had not said anything since he made a fool of himself earlier. When he saw Xiaoqin's true strength, he thought to himself anxiously, his potential is too horrifying. If he is given time to grow, who knows what horrifying realm he will reach. At that time, the consequences would be dire. I have to find an opportunity to kill this person. Chapter 229. When the Beiqin Peak's peak master, Mu Feng, saw Xiaoqin, he was astonished as well. He originally thought that Mu Heng would be able to obtain the first rank easily. Now, it looked like it would be difficult. However, this was good as well. If he could poke Mu Heng's spirit and make him restrain himself, it would only be beneficial for him in the future. Leng Tianjing saw all this. After a while, he sighed and said, Rue, you really accepted a good disciple this time. Tianyue Peak has dominated the first rank of the core disciples for 10 years. Now it is time to hand it over. Lu Rue revealed a cheerful smile on her flirtatious face. Seeing Xiaoqin's growth, she was probably the happiest person. Martial Uncle Leng, you are too polite. Tianyue Peak is filled with talents. This time we still have the most number of people who passed. Let's see. Zhang Lai has not used his saber intent on a large scale. Junior brother Mu's son should still have some trump cards that he has not used yet. The result of this battle has not been determined yet. Leng Tianjing smiled gently and changed the topic. Even if they lost the first rank in this exam, Leng Tianjing would not care too much about it. After all, the overall strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was still there. There was an endless supply of new disciples. They would still be able to suppress the other peaks. Bang, bang. As the crowd discussed, there were 2 more loud sounds coming from the drill grounds. Countless spear blades shook a few times and were pulled into the air. After that, they were burned into powder by the shockwave. The strong wind died down and the yellow sand scattered. The 3 of them moved back and their figures slowly appeared before the crowd. Mu Heng's complexion was pale and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. The blazing purple light on his body also slowly dimmed. Zhang Lai's clothes were tattered and there were many saber wounds all over his body. Some of the wounds were very deep and blood flowed out continuously. He was in a sorry state. Xiaoqin held his saber in one hand and the banner in the other. Sweat flowed down his face continuously. There were also some saber wounds on his body. However, they were not fatal. With his strong physical body, he had mostly recovered. Xiao Qian's long robes fluttered in the wind. His long, black hair fluttered in the wind. The snow-white saber gave off a cold light and the banner in his hand fluttered. Xiao Qian's aura flourished as his qi and blood surged into the sky. He felt incredibly delighted and wanted to fight another 800 rounds. You are very strong. If you can withstand this move of mine, I will take the initiative to withdraw from this competition, Mu Heng said indifferently as he gently wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. Zhang Lai remained silent for a while. He took out some medicine from his space ring and slowly applied it to his wounds. He said indifferently, me too. If you can receive my final move, I will forfeit this core disciple exam. Xiao Qian waved the banner in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. He said, it doesn't matter. Whoever comes first wins. The banner in my hand belongs to him. Me first. Zhang Lai said softly. His aura started to slowly gather. He grasped the saber in his right hand tightly and infused the saber intent he comprehended into his aura. Suddenly, a boundless strong wind blew behind Zhang Lai. Everywhere the strong wind passed, some of the air currents were sliced apart, giving off a zzz sound. Zhang Lai's saber intent actually merged with the strong wind. With your talent, you should have already comprehended the 16th move of the Lingyun saber technique. However, my everlasting startling cloud is infused with my small perfection saber intent. This might is incomparable. I hope you can block it. Just as Zhang Lai finished speaking, wisps of mist appeared above the formation out of nowhere, blocking everyone's line of sight, preventing them from seeing what was happening inside. Not only that, this fog could even obscure one's 5 senses and spiritual sense. Xiao Qian thought to himself in shock. Zhang Lai's saber intent must be in the fog as well. Indeed, in the next moment Xiao Qian felt a killing intent coming from all directions within the clouds. When the clouds touched his skin, they immediately started to attack his protective essence, giving off a zzz sound. Xiao Qian placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly, continuously increasing the strength of his essence. Within the clouds the 5 senses were blocked. When he extended out his spiritual sense, all he felt was the boundless clouds. Xiao Qian was like a blind man within the clouds. He could not see anything. This move put Xiao Qian in a disadvantageous position. Xiao Qian simply closed his eyes and stopped using his eyes to observe his surroundings. He was going to deal with the changes by remaining unchanged. Zhang Lai, who was hidden in the clouds, locked his aura on Xiao Qian. When he felt Xiao Qian's movements, he revealed a faint smile. No matter who it is, after their senses are blocked, they will not be able to receive this attack of mine. Everlasting startling cloud. The surrounding clouds slowly scattered and gathered towards the saber in Zhang Lai's hand. White spots of light leaped about on the black saber blade. Boom. When all the clouds disappeared, the saber in Zhang Lai's hand had already absorbed all the saber intent in the clouds. The light of the entire saber had reached an incredible level. The most important thing was that this saber had already appeared less than a meter in front of Xiao Qian. The tip of the saber was pointed at Xiao Qian. The saber gave off a strong wind, blowing Xiao Qian's hair back violently. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was only a few breaths of time. Zhang Lai swung his saber and the clouds surrounded the formation. In the next moment the clouds disappeared. Zhang Lai had already arrived before Xiao Qian with a stunning saber strike. It was very strange. Among the people present only a few discovered the secret. The instant the clouds appeared, Zhang Lai used the time when Xiao Qian's senses were blocked to silently fly to a spot 10 meters in front of him. Before the saber blade touched Xiao Qian, that resplendent saber light turned into a tiny saber qi and shot towards Xiao Qian's forehead. So, at the crucial moment Xiao Qian finally opened his tightly shut eyes. That tiny saber qi was faster than the speed of sound. At such a close distance, by the time Xiao Qian opened his eyes, it had already arrived in front of his eyes. Xiao Qian pushed off the ground with his feet, and his entire body spun rapidly. His spinning body created a shock wave, and tiny cyclones appeared in the surrounding space. The thin saber qi chased after Xiao Qian, quickly extending through the air. Everywhere it passed, cracks appeared in the air. The thin thread-like saber qi seemed like it would catch up to Xiao Qian in the next moment. However, it could not catch up. The corner of Zhang Lai's lips curled up. He raised his right hand, which held the saber, and the thin thread started to become thinner. He looked at Xiao Qian and smiled. It's useless. No matter how fast you run, you will not be able to escape from my everlasting startling cloud infused with small perfection saber intent. Xiao Qian's entire body continued to spin. He did not waver because of Zhang Lai's words. The thin thread-like saber chi eventually became so thin that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Then it completely disappeared into the air. Xiao Qin had already learned the everlasting startling cloud. Naturally, he would not think that the everlasting startling cloud had already run out of energy. The next burst of energy was the true essence of the everlasting startling cloud. Xiao Qin's body continued to spin, rising higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away. The Lingyun saber technique itself was a superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. This was especially so for the final 3 moves. They were close to the might of a heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, it had infused all of Zhang Lai's saber intent. How strong would this everlasting startling cloud be? Even Xiao Qin himself did not know. If he wanted to block this move, aside from the 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique, twisting road around peak, Xiao Qin had no other way to do so. However, this twisting road around peak did not allow Xiao Qin to make a breakthrough. He only had a flash of inspiration and comprehended something. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he took the risk and executed it based on his intuition. If he failed, Xiao Qin would be severely injured by the everlasting startling cloud infused with saber intent, wasting half a year of his time. If he succeeded, he would comprehend the 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique, twisting road around peak. From then on, he would have another true killing move. With a 50-50 chance of victory, Xiao Qin did not hesitate to bet on it. With his current comprehension ability, he was still unable to comprehend the twisting road around peak. It was clear that once he comprehended the twisting road around peak, its might would be extremely horrifying. Now that this opportunity was right in front of him, if he did not use it, he might have to wait another 10 years before he could comprehend it again. Up here! Zhang Lai shouted, and the thin line that originally disappeared in the air became like a laser saber chi. It appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the entire formation, continuing to move forward. Who? Outside the drill grounds, a wall 2,000 meters away from Zhang Lai was pierced by the saber chi. The entire wall immediately cracked and collapsed in the next moment. Fortunately, the attack area of the thin line was only a small area. When it disappeared, Xiao Qin's body started to grow taller. At this moment he was already several hundred meters above the ground. The everlasting startling cloud explode. Zhang Lai roared ferociously, and the saber chi that was as resplendent as a laser suddenly scattered. It turned into countless beams of light and exploded in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The beams of light were like fireworks exploding. It was like the most beautiful scene in the world. However, the more beautiful something was, the more deadly it was. This beam of light was no exception. Good. Zhang Lai's saber intent is indeed horrifying. Originally, the everlasting startling cloud could only be executed on a flat surface. Now it has no blind spots. Furthermore, its might is very strong. It is already very close to a heaven-ranked martial technique. I guarantee it with my status as the Biyun Peak's peak master. Even if Yi Qin does not die, he will be severely injured. He will not be able to dodge it. Song Ke, whose eyes originally had no color in them, immediately shouted excitedly when he saw this scene. It was as though he was afraid that others did not know. His voice was shockingly loud. Lu Ryue also felt conflicted. She did not expect the everlasting startling cloud to be so horrifying. With her strength, she would have to put in a lot of effort to block this move. Could Xiao Qin dodge it? Every strand of the boundless light contained a horrifying force. It could easily pierce through the defense of a martial Grand Master. Furthermore, it did not have any blind spots. There was no way to dodge it. Since he could not dodge it, he might as well break it. Xiao Qin's body stopped spinning and he shouted, "Road Twisting Peak." Chapter 230. So. Xiao Qin, who was high in the sky, pointed his saber at Zhang Lai, who was on the ground. He locked onto Zhang Lai with his spiritual sense and his body moved in a slanted line, moving towards the ground like a meteor. Everywhere Xiao Qin passed, a mountain slowly appeared from the top to the bottom of the mountain along with Xiao Qin's figure. There were strange flowers and plants on the mountain peak. The forest was shady and there were birds and beasts flying around. When Xiao Qin looked carefully, he found that there were actually countless buildings at the waist of the mountain. He could vaguely see countless figures practicing martial techniques in the middle of the mountain. Every time the mountain peak grew, it was clear that Xiao Qin's speed had increased by 1 level. In the spectator stands, all the elders and peak masters were astonished. This is the mysterious phenomenon of the small perfection realm. There are no flaws at all. The lights flying towards Xiao Qin were all submerged in the mysterious phenomenon that Xiao Qin created, disappearing without a trace. As for the lights in other directions, they all exploded. They were like claps of thunder, resounding through the clouds and roaring continuously. Finally they merged into one. The air seemed like it was sliced in half like a curtain of water. It only mended after a long time. Unfortunately, it was not in Xiao Chen's direction, so it was useless. Wuxia. The mountain peak completely formed. Xiao Chen's speed instantly broke through the speed of sound. There was a sonic boom in Zhang Lai's ears. In a flash, he landed firmly 200 meters behind Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai stretched out his hand and gently touched his forehead. There was a small wound there. To him it was negligible. I've lost. Zhang Lai knew that Xiao Chen had shown mercy. Otherwise, the saber would have pierced through his forehead. Although he was dissatisfied, he still jumped off the spear tip. Boom. Zhang Lai staggered and fell to the ground. That last saber strike had used up all of his mental energy. In the end, he still failed and could no longer hold on. Immediately, the Jade Maiden Peak elders came over and quickly carried Zhang Lai out to treat his injuries. Your turn. Xiao Chen said as he looked at Mu Heng, who was not far away. Mu Heng smiled faintly and jumped down from the spear tip. There's no need. Your final move is a small perfection mysterious phenomenon. I cannot block it. You have expended too much of your essence chi. I will not take advantage of you. In the future, I will defeat you fair and square. Twisting road around peak, so the 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique is like this. No one has used it for several hundred years already. That's right. Zhang Lai's 16th move, Everlasting Startling Clouds, was already terrifying enough. I didn't expect it to be nothing in front of the 17th move. Mu Heng is very magnanimous, directly giving up and not taking advantage of others. With such magnanimity, his future accomplishments will not be low. Senior brother Mu has raised a good son. The peak leaders on the platform expressed their opinions regarding the battle from before. Only one person remained silent, with a dark expression on his face. Needless to say, this person was the one who used the Biyun Peak's Peak Master to guarantee Xiao Chen's defeat, Song Quebec. Right after he spoke, Xiao Chen used the twisting road around peak to slap him in the face. The story was truly full of twists and turns. Junior brother Song, it looks like you cannot speak so casually in the future. Aha! The Chinduan Peak's Peak Master joked. Before Song Ke lost an arm, he was extremely arrogant and domineering. He did not have a good relationship with the peak masters of the other peaks. Now that they saw him suffer a few setbacks, they could not help but make fun of him. Song Ke snorted coldly. What ability does he have? Mu Heng just gave up. If Mu Heng did not give up, this brat would have lost the right to take the test. When Lu Ryue heard this, she immediately retorted, all the Biyun Peak disciples have been eliminated. Why are you still sitting here? Are you trying to make things difficult for yourself? Song Ke's face turned red. He smacked the wooden table violently and said, since when is it up to you to decide whether I stay or go? So, just as the two of them were arguing, the first elder Jianghu, who was on the platform, shot out another black dart at the chief examiner. Did the situation change again? Everyone stopped their discussion and asked suspiciously. On the drill grounds, the chief examiner caught the black dart with a schwa sound. He opened the note on it and after a while, he looked at the crowd and said, Mu Heng and Zhang Lai, the Elders' Assembly has decided to make an exception for the three of you to pass the second stage. We will stop the test for now. 3 days from now we will start the arena battles. Dismissed. Furthermore, I believe everyone has already guessed that the test this time is different. There are only 10 spots for the core disciple test this time. However, the reward will be 5 times that of the previous ones. I hope everyone will work hard when they return. Mu Heng, who was originally preparing to leave, could not help but stop when he heard this. He shook his head and smiled. If I cannot obtain the first rank, the purpose of the test is not that important. On the formation, Xiao Chen held the banner and jumped down gently. He looked at the elders' seats on the high platform. There was a pensive look in his eyes. What are they preparing for these 3 days? Late at night, the moonlight shone through the window into Xiao Chen's courtyard. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on his bed and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He slowly recovered the essence, qi and spirit that he exhausted during the day. The qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian spun continuously. Drops of crystalline liquid slowly fell from the qi whirlpool. Xiao Chen felt the speed of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulation. Xiao Chen felt the speed of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulation, and Xiao Chen thought to himself, it looks like I am about to break through to the 4th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Something big will happen after this test. I have to make preparations in advance. If I have the opportunity to break through to the fourth layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, I can go all out and prepare for a rainy day. At midnight, the spirit blood jade on Xiao Chen's chest silently flashed with a white light. Under the illumination of the moonlight, Bai's body, which was as smooth as snow, appeared quietly. Then it quickly leaped through the window and headed out of the courtyard. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked in the direction Bai left. He smiled faintly and did not bother with it. These days Bai would go out every night. At first, Xiao Chen was somewhat worried. However, he discovered that it did not go far. After stealing a bottle of wine from Xiao Yang, it would go to the back of the mountain to cultivate. It would return punctually before daybreak. That was all. Xiao Chen could relax. To the restless Bai, the place it disliked the most was the spirit blood jade. Xiao Chen was happy to let it go out for a breather. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen continued to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He was making his final preparations for breaking through to the fourth layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Bai, who was outside the courtyard, ran out happily. It turned into a white figure and made its way to Xiao Yang's room with great familiarity. It gently opened the window to Xiao Yang's room without making any sound. When it came out, it carried a bottle of wine and drank it happily. After it finished drinking the wine in the bottle, a blush appeared on Bai's face. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it looked very charming and beautiful. Its intelligent eyes were filled with charm. Bai quickly went to the back of the mountain and found a place with dense spiritual energy. Then it sat down cross-legged like a human. The dense essence in its body slowly circulated the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation. The mist was hazy and the surrounding spiritual energy was like a torrential storm. Under the moonlight, the raindrops of spiritual energy had an indescribable gentleness and beauty. The rainwater instantly entered Bai's body. Slowly, Bai's body became as transparent as glass. Below its body, there was a blurry white spot of light that was very eye-catching. It jumped around happily, swallowing the spiritual energy that entered its body. As the amount of spiritual energy it absorbed increased, the spot of light slowly grew larger. Amidst the haziness, that spot of light, it could no longer be called a spot of light. Instead, it was a small ball of light that gave off a gentle glow. The small ball of light changed continuously, forming all sorts of shapes. Finally, it struggled to form a small human figure. However, before it could maintain this state for a minute, the human figure scattered into countless spots of light and turned back into a ball of light. The mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation was a high-ranked immortal-grade secret manual for demonic cultivators. According to the records in the Compendium of Cultivation in terms of cultivation speed, it was much faster than the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation that Xiao Chen cultivated. If Xiao Chen was here and discovered what Bai was doing, he would be greatly astonished. This was because Bai was actually undergoing transformation. The spirit beasts of the Jianghu continent could only undergo transformation after they reached martial monarch. Furthermore, the process was not only extremely painful, it was also very shocking. The chances of failure were also very high. However, once the transformation succeeded, it would be a qualitative leap for a spirit beast. Not only would their outer appearance change, they would also become no different from humans. Furthermore, their spiritual intelligence would also improve. Their bodies would also be able to cultivate human martial techniques and cultivation techniques. For a spirit beast that could only rely on its instincts to fight, its strength would increase by at least twofold. The path of transformation had a very low success rate. Once it failed, it would turn to dust. Although most spirit beasts yearned for it, very few would choose this path. Furthermore, even though spirit beasts succeeded in transforming, they could not completely integrate into human society. Most of them would join the myriad fiend palace of the fiend race. That was a sect passed down by the ancient fiend race. As long as they were there, they would have a place to stay. The raindrops formed from spiritual energy slowly scattered. Bai stopped cultivating and raised his head to look at the night sky. A trace of melancholy flashed in his intelligent eyes. Under the gentle moonlight, Bai hugged his wine bottle and walked unsteadily towards Xiao Chen's courtyard. 3 days passed very quickly. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had already stabilized at the 3rd layer. As long as Xiao Chen was willing, he could break through to the 4th layer at any time. On this night, Xiao Chen practiced the Lingyun Saber technique in the courtyard, consolidating the twisting road around peak that he had learned. A cool breeze blew in the courtyard and leaves flew everywhere. All sorts of illusions of mountains appeared and disappeared continuously. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood upright. He carefully thought about the scene of that day. The path I walk is different from Zhang Li's. I want to withdraw the mysterious phenomenon and focus on the energy within. However, the twisting road around peak that day only materialized the mysterious phenomenon but did not merge it perfectly. If I could merge it into my saber technique, its might should be able to improve. Even the small perfection mysterious phenomenon is not without flaws. Before a true bladesman it could be easily broken. Thus, I have to think of a way to merge the twisting road around peak mysterious phenomenon into my saber. Chapter 231. Boom. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking hard, there was a resplendent firework in the dark sky of the Lingyun mountain range. The dazzling firework reached an altitude of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. When the firework exploded, it turned into the appearance of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founder, the Saber Emperor. It gathered in the night sky. In the next instant, the Saber Emperor's figure scattered. Thousands of meteor-like lights flew in all directions. Some of the meteor-like lights flew for thousands of meters before falling. Some flew for tens of thousands of meters but they did not dissipate. In an instant they spread throughout the entire Great Qi nation. The Saber Emperor's convening order. Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock as he looked at the scattering firework in the sky. This was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's second convening order. It was second only to the Heavenly Saber convening order that the sect sent out during a calamity. It covered the entire Great Qi nation. As long as it was a disciple wearing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's identity token, regardless of where they were in the Great Qi nation, they would rush back as soon as they received the convening order. In the past 1,000 years, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had only used the Saber Emperor's convening order twice. During the demonic calamity 20 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not use it. What exactly happened this time for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to use the Saber Emperor's convening order? Like Xiao Chen, countless people in the Great Qi nation sank into deep thought. Early the next morning, Lu Suifeng and Xiao Chen rode the green bird to the drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. This time, Lu Suifeng did not make the mistake of losing his sense of direction. In less than an hour they arrived at the drill grounds. Originally Lu Suifeng thought he was early enough. Who knew the 18 inner disciples who passed the test had already been waiting for a long time. Not only that, the spectator stands were filled with people. When Lu Suifeng looked around he saw a dense crowd. A rough count gave at least 3,000 or 4,000 people. Most of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner disciples were present. Aside from the inner disciples, there was also a large group of core disciples and true inheritors. They were all seated in their own pavilions. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Xiao Chen did not understand. He asked Lu Suifeng in a soft voice, "What's going on? Why are there so many people here today? There are more than twice as many people as the previous time." Lu Suifeng also whispered, "Did you see the Saber Emperor's summoning order last night?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I saw it. However, the Saber Emperor summoned us. What does this test have to do with us?" The Saber Emperor's convening order was indeed a big matter. To put it in perspective, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was one of the top sects in the Great Qi nation. If they used the Saber Emperor's convening order, it would be a big deal in the Great Qi nation. But what did this have to do with their assessment? The foundational stage had already ended in advance the last time. Today's assessment only consisted of the arena stage. In Xiao Chen's opinion, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take first place among the 20 people. Although the fight with Zhang Lai and Mu Heng was delightful, Xiao Chen had yet to bring out his full strength. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident of ending the fight in 10 moves. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many people watching an arena battle with a predetermined outcome. However, not only were there no fewer people today, there were even more people than 3 days ago. Lu Suifeng suddenly understood and said, "That's right, you have been cultivating bitterly for the past 3 days. You have no idea what is happening outside. You will understand after I explain it to you." On the second day after the last test ended, the heaven viewing platform made an announcement in advance. The main hall will be recalling all the core disciples undergoing experiential training outside. Today there will be a ranking battle to choose the 90 strongest core disciples. Hence, we are not the main characters today. What exactly is going on? Why do I have to find all the core disciples? Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. He was not worried that these people would not be able to make it back in one night. In every big city in the Great Qi nation, there were relay stations that connected directly to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As long as one spent a considerable amount of spirit stones, they would be able to rush back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion within half a day. However, Xiao Chen could not figure out why the core disciple ranking battle would be on the same day as the ordinary inner disciple exam. Xiao Chen asked, "Did the announcement say why they would be choosing the 90 strongest core disciples?" Lu Suifeng shook his head and said, "They did not say. It should be a very important mission. Otherwise, they would not have used the Saber Emperor summoning order to summon them so urgently. Those who did not return within a day after receiving the summoning order would all be severely punished. As they spoke, many black dots appeared in the sky above the drill grounds. As the black dots got closer, everyone discovered that these black dots were actually ferocious flying spirit beasts. The spirit beasts quickly descended. When they were 100 meters in the air, some cultivators jumped down from them. Bang, 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 bang. Their feet landed heavily on the ground. They were not injured at all. After they landed, these people headed for the pavilion specially prepared for the core disciples. The core disciples who had not gone out for experiential training were already waiting there. That is Qinduan Peak's Lin Yun, ranked 18th on the wind cloud list. He cultivates a pure fire-attributed true yang art. His saber techniques are very tyrannical. After not seeing him for half a year, his strength seems to have increased again. He is now a peak superior grade martial saint. Ranked 10th is Jade Maiden Peak's Yun Kursen. I wonder what layer her soft music art is at. Ranked 2nd is Tianyue Peak's Yi Lingfeng. He has not returned for more than a year already. Unexpectedly, he is a medial grade martial saint now. I wonder if the first-ranked Murong Chong will arrive. He was already a peak inferior grade martial saint last year. I wonder how strong he is now. As more and more people jumped off the spirit beasts, someone immediately recognized these people. They were all core disciples in the top 100 of the wind cloud list. When they came out one by one, they all exclaimed in surprise. The 20 people on the drill grounds also focused their attention on this group of people. Xiao Qin casually glanced around and discovered that this group of people was indeed very strong. Every one of them had a very strong aura. Furthermore, most of them were inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, a small number of them were peak inferior grade martial saints. It looked like the top 90 core disciples were most likely chosen from the top 100 of the wind cloud list. The top 10 already have such an aura. In that case, how strong would the first-ranked person be? Xiao Qin thought to himself. Uchi. Suddenly there was a sonic boom in the air. A black dot flew over quickly from afar. Its speed was close to the speed of sound. As it moved through the air, it gave off sonic booms that reverberated in the air above the drill grounds. Bang! The person who arrived was still 1,000 meters away. The intense sonic booms were still reverberating in the air when the figure landed on the ground. He was dressed in moon-white robes. He had handsome and exquisite facial features. He held a saber in his right hand and his aura was withdrawn. He had an indescribable charm as he slowly walked towards the pavilion. Murong Chong. Murong Chong is really back. This is a flying martial technique. I can't see through his strength at all. The crowd in the spectator stands cried out in surprise. Many of the female disciples blushed and their eyes lit up. They jumped up cautiously. When Xiao Qin saw this person, he could not help but reveal a grave expression on his previously calm face. Although the top 10 core disciples that Xiao Qin saw earlier were very strong, if they were to fight, Xiao Qin had a 50% chance of victory. If Xiao Qin could go all out, he would even have a 60% chance of victory against the second-ranked Yi Lingfeng. Only this person gave him a feeling that he could not defeat him. Among the younger generation, Xiao Qin had only experienced this feeling from Lu Ryue back then. Could this person be compared to Lu Ryue back then? The reason why it was not the current Lu Ryue was because Lu Ryue was already very close to becoming a martial king. She was only a step away from reaching the realm that everyone in the younger generation looked up to, unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Although Xiao Qin could not see through this person's cultivation realm, from his aura, he could roughly guess that he was a middle-stage superior grade martial saint. He was still a distance away from peak superior grade martial saint. Which peak's inner disciple is Murong Chong from? Why have I not heard of him before? Xiao Qin asked out of curiosity. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he had an uncomfortable expression on his face. He said, he is a free person, he does not belong to any peak. Xiao Qin observed Lu Suifeng's expression and knew that Lu Suifeng still had something to say. Free person? What do you mean? After anyone entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner sect, the first thing they had to do was choose a peak. After that, they could customize their identity token and become a true inner disciple. How could there be someone who did not belong to any peak? If he did not belong to any peak, then why did he come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Could it be just for the dense spiritual energy of the Lingyun mountain range? No one would find it strange. Since he could enter the inner sect, naturally he would place more importance on the high-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the various peaks. An environment with dense spiritual energy would always be secondary. Lu Suifeng paused for a while as though he had made a decision. He sighed and said, "I'll tell you the truth. Murong Chong used to be a disciple of our Qingyun Peak. There is also Wang Rong whom I met in the library. He used to be a disciple of Qingyun Peak as well. Murong Chong and my elder sister are fellow disciples. They grew up together. 2 years ago, after he failed to woo my sister, he left Qingyun Peak in a fit of anger." Xiaoqun was somewhat surprised. He did not expect there to be such a story. He could not help but take a few more glances at Murong Chong, who had already walked up to the pavilion. After all the core disciples arrived, the chief examiner slowly appeared on the drill grounds. He looked at Xiaoqun and the others and said, "Each of you will have to participate in 15 battles. Every victory will give you 1 point. Defeats will not give you any points. The person with the most points after the battles will be the number 1 core disciple. He will be rewarded with 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones and an inferior grade earth-ranked spirit weapon. The remaining 9 will receive the same rewards. 500 inferior grade spirit stones and a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. At the same time, your ranking in the ranking hall will automatically increase by 100. The rewards were indeed more than 5 times more than the previous years. Unfortunately, Xiaoqun did not care about any of it. Regardless of whether it was a spirit weapon or inferior grade spirit stones, he did not need too many of them. What he needed the most now were rank 6 body-tempering medicinal pills or natural treasures that could temper the physical body. Next were high-ranked cultivation techniques that could temper the physical body. Chapter 232. The arena for the competition was in the middle of the drill grounds. There was nothing special about it. Most of the opponents that met Xiaoqun chose to give up. Out of the 15 matches, Xiaoqun did not fight in 13 of them, obtaining victory. Only Mu Heng and Zhang Lai chose to continue. Unfortunately, even when the two of them worked together for the past 3 days, they could not do anything to Xiaoqun. In a one-on-one fight, Xiaoqun used 60% of his strength and ended the fight within 50 moves. Xiaoqun returned victorious in all 15 matches. Without any suspense, he obtained the first rank. The second rank would be between Mu Heng and Zhang Lai. The two of them were roughly equal in strength. After fighting for a long time, there was no clear victor. In the end, Mu Heng relied on the advantage of his physical body and had a slight advantage in endurance. He defeated Zhang Lai and obtained the second rank. By noon, all the matches had ended. This year's core disciples were finally chosen. Lu Suifeng managed to obtain the 10th rank by a hair's breadth, finally getting his wish. Go and rest first. After the core disciple ranking competition is over, you will have another match with the core disciples ranked in the top 10, the chief examiner reminded everyone. Originally, Xiaoqun was planning to leave after receiving his reward. However, when he heard the chief examiner's words, he stopped. This was not bad. It would be good to see how strong the top 10 core disciples on the wind cloud list were. In the spectator stands, the chief examiner arranged a row of seats for Xiaoqun, Mu Heng, and the rest of the new core disciples, separating them from the other inner disciples. Following the appearance of the 500 core disciples, the atmosphere in the spectator stands was ignited. It was like the atmosphere of the end-of-the-year ranking war. However, in reality, this sudden match could be seen as the end-of-the-year ranking war from a certain point of view. The top 100 core disciples were basically the same as the top 100 of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Compared to the end-of-the-year ranking war, the only thing this ranking war lacked was the number of participants. As for the quality of the participants, it would definitely be higher. Thus, it was rather interesting. Yi Chen, I feel that with your strength, if you participate in this core disciple ranking war, you will be able to enter the top 10, Mu Heng suddenly said. Zhang Lai said with some dissatisfaction. You must be joking. Everyone in the top 10 is at least a peak inferior grade martial saint. From martial grand master to martial saint is the first big hurdle that cultivators face. Even if there is only a slight difference, the difference in strength will be like the difference between heaven and earth. They can condense their essence and attack outside their body. Furthermore, their attack power will increase by several times. There was indeed a natural difference between a martial grand master and a martial saint. Zhang Lai was right. If a peak superior grade martial master defeated an inferior grade martial grand master, or even a medial grade martial grand master, it would not be strange. However, it would be extremely difficult for a peak martial grand master to defeat a newly advanced inferior grade martial saint. Although the martial heaven continent wasn't completely unheard of, these people were all geniuses rarely seen in 100 years. Perhaps they had an innate bloodline or inherited martial spirit. Or perhaps they had a cultivation technique or martial technique that was much stronger than their opponent. Only then could they achieve such an effect. If it was a regular inferior grade martial saint, with Xiao Chen's strength, Zhang Lai felt that he could defeat him. However, the people in the top 10 were all peak inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, all of them had fought hundreds of battles before they could reach the top 10. Compared to the common inferior grade martial saints at the foot of the mountain, they were on a completely different level. Just their cultivation technique alone was much stronger than a regular inferior grade martial saints. Xiao Chen had an indifferent expression towards the discussion of the two. He did not intend to argue with them. No matter what they said, it would not be as convincing as a battle. There would be a battle to prove himself. Mu Heng looked at Zhang Lai and said, "Don't be unconvinced. 3 days ago when the two of us worked together, he could only bring out 60% of his strength. If he attacked without holding anything back, he would be able to hold his own against a medial grade martial saint." Zhang Lai did not believe that Xiao Chen only used 60% of his strength. His and Mu Heng's combined combat prowess would definitely be equal to a medial grade martial saint. If Xiao Chen only used 60% of his strength and was able to hold his own against them, did that not mean that a medial grade martial saint was no match for him? Impossible, he was only a peak martial grandmaster. How could he be compared to a medial grade martial saint? Zhang Lai shook his head and did not continue discussing this issue. There were 10 arenas on the drill grounds. The rules of the competition were the same as Xiao Chen's earlier one. It was also a point system. The top 90 would be determined based on the number of points accumulated. The strength of the core disciples could not be underestimated. Most of them had their own consummate techniques. Furthermore, they were all people who used the saber. Xiao Chen did not find it boring as he watched the matches one by one. Instead, he gained some experience. However, as Xiao Chen continued watching, although the battles were exciting, there was nothing special about them. Facing the scorching sun in the south made him feel bored. Jade Maiden Peak's Yun Kursen is going up. She was ranked in the top 10 of the previous Wind Cloud list. Her Heavenly Melody Saber technique is very hard to defend against. I wonder who her opponent is. Her opponent is the 18th ranked Yan Feng. He is also a ruthless character. However, he should not be a match for Yun Kursen. After watching for so long, the top 10 finally made their appearance. It is getting a little boring. Same. If it were not for these top 10 people making their appearance, I would not even be here today. When Yun Kursen made her appearance, the somewhat dull spectator stands immediately became very lively. There were all sorts of discussions. Xiao Chen looked at the girl slowly walking up the arena. Yun Kursen was dressed in white. She was not considered pretty, but she was delicate and pretty. She looked very simple and natural. A peak inferior grade martial saint. Her cultivation is the lowest among the top 10. The Heavenly Melody Saber technique she practices should have something extraordinary about it. Otherwise, she would not be able to enter the top 10, Xiao Chen analyzed in his heart. Xiao Chen suddenly thought of something. He asked Lu Suifeng, "How come I don't see Chu Xinyun? She is also a core disciple, right?" When Chu Xinyun was mentioned, a smile immediately appeared on Lu Suifeng's face. He explained, "Xinyun, she obtained her core disciple status by relying on her status as an alchemist. Most of the disciples on Jade Maiden Peak are like that. They belong to another organization. There are very few people like Yun Kursen who relied on their combat prowess to become a core disciple. So that was the case. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's method was rather humane. Alchemists contributed greatly to a sect. They could even be said to be a scarce resource. You seem to be very familiar with the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak. How many moves do you think Yun Kursen will need to defeat her opponent?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Lu Suifeng smiled embarrassedly. He said, "Yun Kursen, she basically spends most of her time training outside. All the contribution missions she took were in places far away. I have not spoken much to her." While they were speaking, Yun Kursen and Yan Feng had already walked onto the arena. Under the direction of the referee, they stood still and the crowd stopped chatting. "Senior Sister Yun, sorry for the offense." After the two of them bowed, Yan Feng spoke politely. He drew his saber and instantly sent out 10-odd saber chi. The saber chi tore through the water like air and flew towards Yun Kursen. Yun Kursen was not an ordinary opponent. Hence, the moment she stepped onto the arena, Yan Feng did not hold back. He sent out 10-odd saber chi with all his might, attacking from all sorts of tricky angles. His figure also instantly rushed forward. There was a flash of white light and Yun Kursen's figure drifted far away. Her body was so soft it was like she did not have any bones. She easily dodged all the saber chi. Yan Feng smiled gently and happened to appear where Yun Kursen landed. "I already predicted that you would land here. This is my true killing move, spatial tearing cross chop. Yan Feng swung his saber and a cross-shaped saber chi quickly formed in the air. The air was like a curtain of water. Cracks appeared in the cross-shaped chop. It was clear how strong this move was. This attack was very accurate. It was aimed at the angle at which Yun Kursen would land. It was very difficult to change her position in midair. Even if she managed to dodge it, she would be in a passive position for a long time. Yun Kursen's expression was still very calm. Suddenly her body fell straight down. It was like a leaf falling to the ground suddenly turning into a piece of metal. It was very strange. Who? The instant Yun Kursen landed, she suddenly increased her speed and managed to catch up to the cross-shaped saber chi. She pushed her feet off the ground and her body instantly shot tens of meters away. She still managed to easily dodge Yan Feng's attack. What a profound movement technique. In one moment she is as light as a swallow, as light as a feather. In the next moment she is as heavy as a mountain. Furthermore, she is very adept at switching between the two states. When Xiaoqun saw this scene he could not help but praise. Lu Suifeng said, "This is the rare peak earth-ranked movement technique of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Thundercloud Art. Normally, only true inheritors or people with outstanding talent are qualified to practice it. However, if one wants to have any achievements, they will need a high comprehension ability." When Yan Feng saw that Yun Kursen dodged his meticulously planned move, he had a slightly disappointed expression on his face. He shouted and his figure left a long trail in the air as he hacked at Yun Kursen with his saber. Dang! This time Yun Kursen did not choose to dodge. She did not draw her saber, instead she raised her right hand. The weapons clashed and gave off a melodious sound. Yun Kursen did not move at all as she blocked this attack. When Yan Feng saw that Yun Kursen did not even draw her saber, he revealed an angry expression. He said, "Senior Sister Yun, we have not met for half a year. Am I not even qualified for you to draw your saber?" Yun Kursen said unhurriedly, "Don't get distracted. If this was a battle to the death you would already be dead." Yun Kursen's indifferent attitude completely enraged Yan Feng. He shouted and held his saber with both hands. A 2-meter-long saber light rose up from the saber and pushed Yun Kursen back continuously. Under the huge pressure Yun Kursen could not block it with one hand. After a while her body was pushed to the edge of the arena. If she fell off she would lose the right to participate in this match. Still not drawing your saber? In that case get down. Yan Feng shouted loudly and withdrew the 2-meter-long saber light. The aura of his body suddenly rose to its peak and knocked Yun Kursen back in an instant. While Yun Kursen was in the air, her expression was unhurried. She held her saber hilt with her right hand and slowly drew her saber. Chapter 233. Wong. An ear-piercing sonic boom spread from the arena to the entire drill ground. As the sound wave spread in all directions, everyone in the spectator seats felt their eardrums vibrate and their heads spin. Xiaoqun calmed himself down and was astonished in his heart. What a horrifying sonic boom. He was already more than a kilometer away from the arena, yet he could still feel it so strongly. Yan Feng, who was at the center of the sonic boom, was instantly hit. He temporarily lost his hearing and his qi and blood surged. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Boom! With a flip of her right hand, Yun Kursen drew out her saber and sheathed it. The sound wave that had already spread out in all directions created ripples in the air and formed a huge whirlpool. Then, it actually returned to the saber. The instant the saber returned to its scabbard, the sound wave that had gathered once again exploded out, giving off a louder and more horrifying sound wave than before. However, although the sound was louder this time, the inner disciples in the spectator stands did not feel anything. This was because the sound wave had gathered into a line and struck Yan Feng's body. Blood leaked out of all the pores in Yan Feng's body. His face was frighteningly pale. He knelt on one knee with a piu tong sound and watched as Yun Kursen slowly descended. Yan Feng smiled bitterly. "Yun Kursen, it has only been half a year and you are not even qualified to draw your saber. The next time we meet, will you not even be qualified to draw your saber?" Yun Kursen's white clothes fluttered in the wind and her expression did not change. She said, "As a bladesman, it is not important whether I draw my saber or not. Don't bother with these superficial things. Otherwise it will be difficult to comprehend your saber intent." This round Yun Kursen wins. The referee in the arena said. Seeing Yun Kursen leave, Yan Feng felt a slight bitterness in his heart. A long time ago he could still stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Now he could only see her back. The Heavenly Melody Saber technique is indeed horrifying. She actually defeated Yan Feng with just half a move. Yun Kursen is still the same as before, always surprising people. Yin Feng's defeat was rather unjust. He was too caught up in whether his opponent would draw her saber or not. He still had some trump cards that he had not used yet. This is also because his mental state is not mature enough. After all, Yun Kursen's previous ranking on the Wind Cloud ranking was below his. Now he is somewhat unable to accept this. You can't say that. For a cultivator, mental state is sometimes more important than any cultivation technique or martial technique. It is also a part of a cultivator's strength. Although this duel was short and everyone felt that it was not enough to watch it, it did not affect the quality of the competition. The discussions in the spectator stands never stopped. As Zhang Lai watched Yun Kursen leave, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He muttered, "This woman is not simple. Her state of the heavenly melody saber technique has already reached great perfection." When Xiao Qin heard this, he secretly nodded in his heart. The composition of a martial technique was divided into the route of true qi circulation in the meridians, the angle and footwork of the attack, and the concept contained in the martial technique. For example, the state of the rushing thunder saber technique was purely the state of thunder. The Lingyun saber technique had two states, the state of mountains and the state of clouds. A martial technique could only be considered to have reached great perfection when all three were merged. However, the comprehension of a state required comprehension ability, luck, and patience. It was incomparably difficult to comprehend. If one focused on pursuing a state, they would end up stagnating. They might even regress. Thus, most cultivators would not overly pursue a state before their cultivation reached a certain level. Yun Kursen was able to comprehend the state of the heavenly melody saber technique to great perfection when she was a peak inferior grade martial saint. This proved that this girl's talent, comprehension ability, and luck were all things that ordinary people could not compare to. Zhang Lai glanced at Mu Heng, then at Xiao Qin. He smiled and said, "Do you still think that he can make it into the top 10 of the core disciples? Not to mention the difference in cultivation realm, those who can make it into the top 10 are all geniuses. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which is filled with talents, it is impossible to enter without some real skills." Mu Heng muttered to himself for a while before saying seriously, "Yun Kursen is very strong, very strong. However, she is still not a match for Xiao Qin." Xiao Qin looked at Mu Heng in surprise. He did not know where Mu Heng got his confidence from. Although he was not afraid of Yun Kursen, after watching the earlier match, he did not have absolute confidence in defeating her. "Stop talking big. Yun Kursen only used half a move to defeat the 16th-ranked Yen Feng. She still has many trump cards that she has not used yet. How can you be so sure that she is not a match for Xiao Qin?" In terms of cultivation realm, Xiao Qin is only a peak martial saint. In terms of states, the heavenly melody saber technique is close to great perfection. It is not weaker than Xiao Qian's Lingyun saber technique. Is it not easy to tell who is stronger? This time, before Zhang Lai could say anything, the other newly advanced core disciples retorted. Furthermore, there was evidence to back up their claims, making it impossible for them to argue. Mu Heng smiled faintly, "There is no point in saying so much. In the future you will naturally know if what I said is true or false." Lu Suifeng leaned over and whispered, "Yi Qin, if you really go up against Yun Kursen, how confident are you of victory?" Xiao Qin thought for a while before saying, 50%. If that is all she has, I can increase it by another 10%. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was incomparably shocked. He was very clear about Xiao Qian's character. When he said 50%, it would only be higher and not lower. It would definitely not be lower than 50%. The matches in the arena continued. The top 10 core disciples of the Wind Cloud list all went up. Their strength did not disappoint the crowd. The 5th-ranked Liuza used only 3 moves to deal with the 15th-ranked Lien Yun. His speed is abnormally fast. The 4th-ranked Yun Feima defeated the 20th-ranked opponent with 1 saber strike. It looks like his tearing blood technique has already reached the 10th layer. The 8th-ranked Leng Aoshuang also used only 3 moves to deal with his opponent. It was as Zhang Lai said, none of the top 10 core disciples were weak. They were much stronger than the others. They basically dealt with their opponents within 5 moves. Up until now, aside from the 1st-ranked Murong Chong who had yet to fight, the other 9 core disciples in the top 10 had already fought, displaying their strength. There was one more thing that attracted Xiao Qian's attention. He did not know if it was the Elders' Assembly's arrangement or something else, but the top 10 core disciples did not fight against each other. In Xiao Qian's opinion, the top 10 core disciples had already surpassed the others. It was almost impossible for the others to defeat them. Their opponents were only themselves. It is Murong Chang's turn. His opponent is Yan Qihua, who is ranked 11th on the Wind Cloud list. He was also one of the top 10 core disciples in the previous Wind Cloud list. None of his opponents could last more than 10 moves. Yan Qihua is indeed strong. Unfortunately, he ran into Murong Chong. He will definitely lose. Let's see how many moves he can last. I have not seen Murong Chong make a move for a long time. This is exciting. Last year, Murong Chong only appeared for a while at the end of the year. He rarely returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after that. This is a bladesman who spends all his time cultivating bitterly. If it were not for the Saber Emperor's summon, he would not have returned. Up in the arena, Yan Qihua's expression changed when he heard the discussions around him. He felt upset in his heart. He looked at the blue-clothed Murong Chong standing proudly and said, "Regardless of what the others say, I only have one purpose standing here. It is not to last a few moves against you but to defeat you." Murong Chong smiled coldly and said, "Before you speak, consider your own strength first." Both sides bow and stand still. The match begins. Oh! Right after the referee spoke, a cool breeze blew in the arena. There was a melodious sound coming from the wind. This was the sound of a saber being drawn. Yan Qihua was startled. He had not expected Murong Chong to ignore his status and make the first move. He felt flustered. Fortunately, Yan Qihua had a good mental state. After a while, he calmed himself and prepared to receive Murong Chong's attack. However, when he looked to the front, he did not see Murong Chong. Yan Qihua quickly looked around. Aside from the cool breeze, there was no one else in the arena. Where is he? This time, Yan Qihua was completely flustered. How could a living person disappear right under his eyes? It was too strange. Don't panic, he cannot possibly leave this arena. Since he made the first move, he will definitely reveal his killing intent. As long as I grasp the direction of the killing intent, I will be able to block his attack. Yan Qihua repeated in his heart. He extended his perception and moved his feet continuously. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. Wuxia. Suddenly, a long wound appeared on Yan Qihua's chest. Blood spurted out. His eyes were wide open. He had an incredulous expression. How did I get injured? The cool breeze in the arena suddenly stopped. The air currents in the air froze. Murong Chong's handsome face appeared before Yan Qihua. He revealed a cruel smile. Murong Chong's eyes were filled with a boundless killing intent. Suddenly he pounced over like a gushing river. Scram! Murong Chong sheathed his saber and kicked Yan Qihua's chest, sending him off the arena. Why can't I feel such a surging killing intent? What's going on? Yan Qihua, who was struggling on the ground, could not figure it out. When the referee saw the situation, he immediately announced, "Murong Chong victory." Yan Qihua's pale face recovered his wits. He shouted, "That's impossible. How could I lose? I have not used the trump card that I practiced for a year. Murong Chong, do you dare to receive an attack from me fair and square? Do you dare or not?" Murong Chong did not even look at Yan Qihua, who was on the ground. He said coldly, "Idiot, you have to be able to use a killing move for it to be considered a killing move. You can't even use it, yet you are not embarrassed to shout so loudly." Looking at Murong Chong's back, Xiao Qin sank into deep thought. What a horrifying clear wind chop. I originally thought that my great perfection clear wind chop was sufficient as a trump card. It looks like I am still far from it. Chapter 234. Wang Qinyan, a direct disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, frowned when he saw Lin Feng's matches. What is Lin Feng doing? He has lost 9 out of 15 matches. Is he doing this on purpose? Luo Kudi, who was at the side, also felt a little strange when he heard this. In the previous match, he would have easily defeated an opponent ranked in the top 100. Wang Qinyan said, "When you go down later, ask him what's going on. Tell him to try his best to get the 90 spots. I have a feeling that this mission will be very helpful to us. After the mission, our strength should increase by a level." The duels in the arena continued. The gap between the top 10 on the wind and cloud list and the people behind them grew larger and larger. They were not on the same level at all. As the sun set in the west, the battles in the arena were nearing the final round. The top 10 on the honor roll had yet to meet. Now, it was certain that this was deliberately arranged by the elders. He just didn't know how they would be ranked if they had the same number of points. As expected, none of the top 10 are mediocre. They are much stronger than I imagined. Zhang Lai sighed after pondering for a while. Seeing that Zhang Lai was still conflicted on this issue, Mu Heng did not say anything more. The strength of the top 10 had indeed surpassed his expectations. However, he still believed that Xiao Qin had the strength to fight for the top 10. There was no reason for it. It was just an intuition. Lu Suifeng suddenly said in a low voice, "Have you noticed that Lin Feng, the quick blade of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak, has already lost 10 matches in a row? What is he thinking? Is there such a thing?" Xiao Qin really didn't notice, but no matter what he wanted to do, he couldn't do anything. In the past, when Xiao Qin fought against him, he might have had to resort to electric tricks to win quickly. However, after consuming the flowing light flower, his comprehension ability increased greatly. His strength was much stronger than when he first came out of the underground world. It was a qualitative leap. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "Don't worry about him. If he wants to challenge me, I will give him a pleasant surprise." When the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire western sky red, the battles on the drill ground finally came to an end. The top 10 core disciples on the leaderboard had won all 15 battles and were tied for first place. The result was somewhat regrettable. After all, what everyone wanted to see the most was an evenly matched high-level battle. Under the direction of the chief examiner, Xiao Qin and the other 10 newly promoted inner core disciples slowly walked to the center of the drill ground to welcome the challenges of the last 10 core disciples. Although the level of this battle wasn't high, it was still worth watching. For the sake of maintaining their status as core disciples, those people would use all sorts of methods to fight with all their might. As for Xiao Qin's group of 10, if they were to lose, although they wouldn't lose their qualifications as core disciples, they would lose the rewards they had previously received. The purpose of this was to prevent them from cheating. Such a rule ensured that both sides would have to fight with all their might and not hold anything back. Otherwise, both sides would suffer great losses. That's strange. Why is Lin Feng from the 10,000 Fathoms Peak also up there? He is the second strongest core disciple of the 10,000 Fathoms Peak. Even if he can't get one of the 90 spots, he shouldn't be at the bottom. You can't even understand this? You are too stupid. The 10th ranked core disciple can choose his own opponent. He lost to Yi Qin previously, so he must be feeling unsatisfied. This time he is here to get back at him. That is interesting. Lin Feng is also an inferior grade martial saint. His quick saber is quite famous in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He should be evenly matched with Xiao Qin. That should be the case. I heard that Yi Qin used some tricks to win the last battle. That's why Lin Feng is very unconvinced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have voluntarily admitted defeat this time and dropped his ranking to around 300. The crowd was somewhat surprised at Lin Feng's appearance. However, when they thought about the reasons behind it, they were not too surprised. After all, every cultivator had their own pride. The 10 newly promoted core disciples and the 10 last-ranked core disciples were separated by a few meters, standing in a row facing each other. Lin Feng's hand was on his saber hilt. His black eyes revealed a murderous intent as he stared at Xiao Qin. He withdrew his aura, accumulating it continuously. If looks could kill, Xiao Qin would have died 100 times already. The chief examiner walked to the center and looked at both sides. Then he pointed to the person on the right and said, "If you are defeated this time, you will lose your qualifications to be a core disciple. I hope you will grasp this opportunity and do your best. Now, from left to right, choose your opponent one by one." When the first person from the left, Jianghu, heard this, he revealed a joyful expression. To be able to choose his opponent first, the advantage was self-evident. The expressions of the three people on the right were much more unsightly. It was easy to imagine that their opponents would be Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and Xiao Qin, who no one was willing to fight. Zhang Yu immediately stepped forward and pointed at Lu Suifeng. "I choose him as my opponent." Lu Suifeng was indeed the weakest of the 10. However, Xiao Qin did not think that Lu Suifeng would definitely lose. His chances of victory were 50-50. Don't hold anything back. The opponent might use his full power the moment he starts, Xiao Qin said in a soft voice as he walked past Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng nodded gently. The fact that the other party chose him first made him feel unsightly. Everyone was a hot-blooded person. They were not willing to be looked down upon in front of everyone. Zhang Yu was only a superior-grade martial grandmaster. Compared to Lu Suifeng, he did not have much of an advantage in terms of cultivation realm. He was more experienced in combat. Indeed, it was as Xiao Qin said. After Zhang Yu went up, he immediately executed his trump card, wanting to catch Lu Suifeng off guard. Lu Suifeng was prepared for this long ago. He fought back tit for tat, not letting Zhang Yu gain any advantage. The two of them had similar cultivation realms. Neither of them had a clear advantage. In the end, it would be a battle of mental states. The one who could maintain his composure and not reveal any openings too early would be the one to obtain the final victory. After the two of them exchanged 200 moves, there was still no chance of victory. Jianghu started to feel anxious. The pressure on him was much greater than Lu Suifeng's. Lu Suifeng's moves became increasingly ferocious. His gaze was calm and his heart was as calm as still water. He withstood Jianghu's storm-like attacks and finally found an opening. He immediately executed Qingyun Peak's secret technique, Profound Wind Chop. He knocked his opponent off the arena in one fell swoop, obtaining victory. The chief examiner walked over to Jianghu. Under Jianghu's unresigned gaze, he removed the golden core disciple identity token from his waist. Next, continue. The duels continued. With Jianghu as an example, the remaining core disciples were more cautious. The duels were in a stalemate, both sides had their wins and losses. I choose him. When it was Lin Feng's turn to choose his opponent, he immediately picked Xiao Chen after he went up the arena. There were no surprises. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and landed firmly on the arena. When Xiao Chen went up the arena, the rage in Lin Feng's eyes calmed down. He gathered his aura and raised it continuously, holding it back. If I cannot defeat you within 5 moves, I will admit defeat, Lin Feng said word by word when he saw Xiao Chen's indifferent expression. Xiao Chen found it funny. He said indifferently, defeating me in 5 moves gives you a sense of accomplishment? Seeing that you have prepared so much, even dropping to the bottom 10 to fight me, I will give you this opportunity. Duel begin. The moment the referee spoke, Lin Feng's aura, which he had been suppressing, exploded out. The aura of an inferior grade martial saint surged towards Xiao Chen like a torrential flood. Torrential storm. After learning from his previous experience, Lin Feng did not give his opponent the chance to make the first move. After he suppressed his aura, he immediately executed the martial technique that he was proud of. Xiao Chen swung his saber and a 6-meter-long saber chi flew towards Xiao Chen like a torrential storm. A strong wind blew in the arena. One could faintly hear the sound of a torrential storm. Lin Feng had underestimated this person. He had already comprehended the state of wind and the state of rain in this saber strike to small perfection. The horrifying saber chi had the speed of the wind and the density of the rain. The wind and rain intertwined and the torrential rain poured down. The rain made use of the wind to become even more ferocious. The berserk saber chi did not give Xiao Chen any time to think. It arrived before him in an instant. Before the saber chi got close, the ferocious saber wind caused Xiao Chen's clothes and hair to flutter. When it landed on his face, he felt a slight pain. Dang! Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He drew the snow-white lunar shadow saber and released a surging saber light, shattering the first saber chi. Saber chi was the biggest difference between a martial saint and a martial grandmaster. A martial grandmaster could only condense saber light. However, a martial saint could condense saber light again and launch a long-distance attack. In terms of essence quality and quantity, there was not much of a difference between Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. In fact, the quality of Xiao Chen's essence might even be slightly stronger. However, there was a difference between saber light and saber chi. When his opponent condensed saber chi with 50% of his strength, Xiao Chen needed to condense 60% of his strength to block it. However, Xiao Chen's essence recovery speed was much faster than his opponent's. Thus, he did not care about the consumption of essence. He smiled gently and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Chen's figure flickered on the arena, leaving behind a series of afterimages. It was hard to tell which was the real one and which was the fake one. In the arena, strands of saber chi were shattered by Xiao Chen, scattering in all directions. Although Lin Feng knew that this move would not be able to cause any substantial damage to Xiao Chen, he did not expect that Xiao Chen would break it so easily. Swallowing wind, drinking rain. Lin Feng shouted and the torrential rain and wind suddenly stopped. The remaining saber chi returned to Lin Feng's body with a schwa sound. Xiao Chen appeared and looked at Lin Feng leaping over. He said softly, 4 more moves. Less nonsense, I will deal with you with this move. Lin Feng said ruthlessly, veins bulging on his face. The moment Lin Feng spoke, his saber had already landed on Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. The chi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. 6 drops of pure essence liquid were extracted and instantly turned into surging essence. They flowed into the meridians in his arms and into the saber. Chapter 235. The snow-white lunar shadow saber gave off a bright light, forming a resplendent saber light. Boom! The instant the sabers clashed, an intense whirlwind appeared with Ling Feng's saber as the center. The torrential storm that was swallowed by the whirlwind earlier gushed out with an even more ferocious aura. Dida! Dida! The sound of torrential rain started to resound in Xiao Chen's ears. With every drop of rain, the energy contained in Lin Feng's saber became stronger. Eventually, the sound of the rain became louder and louder. Dark clouds covered the sky and it actually started to rain heavily. The energy in Lin Feng's saber had also reached a horrifying level. Xiao Chen had some difficulty blocking the energy in the saber, and he could not help but move back. The torrential rain quickly soaked Xiao Chen's clothes and hair. Lin Feng revealed a cocky expression. "You are very honored. You are the first opponent of my torrential storm saber technique since I mastered it to great perfection. For you, I even gave up on the 90 spots. The might of this swallowing wind-drinking rain can grow infinitely. The longer you resist, the more pressure you will have to endure. In the end, your injuries will only worsen. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible." In the midst of the torrential storm, Xiao Chen slowly moved back. However, his expression did not change. When he heard Lin Feng's words, he revealed a faint smile. "Infinitely grow. Like I said, I will give you 5 moves. I will not attack you with this move. Unless it was a great perfection mysterious phenomenon, no one would dare to say that their strength could grow infinitely. Furthermore, even a great perfection mysterious phenomenon could be broken by force. To be able to draw out such a realistic mysterious phenomenon, Lin Feng's move was indeed shocking. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, it was full of openings. It would be easy for him to break it. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to do so. He placed his left hand on the saber hilt and switched to a two-handed grip. He immediately stopped moving back and shouted, "Solitary peak appreciating self." The image of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain flashed behind Xiao Chen. Clouds surrounded the peak, and it pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. Then it entered Xiao Chen's body. Bang! The instant the mountain entered Xiao Chen's body, a majestic aura spread out from within. Xiao Chen stood upright on the arena like a towering mountain. "Let the wind howl, let the rain pour down, I will not move. Who cares about your unlimited growth? I will not be afraid, I will admire myself on the lonely peak." This move was the strongest defensive move of the Lingyun saber technique. Once he used it, Lin Feng felt a huge pressure. No matter how much strength he used, he could not move Xiao Chen at all. In his eyes, it was as if his saber had really struck a majestic mountain peak, and it had no effect at all. Retreat. Lin Feng sheathed his saber and quickly retreated. The mysterious phenomenon in the sky immediately disappeared. Swallowing wind-drinking rain could indeed grow infinitely, but it also required sufficient essence to support it. Covering the entire arena with the mysterious phenomenon was already Lin Feng's limit. If he persisted for a long time, even without Xiao Chen making a move, he would automatically lose due to his essence being exhausted. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and dispersed the aura of the lonely peak. He looked at the retreating Lin Feng and said, 3 more moves. Let's see what other abilities you have." When Lin Feng saw that Xiao Chen had a card up his sleeve, he roared angrily. The qi and blood in his heart surged. He did not use any martial techniques and directly rushed over. So. Lin Feng did not use any martial techniques. Instead, his speed became even faster. A strand of saber qi flashed in front of Xiao Chen at lightning speed, making him somewhat surprised. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen's body moved back, and 2 strands of hair on his forehead were cut off. He narrowly avoided this saber strike. 2 more moves. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and retreated more than 100 meters, putting a distance between him and Lin Feng. Xiao Chen's words were like a nightmare that haunted Lin Feng, causing him to feel extremely frustrated. He was at a loss as to what to do. He was in a state of confusion and did not know how to make his move. When Wang Qinian, who was on 10,000 fathoms peak, saw Lin Feng on the arena, he revealed an extremely disappointed expression. He said to Luo Kudi, who was beside him, "Let's go, I don't want to watch anymore." Luo Kudi also secretly shook his head. He followed behind Wang Qinian and slowly left the pavilion. The result was already decided. There was indeed nothing to see. 5 moves are over. "You can go down now," Xiao Chen said softly as he dodged Lin Feng's saber qi again. Lin Feng smiled coldly, "Don't speak as if you can defeat me at any time. This is just an excuse for you to be suppressed by me." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not argue. He used the high-level technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Incantation, the Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations. On the arena, 9 illusory figures appeared. Wuxia. The 9 illusory figures moved at the same time, turning into 9 cool breezes that blew towards Lin Feng from all directions. The cool breezes were gentle, bringing with them a refreshing feeling. Not only did Lin Feng not feel any killing qi or pressure, he even felt comfortable. When he felt that something was wrong, he suddenly felt pain in the 9 acupoints on his chest. In the next moment, blood spurted out like a fountain. The 9 figures merged back together and the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard. Xiao Qin stood behind Lin Feng and said indifferently, "Sorry, I can indeed defeat you at any time, be it in the past or now." Putong. Lin Feng immediately knelt on the ground and muttered, "Clear wind chop," only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Qingyun Peak's 7 great secret techniques. Actually, I should have thought of this long ago. The referee removed Lin Feng's identity medallion and waved his hand. Immediately, someone carried Lin Feng off the arena and treated his injuries. The huge crowd did not make a sound when they saw this scene. Although they knew that Lin Feng might not be a match for Xiao Qin, they did not expect Xiao Qin to be able to toy with Lin Feng in the palm of his hand. He only used 1 saber strike to defeat the 2nd-ranked core disciple of Wanren Peak. His strength was equivalent to the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list. Thinking about how Xiao Qin was currently only a peak martial grandmaster, if he advanced to martial saint one day, he would definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list. Mu Heng stood beside Zhang Lai and said softly, "Do you still think that Yi Qin does not have the strength to fight for the top 10? Zhang Lai revealed a bitter smile. He discovered that he could not see through Yi Qin anymore. It seemed like he had an endless supply of trump cards. Previously, it was the 17th move of the Lingyun Saber technique. This time it was Qingyun Peak's secret technique. I take back what I said earlier. He does indeed have the strength to fight for the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list. However, I will personally defeat him in the true battle for points at the end of the year." Mu Heng smiled faintly and did not say anything. He felt that Zhang Lai was too naive. In this world, there were some people who would only leave you further and further behind after they surpassed you. No matter how hard you worked, you would not even be able to see their backs in the end. In Mu Heng's opinion, Xiao Qin was such a person. He was neither arrogant nor rash. He did not reveal himself. However, once he revealed himself, he would be able to shake the heavens and shock everyone. At the highest point of the pavilion, the top 10 core disciples of the Wind Cloud list each stood in their own position. Murong Chang's calm expression could not help but change slightly when he saw Xiao Qin execute the clear wind chop. He looked at Lu Riyue in the distance and muttered, "Clear wind chop. Riyue, have you not given up yet? No matter what, I will let you know that aside from me, no one can help you revitalize Qingyun Peak." After Mu Heng and Zhang Lai easily defeated their opponents, this duel finally came to an end. Including Lin Feng, 7 people had lost their qualifications to become core disciples forever. The chief examiner looked at the crowd and said, "Let's disperse first. Mu Heng, Yi Qin and Zhang Lai, the 3 of you stay behind." After the crowd dispersed, the chief examiner said, "According to the higher-ups, the 3 of you have the qualifications to participate in this mission. Don't ask me what the mission is, you will know after 3 days. What you need to do is to work hard on your cultivation within these 3 days and strive to improve further." The 3 of them exchanged glances. They could see a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. The moon hung high in the sky like a round plate, quietly emitting a tranquil light. The light scattered around every inch of Qingyun Peak. In the independent courtyard that Xiao Qin was in, Xiao Qin sat cross-legged on the bed. It is time to break through to the 4th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiao Qin thought to himself. There were still 3 days. He had to strive to improve his cultivation and cultivation technique. The qi whirlpool in his body spun very quickly. The essence flowed slowly along his meridians, following the circulation route of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy quickly gathered in Xiao Qin's body. As the spiritual energy poured in continuously, the essence in Xiao Qin's meridians slowly turned from a transparent color to a crystalline purple. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had 3 thresholds. Every 3 layers would result in a qualitative change. The first 3 layers were the foundation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Only by reaching the 4th layer could one be considered to have barely reached the next level. When one reached the 4th layer, not only would one be able to cultivate higher-ranked immortal techniques, but the Purple Thunder True Fire origin would also improve. The most important thing was that the essence in one's body would produce a trace of lightning energy. In the future, every move one made would produce a strong lightning-attributed electricity. Cultivating lightning-attributed martial techniques would also allow him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The Rushing Thunder Saber technique that lacked an opportunity might be able to advance because of this, allowing him to practice the final move of the Rushing Thunder Saber technique, the Rushing Thunder Triple Chop. Thus, breaking through from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer was more difficult than breaking through from the 3rd layer. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had made ample preparations for this. Be it the 20 auspicious signs in the underground world or the immortal grade flowing light marigold, they all made it much easier for him to break through to the fourth layer. Time slowly went by. After an hour, the purple thunder divine incantation in Xiao Chen's body finally completed a great cycle. The crystalline and crystalline purple essence slowly returned to the Qi whirlpool. Xiao Chen sank his consciousness into it and saw a tiny purple electric light at the bottom of the spiraling Qi whirlpool. Although the electric light was small, the energy it contained made Xiao Chen slightly startled. After a while, the electric light condensed into a drop of purple liquid and slowly dripped down. When I condense 361 purple electric lights, this purple thunder divine incantation should be able to reach the fourth layer, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Chapter 236. Xiao Chen sank his consciousness and cleared his mind. He continued to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation unhurriedly. The speed at which the surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy poured in also increased. Z. Xiao Chen's room was filled with electricity. Occasionally, electricity could be seen in the air, crackling as it flickered. Then it vanished into nothing. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated for another great cycle. This time, the purple electricity in the Qi whirlpool condensed into 2 drops of purple liquid. The instant the liquid fell, Xiao Chen felt that every inch of his body was filled with a boundless energy. It made his mind surge and his qi and blood surge endlessly. As time went by, the speed at which the purple thunder divine incantation circulated was no longer under Xiao Chen's control. It circulated at a frightening speed. The electricity in the Qi whirlpool crackled endlessly. Dida. The purple liquid fell quickly. Xiao Chen still managed to condense 100 drops of crystalline and translucent purple liquid. Xiao Chen's hair and skin started to glow with a purple light. This was especially so for his hair. His originally black hair was now crystalline and translucent, giving off a strange glow. The gentle moonlight shone through the window screens, giving Xiao Chen a faint yellow glow. The purple and yellow colors mixed together, forming an enchanting glow. When the purple thunder divine incantation circulated for 200 great cycles, the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire courtyard could no longer satisfy Xiao Chen's needs. The range of the spiritual energy slowly expanded. In the end, all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire Qingyun Peak surged towards Xiao Chen's room. The spiritual energy in the Lingyun mountain range was many times denser than that of the ground. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire peak was comparable to the spiritual energy in a medium-sized city on the surface. Suddenly, the surging lightning-attributed spiritual energy formed a huge whirlpool on the roof of Xiao Chen's room. This whirlpool was connected to the Qi whirlpool in his body. Every time the cyclone in Xiao Chen's dantian rotated once, a large amount of surging and powerful lightning-attributed spiritual energy would enter Xiao Chen's body. Within the whirlpool, thunder and lightning roared. From time to time, lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the entire mountaintop. The huge commotion immediately startled everyone on Qingyun Peak. The Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen guarding the library revealed grave expressions. The leader did not know what was going on and wanted to send someone to check it out. Don't be anxious. Someone's cultivation technique is advancing. There is no need to be too shocked. Lu Qing walked out of the library and stopped the people from the Divine Saber Camp. Xiao Chen looked at the huge lightning whirlpool in the distance at the bottom of the mountain. Occasionally, the horrifying lightning within the whirlpool tore through the sky, tearing apart the night sky. The grave expression on Lu Qing's face was no less than that of the Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen. He thought to himself, such a horrifying mysterious phenomenon, could it be that a heaven-ranked cultivation technique is about to advance? In Xiao Chen's independent courtyard, Lu Riyue and Lu Suifeng stood outside. Their faces were filled with astonishment as well. The two of them were less than 500 meters away from the whirlpool. They could clearly feel the horrifying might within it. The thunder was like a flood dragon roaring angrily, the lightning was like a tongue of fire spitting out. All that was left in the air was pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy. All the other attributed spiritual energy had been cleanly expelled. Everywhere was crackling lightning. Under the illumination of the electricity, it was as dazzling as a solar eclipse. Lu Suifeng squinted his eyes and said worriedly, "Sis, will Yi Qin be fine?" Chicks. Lu Riyue knocked Lu Suifeng's forehead violently. She said, "I have only seen such a phenomenon in ancient books. It is a strong cultivation technique advancing. Yi Qin has always been cautious. If he is not completely prepared, he will not advance rashly. Although Lu Ryue said that, the anxiety in her eyes did not lessen at all. It was also written in the ancient books that if a cultivator failed to advance, their cultivation technique would flow in reverse. Their meridians would break and they would die. Suddenly, the whirlpool in the sky turned into countless tiny bolts of lightning. They entered Xiao Chen's room. Immediately, the mysterious phenomenon in the sky disappeared, and everything became calm. Boom. After a moment of silence, a huge force exploded in Xiao Chen's room. The room suddenly collapsed, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Xiao Chen's figure leaped out from the cloud of dust. A purple light flashed in his eyes, disappearing in an instant. It was like two beams of purple light suddenly disappearing in the dark night. It was as resplendent as a pillar, soul-stirring. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Chen. He discovered that he could no longer see through Xiao Chen. In the past he could still guess his cultivation realm. Now he only had one feeling, unfathomable. Xiao Chen had noticed the two of them long ago. He smiled faintly and pushed off the ground with his feet, landing beside the two of them. He left behind a purple afterimage in the air. After a long time, it slowly thinned until it disappeared. The anxiety in Lu Ryue's eyes vanished. Her pretty face revealed a joyful expression. Congratulations on crossing the first great hurdle of a cultivator and successfully advancing to Martial Saint. This was not the first time that Xiao Chen advanced his Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and Cultivation Realm at the same time. It was the same when he advanced to Martial Grand Master. Thus, he did not find it strange, he just treated it as a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen smiled. This is all thanks to the dense spiritual energy in Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, I would have needed at least a month to advance. These words were not exaggerated at all. The spirit vein's origin under the Lingyun mountain range could very well be the core spirit vein's origin of the entire Shihe province. If Xiao Chen advanced at some other place, the overly thin spiritual energy would not allow him to advance so smoothly. When Lu Ryue saw Xiao Chen being so humble, her impression of him improved greatly. She smiled and said, I shall not disturb you any more. Your cultivation technique and cultivation realm have both advanced. You should now carefully comprehend them. If there is anything you do not understand, you can come and ask me. I will find someone to fix this room tomorrow. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Chen. He felt somewhat bitter in his heart. When Xiao Chen first came to Qingyun Peak, he was only an inferior grade martial grand master. His cultivation was not even as high as his. However, in less than half a year, Xiao Chen had crossed 2 hurdles in one go. Then he crossed the first great hurdle in front of cultivators and entered the Martial Saint realm. With such talent, he could be ranked in the top 10 among the young disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Suifeng thought about himself. A year ago he was already a peak martial grand master. However, he could not touch the door to Martial Saint. It was only after he consumed the flowing light flower that he managed to comprehend it. However, Lu Suifeng had a calm temperament. The fact that Xiao Chen was able to advance to Martial Saint only gave him some pressure. He smiled gently and said, Do you admit it or not? Now I can no longer catch up to you. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. Lu Suifeng's talent was not low. Unfortunately, his temperament was not resolute enough. If he could get rid of these distracting thoughts, his cultivation would improve significantly. After the two of them left, Xiao Chen started to inspect the condition of his body. He sank his consciousness into it. The formless qi whirlpool in his dantian had turned completely purple. With a thought, a strand of purple essence immediately came out from the purple qi whirlpool. It flowed through his meridians and entered Xiao Chen's right hand. Shwa! Without any obstruction, the purple energy left Xiao Chen's body and formed a small saber qi in the air as it flew forward. A small tree about 10 meters in front of Xiao Chen was easily chopped in half at the waist. There were traces of electricity leaping around the gap in the small tree, lingering for a long time. Xiao Chen revealed a complicated expression. He said, The essence in my body has already turned into pure lightning-attributed essence. In the future, if I were to learn lightning-attributed martial techniques, I would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, if the attribute was too pure, there would be some obstruction to the comprehension of other martial techniques. For example, the Lingyun Saber technique that Xiao Chen was currently researching. The Lingyun Saber technique did not have any requirements on the attribute. However, in terms of states, it was the state of mountains and the state of clouds. If Xiao Chen wanted to comprehend it further, he would have to overcome the instinctive state of thunder in his body. It would be much more difficult for him to comprehend it compared to others. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and said, Never mind, let's not care about this for now. I should take a look at the progress of the purple thunder true fire first. With a thought, a fierce flame started burning in his right eye. Xiaoqin shouted, "Withdraw." The purple flame immediately gushed out like a waterfall. Xiaoqin opened his right hand and a ball-sized flame immediately floated in his hand. In the center of the flame, there was a strand of dazzling electricity leaping around. It gave the purple flame a strange hue. The dazzling electricity was the origin flame of the purple thunder true fire. The purple thunder divine incantation had advanced to the 4th layer. Xiaoqin could finally successfully draw out the origin flame. In the Jianghu continent, flames were also divided into different attributes. There was the extreme cold flame, which could instantly freeze the target into a pillar of ice, shattering it into countless ice shards. There was also the nurturing flame, which could treat injuries and expel the cold. It nourished the body and had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. There was also the ghost flame, which had a corrosive effect. No matter how strong the opponent's defense was, it could easily corrode them. There was also the incomparably tyrannical dragon flame, which was indestructible and unblockable. There were all sorts of flames and it was not as simple as burning. As for Xiaoqian's purple thunder true fire, it was a lightning-attributed flame. Its origin flame was a strand of lightning soul. The flame contained boundless electricity. "Shoot!" Xiaoqin shouted, and the purple flame in his hand transformed into a sharp arrow, shooting into the pitch-black night sky. The purple arrow had a long, flaming tail behind it. It cut the night sky in half like a piece of black cloth. In an instant, it flew for more than a kilometer. Its speed surpassed the speed of sound. It was unknown how far it flew. In the night sky, only a spot of light could be seen moving continuously like a meteor. After a long time, the distant night sky suddenly gave off a resplendent light. It illuminated the night sky like it was daytime. However, countless bolts of electricity tore the sky apart. Hualala. The instant the arrow exploded, Xiaoqin clearly felt the essence in his body drain away like water. Xiaoqin looked at the sky at the direction the purple arrow flew in. He was somewhat astonished as he said, "What a fast speed! With such a sudden attack, no one would be able to block it." However, this was not the time to be concerned about this. Xiaoqin leaped up gently and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His figure instantly disappeared from the courtyard, heading for a desolate forest in the back mountains of Qingyun Peak. Xiaoqin scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After he verified that there was no one around, Xiaoqin took out the broken sword he obtained in the ancient remnant from the universe ring. Chapter 237. This broken sword was the same as the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. Aside from its sharpness, there was nothing special about it. However, when it was placed next to the lunar shadow saber, there would be an intense reaction. They were attracted to each other. Xiaoqin had wanted to burn it for a long time. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the purple thunder true fire that could burn the Thunderwood sword could not do anything to this broken sword. Coincidentally, the purple thunder true fire's grade had increased again. Xiaoqin was prepared to give it another try. He wanted to see what reaction there would be after he burned it. Summoning the purple thunder true fire, Xiaoqin gently placed the broken sword in his hand in the middle of the flames. His spiritual sense wrapped around the broken sword as it floated steadily in the middle of the flames. Wuxia. The moment the flames touched the broken sword, it immediately gave off a dazzling electric light, crackling non-stop. Black smoke came out from the surface of the broken sword. The entire broken sword changed its appearance. The dust on its surface was removed, and it gave off a bright light once again. The lunar shadow saber in Xiaoqian's left hand could not help but tremble. The trembling became stronger and stronger. In the end, Xiaoqian almost could not hold it anymore. Could this broken sword really contain a portion of the Battle Sage origin? Xiaoqian thought to himself. The Battle Sage origin was the strongest offensive qi in the world. Because it was too strong, it was split into 6 portions. Each portion was embedded in a subdivine weapon. Back then, the Thunder King spent the latter half of his life searching for the remaining 5 portions of the Battle Sage origin. No one knew how many portions he found and what the final result was. No one knew who was it that injured the Thunder King and broke the Thunderwood sword in his hand, forcing him to seal the broken sword in the Moonlight Stone for 1,000 years. Later generations did not know. Back then, the Thunder King was a peerless genius. With the Thunderwood sword in his hand, he was unrivaled in the entire Great Qin nation. He was a peak expert in the entire Jianghu continent. There were not many people who could force him to use his full strength. Who could force him to a dead end. Aside from Ao Jiao, no one knew the answer. However, Ao Jiao did not answer this question. She had been avoiding the topic, not telling Xiaoqin the answer. Clearly, she was extremely wary of the matter of 1,000 years ago. Xiaoqin had a guess about this. The Thunder King might have already found the other 5 subdivine weapons containing the Battle Sage origin. However, just as he was about to fuse the divine weapons, he was severely injured by someone. His 5 subdivine weapons were separated, and the Thunderwood sword in his hand was chopped into 2. Why was he so afraid of the Thunderwood sword that was about to become a divine weapon? The answer was obvious. It had to be the owner of a divine weapons master. From the day the divine weapons were born, there were only 10 divine weapons in the world. It was as if even the heavens were afraid of the divine weapons. King from the sage, the thunder dragon, sword from the wood, from dragon. From sword. Wood from wood. The owner of a divine weapon was afraid that his divine weapon would fall. Hence he chose to make a move early. He used the might of the divine weapon to defeat the Thunder King, Sang Mu. Xiaoqin's guess was very reasonable. However, he did not have any evidence. Hence, Xiaoqin did not dare to be too sure that the events of the past were as he expected. The purple thunder true fire that released its origin energy was several times hotter than before. It reached a horrifying temperature of more than 5,000 degrees Celsius. Under Xiaoqin's fervent gaze, that broken sword slowly melted. It turned into liquid and slowly dripped down. Wuxia. The instant the liquid fell, it floated to the lunar shadow saber scabbard in Xiaoqin's left hand. It seemed like it had a life of its own as it flowed towards the gap between the scabbard and the hilt. It wanted to enter the scabbard and merge with the saber. Pooh! The simple and unadorned scabbard gave off a horrifying force, knocking away all the liquid flying over. Xiaoqin sent out a strand of his spiritual sense and gathered all the molten metal in the air. He frowned, not understanding what was going on. What is going on? When that broken sword completely melted, all the molten metal gathered together and moved around continuously. It was like jelly on earth. It was very strange. Who? Suddenly, a black figure flew out from the gathered molten metal, heading for Xiaoqin's face. Xiaoqin was prepared for this long ago. He instantly used his spiritual sense to form a thick wall in front of him. It was impregnable. When the figure crashed into it, it bounced back. Ew. No. The figure let out a pained cry. Xiaoqin finally saw what it looked like. It looked exactly like a human, there was no difference at all. However, it was clearly much weaker. It gave off an extremely sinister aura, making others feel disgusted. So, it is the item spirit of the subdivine weapon. Because the broken sword did not receive proper maintenance, it has turned into an evil spirit. Now that Xiaoqin knew what it was, he was no longer surprised. No wonder the scabbard was disgusted by these things and merged with the lunar shadow saber. So, this was the reason. After the item spirit turned into an evil spirit, it would lose its consciousness. It would become a monster that only knew how to kill. If it was merged into a spirit weapon, it would turn the spirit weapon into an evil weapon, bringing disaster to the world. In the Jianghu continent, there were many evil cultivators who collected these evil spirits to refine evil weapons and use them to increase their strength. If this evil spirit, which was once the item spirit of a subdivine weapon, completely occupied the lunar shadow saber, it would immediately turn into an extremely evil weapon. Even Xiaoqin would be affected. However, this evil spirit had been tempered by the purple thunder true fire, so its strength was significantly weaker. It could not pierce through the wall that Xiaoqin laid down. Instead, it even injured itself. The evil spirit seemed to know how powerful Xiaoqin was. It roared and immediately flew into the distance, trying to escape this place. Trying to run? Can you run? Purple thunder true fire. Shoot. When Xiaoqin saw that the evil spirit was trying to escape, he smiled faintly. The purple thunder true fire turned into a sharp arrow and shot out with a long flaming tail. It was like a resplendent bolt of lightning. It surpassed the speed of sound and instantly caught up to the black evil spirit, piercing through it. Boom! The purple flame exploded. The might of the origin energy was completely unleashed. The brilliant electric light lit up the forest like it was daytime. The black evil spirit cried out in grief and turned into nothing, completely disappearing from this world. When Xiaoqin felt his essence flowing out like water, he sighed and said, "I only used it twice and my essence is already mostly depleted. Looks like this move can only be used as a trump card." After the evil spirit died, the broken sword turned into molten metal and flew back to the lunar shadow saber. This time the strange scabbard did not stop it. It released the lunar shadow saber that wanted to escape. The snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber trembled in the air. It was like the molten metal had melted into his skin. There were no ripples as it completely seeped in. When the last drop of molten metal completely seeped in, the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber became even more dazzling. Xiao Qin stretched his hand out and grasped the lunar shadow saber. He immediately felt the energy in the saber become stronger. The lunar shadow saber advanced from inferior grade earth ranked to medial grade earth ranked. Unfortunately, he did not see the so-called battle sage origins. Xiao Qin was slightly disappointed. Since there is no battle sage origins, why did Ao Jiao tell me to refine this broken sword in such a hurry? If there was a problem that he could not figure out, he would put it aside for now. This was Xiao Qian's usual way of doing things. He would not waste time on it. When the time came, he would straighten things out. It was already very late. After advancing to Martial Saint, he had improved in other areas. It was not convenient for Xiao Qin to check them one by one. There were still 3 days. It was sufficient for him to stabilize his cultivation. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Xiao Qin stabilized his cultivation. If there was anything he did not understand, he would ask Lu Ryue for guidance. Lu Ryue had been a martial saint for much longer than Xiao Qin. Hence, she had a lot of experience in this area. She imparted it to Xiao Qin without holding anything back. For example, the speed at which saber chi could be condensed faster. How to use the least amount of essence to maximize the lethality. Xiao Qin's comprehension ability was high in the first place. After consuming the flowing light flower, his comprehension ability became even higher. He was able to understand Lu Ryue's explanation after hearing it once. He could even deduce many things from one example. Xiao Qin had benefited greatly in many aspects. His strength had increased significantly. It was night. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of kilometers. He could clearly see the countless stars dotting the night sky. With one glance, the night scene was extraordinarily beautiful. Tomorrow was the day the missions would be issued. Xiao Qin did not intend to cultivate tonight. He intended to have a good sleep to replenish his mental energy. For cultivators, the effects of meditating was comparable to sleeping. Hence, many cultivators would use cultivation to replace sleep. Doing so would not affect their mental energy. However, they would not be able to relax their minds. After all, when cultivating, the mind would still be awake. If there was even the slightest movement, one would be able to feel it immediately. Hence, only by sleeping could one truly relax their entire body. This would allow the cultivator's mental energy to recover to its peak state. Lying on the bed, Xiao Qin closed his eyes and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. After 10 minutes, his breathing stabilized. His chest rose and fell as he breathed, and he slowly entered dreamland. In a daze, Xiao Qin did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly he opened his eyes. However, what he saw was not the room he was familiar with. Clouds surrounded him, and the sun shone brightly above him. When he looked around, many people and houses appeared before him like ants. This was one of the peaks of the Lingyun mountain range. Is this in my dream? Xiao Qin thought hazily. This was because time and space did not match his perception. The most important thing was that he could not get rid of that haziness. When Xiao Qin turned his head back, he saw the previous peak master of Qingyun Peak, Lu Ryue's father, Lu Tianyu, sitting cross-legged on a rock. Lu Tianyu's weathered, wrinkled face was calm as he looked at Xiao Qin quietly. You do not seem to find this strange. Xiao Qin had already guessed that this person had invaded his dream. He did not find it strange. After all, there was someone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with such strong mental energy that could easily break through his defenses. Aside from him, Xiao Qin could not think of anyone else. He said indifferently, "There is nothing strange about it. It is just that I am not used to people invading my dreams for no reason. Sorry." Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed. The entire space was like glass shattering. Chapter 238. At the summit of Qingyun Peak, Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on a rock. His expression was unfathomable as he muttered, "This brat's mental energy is actually so strong. If I do not use the divine weapon, I will not be able to stop him." Under the night sky, Xiao Qin's figure flickered continuously as he quickly leaped towards the summit of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Qin paused for a while on the precipice and used the gravity spell to climb up. When Xiao Qin landed on the summit again, it was exactly the same as in his dream. He looked at the old man on the rock and said, "The next time you look for me, I hope you do not intrude into my dreams." In the depths of everyone's dreams there were secrets. If this secret was discovered by others, it could be used by the opponent to attack the weakness of one's state of mind in battle. Although it was extremely difficult to enter the depths of a dream, especially for a cultivator with strong mental energy like Xiao Qin, it was even more difficult to enter. Furthermore, Lu Tianyu did not do so. However, Xiao Qin felt that it was dangerous and felt somewhat displeased. Lu Tianyu smiled faintly and did not answer Xiao Qin's question directly. Do you remember what you promised me? Xiao Qin nodded and said, I remember. As long as it is within my capabilities and does not go against my heart, I can do it. Do you know what mission you will be going on tomorrow? Lu Tianyu looked at Xiao Qin and asked, have you ever thought about why there is a limit on the number and age and the Saber Emperor convening order? Naturally, Xiao Qin had thought about this before. However, the higher-ups did not want to talk about it. The clues were limited, so there was no way for him to figure it out. He just had to face it calmly. Xiao Qin did not think too much about this. Now that Lu Tianyu asked this, could it be that the mission he arranged for Xiao Qin had something to do with this mission? Thinking of this, Xiao Qin could not help but ask, could the mission you arranged for me be related to this mission? That's right. I won't beat around the bush. Since it's already the last day, there's no need to keep it a secret. Lu Tianyu paused for a moment as his expression turned serious. You should have heard about the demonic calamity 20 years ago, right? What you heard was only the tip of the iceberg. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's losses in that calamity were far greater than what the rumors said. An inferior grade martial sage, 10 martial monarchs, and countless martial kings. The biggest loss is that the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, who had the highest chance of advancing to Emperor Wu, died. When Xiao Qin heard this, he could not help but be startled. 1 martial sage, 10 martial monarchs, and countless martial kings had died. Such a strong force was sufficient to sweep through the entire Great Qin nation. How horrifying was this force to be able to annihilate all these people? When Lu Tianyu saw the astonished expression on Xiao Qin's face, he continued, the strength of the demons in the deep abyss demonic world is much more terrifying than you imagine. The boundless deep abyss demonic world has a total of 18 realms. Each realm is a world of its own. Even the smallest realm, the first realm, is several times larger than the entire Jianghu continent. Each realm is ruled by a realm master. As for how strong this realm master is, it is impossible to measure it based on the strength of the Jianghu continent. Back then, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only encountered one of the 18 demon generals under the first realm master. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did their best, but they could not kill this demon general. They could only seal it temporarily. Lu Tianyu spoke tirelessly, telling Xiao Qin about the secret history of the past. His words were somewhat vague, but Xiao Qin could already imagine what kind of horrifying power it was. If Emperor Wu did not appear, even a demon general under the first realm master would not be able to do anything to him. Xiao Qin raised his head and asked, are you saying that our mission this time has something to do with the deep abyss demonic world? Lu Tianyu nodded and said, that's right. 20 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only temporarily sealed that spatial crack. Until now it has not been mended. Until now it has not been mended. Xiao Qin felt suspicious and asked, didn't the people of the 3 holy masters send someone to mend it every 20 years? Could it be that they have not come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for 40 years already? Lu Tianyu nodded and said, it is as you said, the 3 holy masters have not come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for 40 years already. What? Isn't sealing the spatial crack the responsibility of the 3 holy masters? Xiao Qin asked, feeling confused. Responsibility? Lu Tianyu smiled self-mockingly, you are too naive. Do you think there are such noble people in this world? Do you think they would help others out of goodwill without asking for anything in return? In the eyes of the 3 holy masters, an insignificant Heavenly Saber Pavilion is nothing. They are the true rulers of this continent. Things have to be prioritized. Even if they want to deal with it, they have to start with the bigger picture. What you think is extremely urgent might not be much in their eyes. Naturally, they have to deal with the more important things first. In the past, the reason why the 3 holy masters would send someone over every 20 years was because there was an absolute genius in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He was able to enter the realm of Emperor Wu before the age of 50. Now that this genius is dead, they might have forgotten that there is a Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the Great Qin nation. Xiao Qin frowned heavily and entered deep thought. He had not expected such a simple matter to have so many dark sides to it that no one knew about. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Qin said, based on what you said, how can I, an insignificant martial saint, do something that even martial sages and martial monarchs are unable to do? Martial sages and martial monarchs are indeed unable to do it. However, you forgot your other identity, the inheritor of the Thunder King. Lu Tianyu looked at Xiao Qin and said sullenly, 1,000 years ago, the seal was originally complete. If not for the Thunder King making a move, the seal would not have been broken. 1,000 years later, you have the responsibility, the ability, and the obligation to deal with the mess that the Thunder King left behind. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He said coldly, "You don't have to keep using the name of the Thunder King to pressure me. Although I am the inheritor of the Thunder King, I am not him. I hope you understand this clearly. I am helping you out of my own will. If it is beyond my capabilities, I will choose another method to return it to you. Your decision is clearly beyond my capabilities. Sorry, I cannot accept it. Goodbye." Even a martial sage could not deal with it. How could he deal with it if he went? Lu Tianyu was clearly using his identity as the inheritor of the Thunder King to threaten him to his death. Do you really think that I gave that scabbard to you casually? Or do you think that the pure lightning-attributed essence in your body without any impurities is just a coincidence? Do you really know why you came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Just as Xiao Chen was about to jump off the cliff, Lu Tianyu's voice came from behind him unhurriedly. Xiao Chen could not help but stop. He turned around and looked at Lu Tianyu. He asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Tianyu did not answer Xiao Chen's question directly. He waved his hand and a strong suction pulled the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand over. Huang Dang. A snow-white saber light flashed in the dark night. Suddenly, it shone on Xiao Chen's face, making him feel uncomfortable. Lu Tianyu looked at the snow-white lunar shadow saber and muttered, "This is a pretty good saber. After merging with the second broken sword, its might is much stronger than the last time I saw it. Unfortunately, the owner of the saber does not know how to use it." Right after Lu Tianyu spoke, he tossed the saber in his hand into the dark sky. The saber suddenly released a boundless lightning. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The dazzling electric light tore through the sky, leaving a space that was even darker than the night sky. Finally, the electric light condensed and the saber's light was withdrawn. Everywhere it passed, the night sky was split in half like a piece of black cloth, falling to the sides. Xiao Chen stared dumbfoundedly at all this. This saber could even split the sky. Kasie. Lu Tianyu held the scabbard and waved his hand at the sky. The lunar shadow saber drew an arc in the air and returned to the scabbard with a schwa sound. After a long time, the two halves of the night sky slowly merged back together. Lu Tianyu tossed the lunar shadow saber back to Xiao Chen and said, "You can also use this kind of power. However, there is only one chance. Remember, there is only one chance." Ignoring Xiao Chen's astonished expression, Lu Tianyu continued, "What I am asking you to do is naturally within your capabilities. You don't have to worry about this. Actually, if you think about it carefully, you should be able to understand the reasoning behind this. Why don't the strong elders go? Why only the young disciples can enter? Furthermore, there is a limit to the number of people. This is because once one's bone age exceeds 24, they will not be able to enter that space. What you will be facing is not the true demons, but just the projection of these demons." Xiao Chen received the lunar shadow saber and his expression returned to normal. He said indifferently, "Cut to the chase. What do you need me to do? How can I swing that saber earlier?" That saber earlier had given Xiao Chen a huge shock. He had never expected the lunar shadow saber to be able to display such a strong force. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with questions. Back then, when he was in the miniature ancient absolute saber formation, he already had this feeling. The true strength of the lunar shadow saber was not as simple as what he had seen. Lu Tianyu smiled and said, "What you need to do is very simple. You just have to kill the projection of the 18 demon generals at the crucial moment. When you open your eyes, you will know how to execute this saber. In the end, this mission is still very dangerous. After you complete it, I will tell you where the third broken sword is. What does it mean when I open my eyes?" Right after Lu Tianyu spoke, his figure slowly turned blurry in front of Xiao Chen. After a while, this space started to shatter and eventually turned into nothingness. Oh. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and sat up on the bed. He looked at his surroundings. It was the room he slept in. He looked out the window and saw that the sky had just brightened. It was still blurry. Getting up, Xiao Chen tossed aside the blanket and quickly walked out of the courtyard. He looked at his familiar surroundings. Cold sweat poured down his back as he looked at the mountain peak in the distance. He muttered, "So, I did not break it at all. That dream was really a joke." After a long time, Xiao Chen recovered his wits. He drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. The snow-white saber gave off a bright light. It was incredibly sharp. Chapter 239. The instant the saber was drawn, Xiao Chen immediately felt an extremely complicated formation appear within the lunar shadow saber. The formation lines were densely packed like a spider web. There was a resplendent light at the center of the formation. It looked like it would explode at any moment. Xiao Qin immediately understood what Lu Tianyu meant. As long as he opened his eyes, he would know how to execute that move. The secret was in the center of the formation. As long as he detonated the light, he would be able to execute that move. Xiao Qin tested it out. He extended his spiritual sense into the formation and gently touched that light. A horrifying energy immediately rushed into the center of the formation and spread out in all directions. The spiderweb-like formation lines started to light up. Xiao Qin was startled and quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. The energy of the formation lines immediately receded like a receding tide. So, this is how it is used. Just using my spiritual sense is like igniting a spark of dynamite. It will explode with just a spark. Xiao Qin sheathed the lunar shadow saber. The strange formation in the saber immediately cut off the connection with his spiritual sense. Xiao Qin looked at the scabbard and shook his head. I should change to a new scabbard in the future. When the sky was bright, Lu Riyue arrived at Xiao Qian's courtyard. She looked for him and explained the reason for her visit. Xiao Qian was somewhat astonished as he said, Elder Sister Riyue, you are going to participate in this mission as well? Lu Riyue smiled and said, the rules of this mission state that all the experts of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion below the age of 24 must participate. I happen to be at the tail end. I'm getting old. This mission is for youths like you, 18 or 19 years old. Xiao Qin rubbed his nose and said, Elder Sister Riyue, actually, you still look like a 17 or 18-year-old. Furthermore, you have a certain temperament that those little girls do not have. Lu Riyue blushed slightly and looked at Xiao Qin in surprise. She said, this is really surprising. I don't think I have ever seen you praise a girl before. You seem to spend all your time on Qingyun Peak cultivating. Normally, you do not even speak a few words. Cultivation is all about relaxation and speed. Don't let yourself get too engrossed in it, or you'll develop inner demons in the future. Xiao Qin paused for a moment. He had always been introverted. In his original world, he was not good at conversing. After coming to this cruel world, his personality became even more obvious. Not saying anything unnecessary, not doing anything unnecessary. This had always been Xiao Qian's basic principle. Today, for the first time, he opened his mouth and praised Lu Riyue's appearance so boldly. Even he was surprised. Not wanting to dwell on this topic for too long, Xiao Qin changed the topic. Elder Sister Riyue, what are the details of this mission? Have you received the news yet? Lu Riyue shook her head and said, I am not sure either. I only know that the person in charge of this operation is Lu Qin, the Lu Qin you met in the returning cloud hall. Lu Qin. Xiao Qin had a deep impression of this person. Is he only 24 years old? Don't tell me he's stronger than you, Sister Yu. Since he was the person in charge, his cultivation would definitely be the highest. Lu Riyue's cultivation was already horrifying enough. Could it be that Lu Qin was even more horrifying than her? Lu Riyue nodded and said, his cultivation is about the same as mine. However, the martial technique he cultivates is rather special. So, his combat prowess is slightly stronger than mine. However, he is 1 year younger than me. Xiao Qin felt ashamed in his heart. He is only 23 years old, and his cultivation is already very close to becoming a martial king. Originally, he thought that aside from Lu Riyue, there was no other genius like him in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It looked like it was as the Hall of Contributions said. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, geniuses were the most worthless thing. When Lu Riyue saw that Xiao Qin was somewhat dispirited, she consoled him, don't be too discouraged. Lu Qin is being nurtured as the next leader of the Divine Saber Camp. It can be said that he has the best conditions in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Medicinal pills, spirit stones, secret manuals, and there are even death-sworn soldiers specially trained in killing qi. These are far from what you can compare to. Xiao Qin had long understood the terror of the Divine Saber Camp. It could be said that they were the true elites of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the final protectors. It made sense that their future leader could have such a powerful cultivation base. A green bird circled in the sky as it flew down. Lu Riyue called Xiao Qin over and jumped onto it. They flew towards the heaven viewing platform. Lu Riyue's piloting skills were many times better than Lu Suifeng's. They only spent a quarter of the time before arriving at the drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The people on the drill grounds had not all arrived yet. There was no one in the spectator stands. It seemed very empty. Not long after the two of them landed, an elder led Lu Riyue away. Xiao Qin looked at Lu Riyue's departing figure and thought to himself, it seems like Lu Riyue knows some insider information. Yichen, how long have you been here? Not long after Lu Riyue left, two familiar people walked over to Xiao Chen. They were Mu Heng and Zhang Lai, who had collapsed a long time ago. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised when the two of them walked together. I have not been here for long. What did you find out about this mission? It is useless. Lu Tianyu and Xiao Chen had revealed too little information. Xiao Chen was not very confident. These two people's identities were not simple. They should have some insider information. Mu Heng's expression was somewhat grave as he said, "My father did not reveal much to me. He only used 4 words to describe this mission. 90% chance of survival." There was no useful information. Xiao Chen was somewhat disappointed. He did not know as much as he did. Since there is a 90% chance of survival, why would your father dare to send you out? When Mu Heng heard this, he took out a talisman and said, "This is a divine flame talisman. It can instantly teleport. Zhang Lai has one as well." Xiao Chen had heard of the divine flame talisman before. It was extremely expensive. It was in short supply in the Great Jin Nation where it originated from. Once it appeared in the Great Jin Nation, it would be gone. He did not expect the two of them to have one. With the divine flame talisman, they could save their lives at a crucial moment. No wonder they dared to risk their lives. They had already prepared a path of retreat. Mu Heng continued, "From the news I received, there is a limited number of divine flame talismans. Aside from the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Elders Assembly did not give out any divine flame talismans." Xiao Chen could understand this. It was the survival of the fittest. Outstanding people had superior conditions. It was the same everywhere. With Lu Tianyu's position, he should be able to obtain a divine flame talisman. However, it was not hard to guess why he did not give it to Xiao Chen. Zhang Lai, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Yi Chen, you broke through to Martial Saint?" Xiao Chen nodded and smiled gently, "Aren't you the same?" When Zhang Lai heard this, he smiled bitterly, "I originally thought that after I became a Martial Saint, I would be able to surpass you. Who knew that you would become a Martial Saint as well?" The people on the drill grounds arrived one after another. The moment the top 10 people on the Wind Cloud list landed, they were immediately taken away by the Elders' Assembly. It was probably to give them the divine flame talisman. The three of them chatted for a long time, exchanging their experiences and comprehensions of martial techniques. The three of them had pretty good talent. They all had their own unique understanding of saber techniques. After chatting for a long time, the three of them felt that they had gained a lot. Some of the questions that they could not figure out were answered. This was especially so for Xiao Chen and Zhang Lai. The two of them had practiced the Lingyun saber technique to great perfection. However, their methods were different. After exchanging their experiences, they gained some comprehensions. "Yi Chen, come over for a while. I have something to talk to you about." Lu Riyue's melodious voice came from the front. Xiao Chen said goodbye to the two of them and quickly walked over. Lu Riyue's expression was exceptionally grave. She brought Xiao Chen to a place where there was no one around. She took out a divine flame talisman and said, "This is a divine flame talisman. At a crucial moment it can save your life. Take it." Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lu Riyue to give her divine flame talisman to him. However, since Lu Tianyu did not give him a divine flame talisman, he probably had his own plans. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen did not take it. He said, "You should only have one divine flame talisman. You should keep it and use it. It should be more than enough for me to use my movement technique to escape." Lu Riyue frowned slightly and said somewhat angrily, "Are you saying that your movement technique is better than mine? Now that your strength has improved, you look down on me, your master?" Xiao Chen was caught off guard. He quickly explained, "No, that is not what I meant. I mean, don't say no. I told you to take it, so take it. If you don't take it, I will really get angry." Lu Riyue seemed to be really angry. Xiao Chen felt helpless. He could only take the divine flame talisman that Lu Riyue handed to him. He said, "Thank you, elder sister Riyue." Seeing Xiao Chen take the divine flame talisman, Lu Riyue's expression immediately turned warm. She said, "That's right. I will not be able to accompany you on this mission. I just received news that there are a total of 100 people participating in this mission. You will be split into 10 groups. Each group will have 10 people. The top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list will lead the group. This mission is very dangerous. Be careful." After Lu Riyue spoke, she left Xiao Chen in a hurry. She seemed to be in a rush. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "It looks like Lu Riyue already knows the details of this mission. Since she is in such a hurry, this mission should be much more dangerous than I thought." When Xiao Qin returned to the drill grounds, Mu Heng and Zhang Lai immediately waved at Xiao Qin, indicating for him to come over. Xiao Qin nodded and quickly walked over. The 100 people participating in the mission had already arrived on the drill grounds. The people from the Elders' Assembly were discussing something anxiously on the tall platform in front. Suddenly Zhang Lai asked in a soft voice, "Yi Qin, did your master reveal anything to you? I saw her standing in the elders' seats. She should know something." When Mu Heng heard this, he looked at Xiao Qin curiously. Xiao Qin shook his head. "She did not say anything. She only gave me a divine flame talisman. Anyway, we are about to depart. The answer will be revealed soon." Mu Heng nodded. "That's true. If we continue to let our imaginations run wild, we will not be able to guess the answer. We might as well wait patiently." After waiting for a long time, there was still no news. The people present started to get impatient. All sorts of discussions gathered together. It was very chaotic. Xiao Qin cocked his head and listened for a while. They were all guesses about this mission. What surprised him was that many people had already guessed the general direction. The discussion on the tall platform finally stopped. When the first elder of the main hall's elders' assembly, Jianghu, heard the noise below, he frowned slightly. Silence. Chapter 240. The moment Jianghu spoke, it was just two simple words. However, there was a sense of majesty lingering in everyone's ears. No one dared to show any signs of disobedience. Xiao Qin thought to himself. Jianghu used his mental energy when he spoke. His spiritual sense was extraordinary. He could clearly feel that Jianghu had combined his vast mental energy with the word silence. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. If there was a chance, I should give it a try. Jianghu's two simple words caused Xiao Qin to comprehend something. Jianghu was very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd. After muttering to himself for a while, he said, "The mission this time is about to begin. I believe you all have already guessed the importance of this mission. There are not many missions that can make the Heavenly Saber Pavilion use the Saber Emperor convening order. This mission concerns the life and death of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I hope you all will do your best. After the mission is completed, everyone will receive 100 medial grade spirit stones. You can choose a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique, a peak earth-ranked spirit weapon or battle armor." After Jianghu spoke, the crowd was flabbergasted. They did not expect the rewards of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be so bountiful. 100 medial grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to exchange medial grade spirit stones for inferior grade spirit stones. This was just an example. 4 cultivators who had advanced to Martial Saint, inferior grade spirit stones could no longer satisfy their needs. They would use up an inferior grade spirit stone in a day. Furthermore, the effects would not be as good as before. When one advanced to medial grade Martial Saint, the effects of inferior grade spirit stones would be even weaker. When one advanced to superior grade Martial Saint, inferior grade spirit stones could only be used to recover spiritual energy. They would no longer be of any help to cultivation. This was because the density of essence in inferior grade spirit stones was already too thin. At this moment, only medial grade spirit stones would have an effect on his cultivation. If these 100 people all came out successfully, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would have to fork out 10,000 medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Qin guessed that this would be at least a fifth of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's reserves. After all, the spirit veins in the entire Great Qing nation were not of high grades. It was too difficult to obtain medial grade spirit stones. Zhang Lai, who was at the side, exclaimed, "How extravagant! My Zhang clan has been in Yunyang City for hundreds of years and we have only obtained a few dozen medial grade spirit stones. We are still reluctant to use them." Xiao Qin frowned. He was thinking even further. The reward of a mission was usually linked to the difficulty of the mission. The higher the reward, the more difficult the mission would be. Jianghu pointed to Lu Qin and Lu Riyue who were standing beside him. He continued, "Lu Qin and Lu Riyue will be in charge of this operation. Later you will be split into 10 teams. The team leaders are the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list. If you have any questions, you can ask the team leaders directly. The mission leaders have absolute authority in the missions. No of shao of. No. None of you all to you he give. Of. Shao of yun of. But he said Qin of shao was. Of yun was. Long of shao of yun of. Mu Heng, Zhang Lai and Xiao Qin were assigned to the same team. Aside from them, there were 6 other unknown core disciples. The team leader was the only female disciple in the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list, Yin Kursen. Yun Kursen looked at everyone and swept her gaze across the faces of the 9 people. She said, "State your name, cultivation realm, what you are good at, and the attribute of your martial spirit. You will go first." She pointed in the direction of Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin thought for a while and said, "Qingyun Peaks Yi Qin, inferior grade martial saint. I am good at movement techniques and Lingyun saber technique. The attribute of my martial spirit is lightning." When Yun Kursen heard Xiao Qin say that his attribute was lightning, a strange look flashed in Yun Kursen's calm eyes. Her gaze lingered on Xiao Qin's face for a while longer. After that, everyone continued. Beichen Peaks Mu Heng, peak inferior grade martial grandmaster. I am good at defense. The attribute of my martial spirit is wood. Tianyue Peaks Zhang Lai, inferior grade martial saint. I'm not good at anything. The attribute of my martial spirit is wind. Qinduan Peaks Gao Xiang, medial grade martial saint. I am good at offense. The attribute of my martial spirit is fire. After the 9 people finished explaining themselves, they had a general impression of each other. Yun Kursen nodded slightly and pointed at Xiao Qin. She said, "From now on you will be the vice-captain of this team." Aside from me, his words are the loudest. The moment Yun Kursen said this, not only was Xiao Qin surprised, but the other 8 were astonished as well. This was especially so for Qinduan Peak's Gao Xiang. Among the 10 of them, his cultivation was higher than Yun Kursen's peak inferior grade martial saint cultivation. Gao Xiang was already somewhat dissatisfied with Yun Kursen being the vice-captain. However, she was, after all, one of the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list. Her strength was clear for all to see. Gao Xiang could not help but be convinced. However, now, an early-stage inferior grade martial saint had to be the vice-captain. Gao Xiang could not accept this. Gao Xiang snorted coldly, "Why should he be the vice-captain? Don't you understand that in the martial saint realm, even a small advantage in cultivation would be reflected 100-fold in strength?" Yun Kursen's expression did not change at all. She said calmly, "The reason is that he is stronger than you. The lightning attribute will have a strong advantage in this mission." Gao Xiang revealed a mocking expression. "Are you joking? A person who just advanced to inferior grade martial saint is stronger than me, a medial grade martial saint?" Right after Gao Xiang spoke, he heard a piercing sound resounding in his ears. It reverberated in his ears and his mind went blank for a moment. When he recovered his wits, he had only raised the huge saber on his back halfway. Suddenly, he discovered that a 2-finger-wide 20-foot-long saber had appeared at his chest. The tip of the saber tore through his clothes and pressed against his chest, leaving behind a small wound. Dong, dong. Gao Xiang's heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A horrifying killing chi surrounded his chest. It felt like the tip of the saber would pierce through his skin and crush his heart in the next moment. The expression on Yun Kursen's face did not change at all. She was extremely calm, as though she was doing something insignificant. She said softly in a gentle voice, "Cultivation is very important, but sometimes, it is not omnipotent. My judgment of people has always been very accurate. Are you doubting my judgment?" "No, I just have some doubts," Gao Xiang said with a trembling voice as he raised the huge saber in his hand. "Pu Si. Yun Kursen controlled the saber in her hand and pushed it forward a little more. Now, it was just above the ribs in front of his chest. She said indifferently, "Do you still have any doubts?" Gao Xiang had never felt death so close to him before. He said in a fluster, "No, I really don't." Huang Dang. Yun Kursen sheathed her saber with a schwa sound. Gao Xiang's tensed heart immediately relaxed. He sprawled on the ground, panting without any grace. Xiao Qin, Mu Heng and Zhang Lai exchanged glances. It went without saying that this woman was too horrifying. The experience of a few seconds would probably become Gao Xiang's nightmare for the rest of his life. Yun Kursen turned her gaze to Xiao Qin and asked softly, "Do you have any doubts?" Xiao Qin said very decisively, "No." Yun Kursen's way of doing things was very direct, quick and decisive. Honestly speaking, such a character suited Xiao Qin's taste very well. She did not have many rules and regulations, just a set of rules. Although Xiao Qin was not afraid of Yun Kursen, there was no need to get into a conflict with her over this matter. There was nothing wrong with being the vice-captain. As long as she did not threaten his safety, it was fine. Yun Kursen did not have any obvious expression on her face. She nodded and said, "Now is the time to ask questions. We only have 5 minutes. Try to simplify your questions." The same scene happened in other places as well. The 10 core disciples explained the contents of this mission to the others. Perhaps Yun Kursen's earlier actions had frightened the others, resulting in a period of awkward silence. Xiao Qin organized his thoughts before asking, "What are the details of the mission? Where is the location? What do we need to do?" Yun Kursen did not think for long before she replied, "The details of the mission are very simple. Enter a subspace between the deep abyss demonic world and the Jianghu continent and kill all the demons there. The location of the mission is that subspace. The subspace is 50 kilometers south of the Lingyun mountain range. There is a seal blocking it, so the exact location is unknown. I need you all to bring out your strength and kill all the demons in the subspace to prevent the seal from being damaged." This was a very formulaic answer. When everyone heard it, they felt ashamed in their hearts. Killing all the demons in the subspace? This mission was very simple. When Zhang Lai saw that Yun Kursen was easy to talk to, he quickly asked, "Then how are the rewards for this mission calculated? What do I have to do to complete the mission?" The reward of 200 medial grade spirit stones was not only very tempting to Zhang Lai, it was very tempting to the others as well. When Zhang Lai asked this question, even Gao Xiang listened carefully. After all, everyone knew that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not be so foolish as to let you walk around the subspace and then give you spirit stones, secret manuals, or spirit weapons. There would definitely be a standard. Yun Kursen did not disappoint everyone. She continued, "The details of the mission are personal. Everyone has to kill at least 20 demons. After killing the demons, there will be demon cores. All you have to do is hand over 20 demon cores. If you exceed that, there will be additional rewards." A female disciple of Gangyu Peak asked, "When will the mission end? How long will it last? Will we not be able to come out if we do not succeed?" Yun Kursen raised her head and looked at the sun in the sky. Then she lowered her head and said, "5 minutes are up. I will not be accepting any answers for now." Her timing was really accurate. Xiao Qin calculated in his heart. It was exactly 5 minutes, no more, no less. After that, the atmosphere was rather heavy. With Yun Kursen's aura, no one dared to bring up other topics. The Elders' Assembly's arrangement was actually pretty good. They arranged for a team leader for every 10 people. The team leader would explain the details of the mission to the 10 people. This would save a lot of time. Otherwise, if the first elder had to explain them one by one, they might not even be able to finish in half a day. Furthermore, the results would not be good. Chapter 241. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky above the drill grounds turned dark. Rumbling sounds came from above. Everyone looked up and saw a few huge bird-type spirit beasts. When the spirit beasts spread their wings, they were 100 meters long. When the spirit beasts flew together, they covered the entire sky. These are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's guardian spirit beasts, Heavenly Wind Vultures. They are the tyrants of rank 6 flying spirit beasts. I did not expect all of them to come out. Someone below recognized the spirit beasts and exclaimed in astonishment. The huge Heavenly Wind Vultures created an intense gust of wind as they circled around in the air before landing on the drill grounds. Yun Kursen called out to the crowd and quickly headed for one of the Heavenly Wind Vultures. Everyone quickly followed. The huge Heavenly Wind Vulture looked similar to the red-tailed eagles of Earth. The feathers on its back were light brown, its abdomen was lighter, and its tail was reddish-brown. However, there was a pair of sharp claws on both ends of its wings. They were strangely sharp like hooks. When the huge wings spread out, they formed a space of a few hundred meters. A dark-skinned old man stood on the neck of the Heavenly Wind Vulture. He was the driver of the Heavenly Wind Vulture. Xiao Qin and the others all walked up. The old man stepped on the Heavenly Wind Vulture's back. The Heavenly Wind Vulture immediately cried out and created an intense gust of wind as it rushed into the sky. A strong wind blew from both sides. A few core disciples with weak willpower were nearly blown off the vulture. They were startled. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's second elder saw the many Heavenly Wind Vultures flying away, he turned to Jiang Qi and said, "First elder, are you really at ease letting these youths go?" Jiang Qi said indifferently, "What else? Do you want me to repeat the mistakes of the previous generation? Back then, I tried to persuade him for a long time, but he was unwilling to sacrifice these youths. He wanted to fight personally. What happened in the end? Since ancient times, only those who survive are considered geniuses. No matter how talented you are no longer a genius if you die young." The third elder said, "Back then Tianhe underestimated the strength of those demons. He was too confident in his own strength. Otherwise there would not have been such a tragedy." Jiang Qi continued, "That's right. As long as we get rid of these projections, the subspace that connects to the Jianghu continent will naturally shatter. Even if the 3 holy masters do not come, we can deal with it ourselves. I am confident in Lu Chen's strength." Above the clouds, the wind vulture was flying faster and faster. The fierce airflow caused by the vulture forced everyone to use all of their powers to keep themselves from being blown down. Soon the Lingyun mountain range was left far behind them. Xiaoqun observed for a while and found that there were 11 wind eagles in total. 10 of them were led by a core disciple. Lu Qin, Lu Ryue, and the others were on the last heavenly wind eagle. Using his spiritual sense, he counted 10 people. Xiaoqun thought to himself, it looks like these are all the candidates for this mission. 100 core disciples and 10 hidden geniuses like Lu Qin and Lu Ryue. After flying for an unknown period of time, the wind vulture's speed started to slow down. A desolate land appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a vast flat land with no end in sight. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, only rocks of various sizes. There was no sign of life. It was completely lifeless. The 11 windy eagles let out a series of caws, then quickly landed on the ground. Everyone hurriedly jumped down from the top and looked at their surroundings with an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. Lu Qin had a faint smile on his face as he gathered everyone. He said, "The seal is in front. Everyone, please check if you are wearing your identity medallion. If you are not, come to me to get a backup identity medallion. Otherwise, you might be accidentally injured by the barrier outside." Everyone always carried their identity medallions on them. After everyone checked, no one forgot to bring their identity medallion. And very good. In that case, follow me under the leader's lead. Don't run around. The atmosphere here was very strange. Even without Lu Chen's instructions, no one would run around. Everyone followed behind Lu Chen and slowly walked forward. Not long later, Lu Chen, who was leading the group, suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. The people behind him disappeared as well. Yun Kursen explained, "There is no need to worry. They are all fine after passing the barrier." After the explanations of their respective leaders, they did not panic and continued walking forward. Unknowingly, everyone felt as though they had passed through a formless barrier. The scene before them suddenly changed. An ancient well appeared in front of everyone. The people who had disappeared earlier were all here, gathered beside the ancient well. The height of the ancient well was no more than 1 meter. However, its diameter was very large, about 3 meters. The clear water in the well was like a smooth mirror without any ripples. Even when the wind blew, there were no ripples on the surface of the water. It looked very strange, as though there was a horrifying monster hidden in the ancient well. 4 old men dressed in black clothes stood around the ancient well. They were like wooden stakes standing at 4 different angles. Even further away, there was a group of bladesmen from the Divine Saber camp. They all stood there expressionlessly. When Lu Chen saw that everyone was present, he nodded to one of the old men in black clothes. Only then did that old man, who was like a wooden stake, slowly raise his head. His face was as skinny as a tree trunk, looking very frightening. He said in a hoarse voice, "This well is called reincarnation. You must be above 24 years old. Leave immediately. Otherwise you will be sent to an unknown space." Lu Chen said, "Senior, we have already checked the age of these people. The number of people is also correct. Please rest assured." The old man looked at Lu Chen and revealed a bitter smile on his skinny face. He said, "I recognize your father. They are really timid. They do not even have the guts to make a trip here. I wish you all good luck. I'm going to open the seal. Remember, only 10 people can enter at a time." The 4 old men, who were like wooden stakes, turned around and faced the ancient well. They each took out a jade strip and quickly formed all sorts of hand seals. This is a sealing formation from the ancient era, Xiaoqun thought to himself. Unfortunately, aside from the 3 holy masters, the specific method of laying formations had already been lost in the Jianghu continent. Zizi. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared on the calm surface of the water. The calm surface of the water started to churn non-stop. Slowly, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the water. In the middle of the whirlpool was a boundless black hole. It was unknown where it led to. When Lu Chen saw the situation, he immediately said anxiously, "Murong Chong, bring your people down first. The rest will follow the rankings on the wind cloud list, one at a time." Murong Chong had a calm expression on his face. He did not hesitate and took the lead to jump into the whirlpool. The 10 of them jumped in one after another. There was no movement at all. They were instantly sucked in by the black hole. As the elites of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's core disciples, everyone here had a stronger mental state than regular cultivators. When faced with such an unknown situation, they did not hesitate. Soon Xiaoqun's group fell. Yun Kursen took the lead and jumped in. Xiaoqun looked at the bottomless, spinning black hole and followed suit. The instant Xiao Chen was sucked in by the black hole, his body was sliced into countless pieces. However, he did not feel anything. His consciousness was a blur. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps it was an eternity, perhaps it was just an instant, Xiao Chen felt his body regathering and he landed firmly on the ground. This was a strange space. The ground was covered in black soil. When they looked up, there was a scarlet moon hanging high in the sky. It was scarlet, it was very strange. Occasionally, there would be strange black birds the size of crows circling in the air. They gave off GGG sounds. It was very disturbing. After Xiao Chen landed, Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the others slowly appeared. All 9 of them were present. They looked around but could not find Yun Kursen. Zhang Lai looked around and felt it was strange. He said, "Why do I not see Yun Kursen? Why are the other teams gone as well? Stop looking, I'm here." Yun Kursen's figure suddenly appeared behind the group. "I just went out and took a look at the surroundings." The other female disciple of the 10, Lu Jia, asked worriedly, "Where are the others? Did we get separated from them? Or what's going on?" Yun Kursen raised her head and looked at the sky. A trace of seriousness appeared on her calm face. She said, "You can ask questions later. Now prepare to fight." Xiao Chen's right hand was already on his saber hilt. The strange birds in the sky had a very heavy evil aura. They were circling above everyone's heads and had not left. Yun Kursen quickly said, "These are blood crows, rank 4 demonic beasts. They live by sucking blood. In the demonic world they should be of a higher rank. The most important thing is that before they die they will self-destruct. Xiao Chen, I'll leave these blood crows to you. Infuse them with electric attacks. This can prevent them from self-destructing before they die. Mu Heng, you are mainly in charge of defense. If Xiao Chen cannot kill them all, just block them. There is no need to kill them. The rest of you don't act rashly for now." Wuxia. Right after Yun Kursen spoke, the 3 blood crows circling in the sky swooped down. From a distance, they looked like 3 scarlet arrows falling from the sky. Cassia. Xiao Chen did not wait for the blood crows to arrive before him. He immediately drew his lunar shadow saber. A snow-white saber light appeared in the dark space. He chopped down 3 times. 3 strands of pure lightning attributed saber chi flashed by. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere in the air. The 3 blood crows were split in half and fell from the sky. A black aura flowed out from the wounds. It merged with the electric light that Xiao Chen left behind, giving off a ZZ sound. Before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, hundreds of blood crows flew over from the dark sky. The sound of their wings flapping merged into one, creating a wild wind. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. The instant the blood crows arrived, he shouted, "Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Wuxia. Wuxia." Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air. Saber lights danced around. Boundless saber chi danced among the flock of blood crows. Every time Xiao Chen changed his position, he would send out 12 strands of saber chi. Xiao Chen changed his position a total of 81 times, sending out 1,620 strands of saber chi. Every strand of saber chi would chop down a large number of blood crows. When Xiao Chen landed, the ground was littered with the dismembered corpses of the blood crows. Due to the pure state of thunder, the electric light lingered on the wounds for a long time. Chapter 242. When Xiao Chen saw the destructive power of this move, he was somewhat astonished. He had not expected that after comprehending saber chi, the attacks of the disordered dance of 1,000 years would reach such a level. In the past, when he was a martial master, he could only use saber light. At that time, he could not even bring out 1/10 of this move's might. Even though he was a martial grand master and comprehended saber light, he could only bring out less than half of his strength. Only when one reached martial saint could one bring out the true might of the disordered dance of 1,000 years. A dense stench of blood permeated the entire space, causing people to feel nauseous when they smelled it. Even more blood crows in the distance smelled the blood and flew over. The entire sky seemed to be filled with blood crows. The originally dark space was now completely dark, and everyone's vision was greatly affected. Xiao Chen looked at Yun Kursen beside him and said, "What should I do? I cannot use that move often. It exhausts a lot of essence. There are at least 10,000 of these blood crows." Behind the 2 of them, the expressions of the other 8 people were somewhat unsightly. They had just arrived at this strange place, and before they had even met the demons, they had already encountered such trouble. The blood crows were only level 4 demonic beasts. In front of everyone they were nothing. Any one of them could easily kill dozens of blood crows. However, when there were a certain number of them, it would be horrifying. The most crucial thing was that the blood crows could self-destruct. The might of a rank 4 demonic beast's self-destruction was equivalent to the full-powered strike of a medial-grade martial saint. Yun Kursen pointed to a huge blood crow in the sky and said, "Look over there. That blood crow should be the king of this group of blood crows. As long as we kill it, the rest of the blood crows will automatically scatter." Xiaochen looked up. Indeed, he saw a huge blood crow that was as large as an eagle. It was ingeniously hidden behind several hundred blood crows. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. Xiaochen shook his head and said, "If it doesn't come down, we won't be able to do anything to it unless someone knows a flying martial technique. Only when a cultivator reached the martial king realm would they be able to fly, or if their martial spirit was of the wind attribute, they would be able to fly as long as they reached the peak of the martial saint realm. Apart from that, if one wanted to fly without the help of external objects, one had to master a flying martial skill. However, flying martial techniques were extremely rare. In terms of value, they could rival peak Earth-ranked martial techniques. Of course, if Xiaochen was alone, he could summon silver. However, the silver warship could easily expose Xiaochen's identity. He could not use it unless he had no other choice. Yun Kursen thought for a while and said, "Blood Crow King, leave it to me later. With so many blood crows, the next wave of attacks will definitely come from more than one direction." The two of them retreated, shielding the other 8 behind them as they waited for the next wave of attacks from the blood crows. Crunch. The strange cries of the blood crows in the sky didn't stop. Tens of thousands of blood crows cawed at the same time. Their voices were ear-piercing and sharp. They hadn't even attacked yet, but they were already disturbing everyone's minds. For some reason, the blood crows in the sky had become extremely patient and were constantly making strange cries. Pairs of blood-red eyes stared at the crowd, but they didn't attack. Instead, they were wearing down their fighting spirit bit by bit. "Damn it, can't you be more straightforward?" Gao Xiang could not help but curse out loud. The martial techniques of Qinduan Peak were very particular about being open and direct. They were famous for their might and ferocity. Gao Xiang was very much in line with this character. When he met with a demonic beast like the blood crows that could self-destruct, it was very painful for him to not be able to use his strength. Just as everyone's patience was about to run out, the blood crows in the sky suddenly stopped making strange cries. The noisy space suddenly turned quiet. Only the sound of wind could be heard in the air. It was extremely quiet. The intense contrast made everyone nervous. They could not help but tighten their grip on their sabers. Everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Hu Qi. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn resounded in the quiet sky. In the next moment, the blood crows gave off a strange red light. They were like the lights of 10,000 households. Suddenly, they lit up the sky, turning it scarlet. The layers of blood crows in the sky were like countless scarlet arrows. They tore through the dark sky and flew towards the crowd. Yun Kursen quickly said, "Aside from Xiaochen, the others are not allowed to draw their sabers. Zhonglai, come to my side. Later we will attack together. The others can only use their scabbards to attack the blood crows." Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiaochen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly drew a circle around the crowd, killing all the blood crows in the first layer. However, there were simply too many blood crows. Soon the second layer of blood crows flew over. The others did not dare to draw their sabers due to Yun Kursen's instructions. They could only use their scabbards to knock down the blood crows flying at them. They did not even dare to use too much force. They were afraid of killing the blood crows and self-destructing. With their hands and feet tied, they were surrounded by danger. Among the crowd, only Mu Heng had it easy. He circulated the purple jade body tempering art and his body glowed with a purple light. These were only rank 4 demonic beasts. They could not break through his defense. When the blood crow's beaks, which could pierce through steel, struck Mu Heng's body, they gave off a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. He was not injured at all. Instead, some of the blood crows pecked off their own beaks. Hu Qi. Yun Kursen, who had been dodging, suddenly drew her saber. There was a flash of saber light and a blood crow's heart was pierced. It did not even have the time to self-destruct before it turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Yun Kursen said to Zhang Lai, "The reaction speed of the blood crows is very fast. They only need half a second to self-destruct. If you are confident that you can kill them in half a second, you can make your move." Zhang Lai's expression was calm. He was not in a rush to make a move. As he dodged the blood crows, he carefully observed Yun Kursen's actions. So, after a while, Zhang Lai had an idea. He drew his saber and an indistinct cloud appeared. In the next moment, the cloud scattered and a tiny strand of saber chi soared into the air. Everywhere the saber chi passed, it instantly pierced through all the blood crows. In an instant, hundreds of blood crows died. Zhang Lai swung his saber and the strand of saber chi disappeared. He shouted, "Everlasting startling cloud, explode." The everlasting startling cloud, which contained Zhang Lai's small perfection saber intent, suddenly exploded. The strand of saber chi reformed and turned into countless beams of light scattering in all directions. Every strand of light was actually saber chi containing saber intent. Its speed and strength had reached the peak of inferior grade martial saint. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, a flock of blood crows fell like rain. This saber strike had killed thousands of blood crows, allowing everyone to relax. When Yun Kursen saw the situation, her expression did not relax at all. Instead, her crescent-shaped eyebrows knitted together tightly. She tossed a medicinal pill to Zhang Lai to replenish his essence quickly. "Stop trying to be brave. Quickly recover your essence. This is not the time to use your trump card yet. Mu Heng, protect him first." When Zhang Lai heard this, he felt slightly embarrassed. This move had indeed exhausted a lot of essence. It had exhausted almost 2/3 of his essence. However, its lethality was obvious. Originally, he thought that even if Yun Kursen did not praise him, she would not criticize him. Who knew that he would receive such an evaluation? When Zhang Lai placed the medicinal pill in his mouth, he immediately felt a cooling sensation in his mouth. After a while, the essence in his dantian quickly recovered. In a short while, he had recovered 1/3 of his essence. This was a rank 6 medicinal pill, the White Cloud pill. It could instantly recover 1/3 of a cultivator's essence. After that, it would replenish the cultivator's essence within 10 minutes. It was worth 500 inferior grade spirit stones. Zhang Lai did not expect Yun Kursen to be so generous. His impression of her changed greatly. Jieji, Jieji. The huge blood crow king in the air let out 2 strange cries. Immediately, all the blood crows stopped their attacks. They flapped their wings a few times and flew back into the sky. Yun Kursen looked at Zhang Lai and said, "In this space, unless you have no other choice, do not exhaust too much essence. There is still a long way to go." Zhang Lai did not dare to retort. He knew that he had been somewhat rash. He did his best to circulate his energy to recover his exhausted essence. The attacks of the blood crows only lasted for 5 minutes. However, the density of the attacks was too high. Everyone was exhausted. Oh, oh. Suddenly, the blood crow king let out a drawn-out cry. Under the red moon in the distant sky, a large group of black dots heard the cry and flew over densely. After a while, more than 10,000 blood crows gathered in the sky. It was a black mass causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Xiao Qin had a calm expression as he looked at the sky. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, "We have to kill that blood crow king. Otherwise it will not end. Everyone will be exhausted to death by it." Yun Kursen said indifferently, "After this wave of attacks, I will deal with it. Every time it summons a blood crow, its strength will decrease." The group did not have much time before the attacks of the blood crows arrived again. This time, Zhang Lai did not use the everlasting startling cloud. He infused his saber intent into his saber chi. His saber danced around continuously. Each saber chi would quickly kill a blood crow. Xiao Chen and the other 2 did their best to kill the blood crows. The rest of the group used their scabbards to block. Occasionally, when someone was in danger, Mu Heng would immediately rush forward and use his body to block the blood crow's attacks. For a while there were no openings. As time passed, the corpses of the blood crows piled up densely on the ground. "I can't take it anymore. This group of little things is too troublesome." Gao Xiang suddenly roared angrily and drew the huge saber in his hand. "I'll smack you all to death." Shwa. Under the horrifying huge saber, the hundreds of blood crows circling above Gao Xiang's head were all struck. They were chopped in half at the waist and blood sprayed out like rain. When Gao Xiang saw all this, he laughed loudly. "They are just insignificant rank 4 demonic beasts. Why are you all so afraid? I can kill them all by myself." When Xiao Qin turned his head and saw all this, he was greatly astonished. He wished he could chop this fellow to death with his saber. The expression on Yun Kursen's calm face changed greatly. She shouted loudly, "Leave quickly." Zizi. The blood crows that were chopped in half did not have the suppression of electricity on their wounds. The black aura sizzled continuously. Boom. The 100-odd blood crows' corpses exploded in the air, creating an intense shockwave. Gao Xiang was the first to be blasted away. He vomited 6 mouthfuls of blood in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 243. In the end, Yun Kursen's words were too slow. Before the others could react, they were instantly blasted away as well. More than 100 blood crows exploded at the same time. The might of the explosion was equivalent to the full-powered strike of an inferior-grade martial king. Almost no one could escape unscathed. After the explosion, aside from Xiao Qin, Zhang Lai, and Yun Kursen who were further away and barely managed to dodge, only Mu Hing did not seem to be in a serious condition. The remaining people had all lost the ability to continue fighting. They lay on the ground in pain. It was difficult for them to even stand up. As for the main culprit Gao Xiang, he had already fainted. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This was the horror of the blood crows. A martial grandmaster could easily kill a lone blood crow. Even if they were injured by its explosion, they would not suffer any serious injuries. However, once there were many of these demonic beasts and they exploded together, even a martial king would find it difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, these blood crows would not explode for no reason. They would only explode before they died. Otherwise, if these tens of thousands of blood crows exploded together, even a martial king would not be able to survive. Even if a martial king came, he would be blasted to smithereens. Of course, martial kings could already fly, so it was relatively easy for them to dodge. The 6 of them had already lost all their combat prowess. However, the blood crows above them continued to attack. When Yun Kursen saw the situation, she said, "Xiao Qin, Zhang Lai, there is no need to hold back. Kill this batch first." With the help of the rank 6 white cloud pill, Zhang Lai's essence had already recovered to its peak state. When he heard Yun Kursen's words, he immediately did as she said. Xiao Qin brought out his small perfection saber intent and infused it into the aura of the Lingyun saber technique. He shouted and executed the 16th move, Everlasting Startling Cloud. Explode. Countless strands of saber chi shot out in all directions in the air. The horrifying scene appeared once again. In an instant, thousands of blood crows did not have the time to explode. The saber chi pierced through their bodies and turned them into pools of blood. A large amount of blood rain fell from the sky. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and soared into the air with a schwa sound. This time Xiao Qin did not hold back. The essence in his body flowed endlessly into the saber through his meridians. The pure lightning-attributed energy contained in the saber chi moved as fast as lightning. As the berserk saber chi swept across, it swept through the blood crow corpses. By the time Xiao Qin landed, the number of dead blood crows on the ground was no less than Zhang Lai's everlasting startling cloud. Heavenly note explosion. Yun Kursen shouted and the slender saber in her hand trembled continuously. At first, the trembling sound was almost inaudible, but it slowly grew louder. Eventually it was like rolling thunder shaking the heavens. One by one the blood crows fell from the sky. But if you cut open their wings, you would find that every blood crow's heart had been shattered into pieces. He died of a broken heart. What a horrifying killing move, Xiao Qin thought to himself in astonishment. If this move was used against human cultivators, it would be equally effective. It used sound waves to attack the heart, making it hard for people to defend against it. The 3 of them executed their best moves and killed tens of thousands of blood crows in an instant. The blood crow king above them did not give up and started to summon again. Yun Kursen took advantage of this moment to take out a map and handed it to Xiao Qin. She said, "There is a forest on the map. Bring them there. I will lure away this blood crow king and meet up with you later." Xiao Qin was not in a rush to receive the map. He looked at the calm Yun Kursen and said, "I will lure away this blood crow king. I have a 70% chance of killing it. I will meet up with you after that. I know you can kill the blood crow king. However, you cannot lure it away." Yun Kursen directly stuffed the map into Xiao Qin's hands. Only the purest blood of virgins can make these blood crows go crazy. Indeed, even if they could kill the blood crow king, it did not mean that they could lure it away. If they could not lure away the blood crow king and had to fight here, it would be hard to guarantee the lives of the other 6. He did not expect Yun Kursen to have such a kind heart despite her cold exterior. When he figured out what was going on, Xiao Qin could not help but feel surprised. Xiao Qin kept the map and said sincerely, "In that case be careful. Remember to meet up with us." Yun Kursen nodded and said, "When I was out on experiential training I met this kind of demonic beast before. I am very familiar with its habits. I will be fine. I'll be leaving first." Wuxia. After Yun Kursen spoke, she placed her left hand on the sharp saber and pushed off the ground. Her petite figure leaped high into the air. The saber made a "so" sound and cut open her left palm, leaving behind a trail of scarlet blood in the air. Amidst the heavy stench of blood, The trail of blood that Yun Kursen left behind seemed to have a special magical power. Crunch, crunch. The remaining blood crows in the sky immediately went berserk. They flew frantically towards the source of the blood. Even the Blood Crow King stopped summoning. It flapped its wings and kicked up a strong wind. It left a scarlet trail in the air as it chased after Yun Kursen. The densely packed blood crows all flew away and the scarlet moon reappeared above everyone's heads. Everyone was temporarily out of danger. Xiaoqun took out the blood replenishing pill and gave one to everyone who was injured. The blood replenishing pill was very effective in treating internal injuries. Furthermore, the effects of the medicinal pill were very fast. Xiaoqun had specially refined it for use in battle. Although the rank of the medicinal pill was not high, it was more than enough for a martial king. After these people consumed the medicinal pill, they would be able to recover their basic mobility in a short period of time. After the medicinal pills were distributed, Xiaoqun looked at the unconscious Gao Xiang. Anger immediately rose in his heart. If it were not for this fellow acting like a retard, everyone would not be injured. Yun Kursen would not have to take such a risk. Given the current situation, they would not be in such a passive position. Based on Yun Kursen's tone, this strange space was filled with danger. Every step was filled with danger. The blood crows were probably just the appetizer. The later parts would be even more dangerous. Only by being steady and sure, maintaining sufficient strength at all times, would they be able to walk to the end. Xiaoqun collected his thoughts. Although he did not like this person, he was, after all, a companion. He could not just abandon him. He said to Mu Heng, "Carry this fellow, you will carry him." Mu Heng said in dissatisfaction, "I am not carrying him. I feel unhappy just looking at him. There is no way I can carry him." "If you are not carrying him, who will?" Before Xiaoqun could say anything, Zhang Lai spoke up. He smiled and said, "I exhausted too much of my essence earlier. The others are all injured. Xiaoqun is the vice captain. Aside from you, who else can lead the way? Furthermore, you are the strongest." Mu Heng was helpless. He could not find a reason to refute, so he could only agree to this difficult task. Xiaoqun did not say anything more. He called the injured people to treat their injuries quickly. Then he took out the map and looked at it carefully. The map was very detailed. It included the entire space. Xiaoqun first found the location of the group. Then he started to search for the forest that Yun Kursen mentioned. The Black Forest occupied a large area on the map. It was about half of the map. Behind the forest was a mountain range. There was a palace built on a cliff. It was specially marked with a red dot. Xiaoqun looked at the map and muttered, "Looks like the final destination is this palace. However, to get to the palace we have to go through this forest. Let's go to the forest first. Hopefully Yun Kursen can return safely." After putting away the map, Xiaoqun got everyone to get up. After they found the right direction, they rushed towards the forest at full speed. After they walked for a long distance, a strange black chi suddenly rose up from the ground where they were earlier. The black chi slowly gathered and eventually formed a human figure. It was a man with an extremely pale complexion. He looked in the direction that Yun Kursen left in and stuck out his tongue greedily. He smiled sinisterly, "I have not smelled such a fragrant virgin blood in a long time. No wonder even the blood crows that I reared are disobedient." At the same time, the same thing happened to the other teams. Every team was attacked by a large group of blood crows. Murong Chong shouted and his figure flashed in the air, dodging a red arrow of blood that the Blood Crow King spat out. With the aid of a flying martial technique, Murong Chong could fly freely in the air. Every time he dodged, the intense speed created a piercing sonic boom in the air. Pu Si. Murong Chong casually swung his saber and chopped dozens of blood crows flying over in half. The Blood Crow King knew how terrifying Murong Chong was. It controlled the blood crows to harass Murong Chong continuously. This created a lot of obstacles for him and prevented him from making a move. Chapter 244. This is never-ending. Peerless Lunar Shadow. Murong Chong lost his patience with the unceasing flight of blood crows. He executed one of Qingyun Peak's 7 great secret techniques, Peerless Lunar Shadow. 2 crescent moons appeared in front of Murong Chong. The crescent moons formed a cross in the air and streaked across silently. In the next moment, countless drops of blood appeared, dyeing the 2 crescent moons scarlet. The densely packed blood crows in the surroundings fell down like rain. The 2 scarlet crescent moons flew back with a schwa sound, one in front and one behind. They sandwiched Murong Chong's body in the middle, forming a true full moon. Hu Qi. The instant the crescent moons merged, Murong Chong's body flashed in the air. Blood spurted out from the center of the Blood Crow King's huge body, splitting it in half. Murong Chang's grave and stern figure appeared behind the Blood Crow King. He held a blood-stained demonic core in his hand. Behind him, a scarlet full moon slowly rose, dyeing the sky scarlet. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, Murong Chong stood upright while holding his saber. He looked strangely beautiful. The Blood Crow King's corpse fell from the sky with a piu tong sound. The remaining blood crows immediately scattered. The other disciples on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. He is already very close to a peak consummation mysterious phenomenon. Murong Chong is indeed worthy of being the top core disciple on the Wind Cloud list. I'm afraid a regular inferior grade martial king would not be a match for him. A Bachan peak core disciple on the ground sighed as he looked at Murong Chong in the air. Another person beside him added, "That is indeed so. The greatest advantage a martial king has over a martial saint is the ability to fly. Murong Chong grasps a flying martial technique. This advantage is useless against him. He would even be able to hold his own against a medial grade martial king. Don't be envious. He is not on the same level as us. Among the younger generation of the Great Qi nation, his strength is firmly within the top 10. We can only fight for the top 10 spots in the Shiho province." The full moon slowly disappeared and Murong Chong landed on the ground expressionlessly. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the other 9 people. Immediately, everyone felt a trace of pressure and stopped their discussions. A Chinduan Peak disciple walked over to Murong Chong and asked, "Senior brother Murong, are you all right?" Murong Chong sheathed his saber and said indifferently, "It is just a peak rank 4 demonic beast. What can happen to it? Where do we go next?" The man took 2 steps forward and asked with a puzzled expression. Bang! When this person was only 1 step away from Murong Chong suddenly attacked at lightning speed. His palm struck this person's chest. That person's body trembled violently as a black shadow drilled out of his body. The black figure revealed himself, revealing an extremely pale face. Suddenly, he vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his already pale face became even paler. The black figure looked at Murong Chong incredulously. "How did you discover me?" Murong Chong said indifferently, "In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, no core disciple has ever dared to get within 3 steps of me." Puchi. The black figure vomited another mouthful of blood and looked at Murong Chong in horror. Then he quickly turned around and fled into the distance. He was as fast as lightning and in an instant he had moved 1,000 meters. Murong Chong watched as the black figure fled, but he did not give chase. After a while, the black figure who was still fleeing, suddenly exploded into pieces. A core disciple revealed a horrified expression. He asked, "What is this? How can it enter our bodies?" "Shadow demon." Murong Chong said indifferently, "The Deep Abyss demonic world, a subsidiary race of the blood demons of the 9 royal clans. It can only enter the bodies of dead people. Just be careful." "What about senior brother Cheng?" That person pointed to the Chinduan Peak core disciple lying on the ground and asked with a trembling voice. Murong Chong turned around and said indifferently, "Dead." The moment Murong Chong spoke, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time they felt the aura of death so close. Some people rejoiced, some people were worried. Not all the teams were as lucky as Murong Chong and Yun Kursen. They did not have many casualties. In the sky, a huge blood crow carried the corpses of 10 Heavenly Saber Pavilion core disciples. A shadow demon was on its head. He muttered to himself, 10 fresh corpses. Master will definitely be happy. On another battlefield, the ground was littered with the corpses of the blood crows. A thick stench of blood permeated the air. The huge body of the Blood Crow King lay on the ground, torn to pieces. Not far away from the Blood Crow King, there was a person inspecting the shadow demon's corpse. The other 9 people were all emitting a dense killing chi. Some were cleaning their sabers, some were meditating, and some were looking around at the scenery. Everyone seemed to be very casual. A man in black walked over to the shadow demon's side. He said to the person inspecting the corpse, "Senior brother Lu, can we set off now?" This team was the elite team of 10 led by Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled at the person behind him. "Big brother Pang, there is no need to be anxious. This is our first time meeting a shadow demon. It is better to study it first." Lu Ryua slowly walked over and said worriedly, "I suspect that the moment we entered this subspace, the blood demon general already sensed us. I believe that every team met with an ambush." Lu Chen's handsome face did not reveal any astonishment. He said, "This subspace is the incarnation of the blood demon general. There is no need to guess. Everyone must have been attacked." Lu Ryue frowned slightly. You do not seem worried at all. The blood crows are not ordinary rank 4 demonic beasts. Furthermore, there is the shadow demon controlling them. Lu Qin muttered to himself for a while before slowly taking out a piece of metal from the shadow demon's heart. The piece of metal was covered in black incantations. A black aura lingered around it. Lu Qin did not reply to Lu Ryue's question. He revealed a surprised smile and said, "Interesting, so this is how the blood demons control their subordinates." Lu Qin put away the piece of metal and stood up. He said, "Senior Sister Ryue, your disciple has the divine flame talisman you gave him. You will be fine. The others are meant to be cannon fodder. There is no need to worry." When Lu Qin said this, his expression was incomparably calm. It was as though he was talking about an insignificant matter. The hundreds of core disciples were like ants in his eyes. Originally, it was only a few dozen kilometers before they could reach the forest. However, Xiaoqian and the others had to walk for half a day before they arrived at the entrance of the forest with great difficulty. Everyone finally understood what Yun Kursen meant when she said they could not exhaust their essence at any time. Along the way they bumped into a group of demonic beasts every 10 minutes. These demonic beasts were at least rank 5, which was equivalent to a peak martial saint. Furthermore, in this strange space, the strength of the demonic beasts were at least 1 or 2 times stronger than in the Jianghu continent. It was very troublesome to deal with them. However, these were not the most important things. The most troublesome thing was that there were 6 injured people who had just regained their mobility. For the sake of taking care of these injured people, Xiao Chen and the other 2 nearly died along the way. Mu Heng tossed Gao Xiang, who was on his back, to the ground. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "We finally arrived at this lousy forest. I really do not want to carry this rotten person anymore." "Yi Chen, thank you," the 6 injured people said in embarrassment. Along the way the 6 of them could be said to be a burden. They knew this in their hearts. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "We are all from the same sect. Now we are companions. There is no need to thank us for helping each other." To Xiao Chen there was indeed no need to thank them. Although he was not a good person, he would not abandon this group of people if it was within his capabilities. Looking at Zhang Lai, who was recovering his essence, Xiao Chen did not disturb him. He said to Mu Heng, "You keep an eye on them first. I'll go check out the forest first." Mu Heng nodded. "Go on then. Be careful." There was no one walking in the dark forest. There were all sorts of shrubs and weeds everywhere. There was not a single complete path. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out. Then he looked around carefully. As his cultivation of the purple thunder divine incantation deepened, Xiao Chen had gained some insight into the usage of his spiritual sense. In an instant, Xiao Chen saw everything within 1,000 meters. There was not a single demonic beast within 1,000 meters. He could not even feel the aura of a demonic beast. The surroundings were very quiet. There was no movement in the air at all. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and jumped down from a tree. He muttered, "Strange, why is it so quiet?" Executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chen decided to take a look personally. There were some things that he had to see for himself before he could feel them. Xiao Chen's figure turned into a flood dragon, tearing through the water like air. Xiao Chen charged through the forest, swinging the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Strands of saber chi shattered the shrubs in front of him, forcibly carving out a path. Xiao Chen did not care about the commotion he caused. He paced back and forth in the quiet forest. However, there was no reaction from any demonic beasts. Xiao Chen stopped and looked at his surroundings again. Like before, there was no movement at all. "Never mind, I'll leave it as it is. It is good that there are no demonic beasts. The others should recover their combat prowess after resting for a night." After making up his mind, Xiao Chen executed the lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air. In an instant he arrived at the entrance of the forest. Seeing Xiao Chen walk out of the forest, Zhang Lai, who had already recovered most of his essence, got up and asked, "How was it? What's the situation in there?" Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "It is a little strange. I did not see any demonic beasts. It is too quiet. Everyone be careful when you enter." Zhang Lai smiled and said, "It is good that it is quiet. I am here to kill demons. In the end, I did not even see any demons. Now, when I see demonic beasts, I get a headache." Under Xiao Chen's lead, the group was led into the forest. After they settled down, they anxiously treated their injuries. After a long time, according to real time, it was already midnight. However, in this strange space, the scarlet full moon hung in the sky. Chapter 245. The sky was always gloomy. They were not used to it. After running around for an entire day, the injured group fell asleep early in the morning. Xiao Chen and the others did not dare to sleep. They found some wood and started a bonfire, chatting from time to time. The flickering light of the fire shone on the faces of the three. Zhang Lai looked at the red full moon in the distance and suddenly said, "Don't you guys feel that the moon is a little brighter than when we arrived?" When Xiao Chen and Mu Heng heard this, they looked up. Indeed, the moon that was initially scarlet was now scarlet. The scarlet light looked very frightening. Mu Heng withdrew his gaze and curled his lips. He said indifferently, "Whether the moon is red or not, what does it have to do with you? How boring." Zhang Lai smiled and said, "I was just saying it casually. Isn't this boring? Give me a demon to practice with. It would be better than sitting here doing nothing." However, Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on the scarlet moon in the sky. This was the first time he looked at the scarlet moon so clearly. He finally felt something strange about it. That scarlet moon seemed to have a life of its own. However, it was too far away. This feeling was too vague. Xiao Chen did not dare to be sure. Sha, sha. Suddenly, a soft sound entered Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his gaze. "There's a situation. The two of you don't leave first. I'll go take a look." By the time Mu Heng and Zhang Lai heard Xiao Chen's words, he had already disappeared without a trace. Zhang Lai sighed, "It is getting harder to see through him. His speed is probably not much slower than your Big Dipper transposition." Mu Heng shook his head. "The difference is that this is a movement technique. Strictly speaking, the 7-star transposition cannot be considered a movement technique. It should be a martial technique. Hence, I cannot compare to him." In a few breaths of time, Xiao Chen arrived at the place where the sound came from. He saw a familiar white figure. It was Yun Kursen. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, the Blood Crow King was no threat to her. He gently leaped in front of Yun Kursen. Just as he was about to speak, Yun Kursen's body fell towards him. Slightly startled, Xiao Chen quickly supported Yun Kursen. He discovered a ghastly wound on her back. It was a long line of blood, dyeing her white clothes red. Yun Kursen had already fainted. Xiao Chen had no choice but to carry her and rush back. When Zhang Lai saw the unconscious Yun Kursen, he said in astonishment, "Yun Kursen is actually so severely injured. A peak rank 4 demonic beast should not be able to deal with her like this." Everyone had seen Yun Kursen's strength for themselves. Furthermore, what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Even Xiao Chen did not dare say that he could defeat Yun Kursen. If it was a demonic beast that Yun Kursen could not deal with, then Xiao Chen would not have any advantage. Mu Heng muttered, "What should we do now? Aside from her, none of us know the details of the mission. Don't tell me we are trapped here?" Xiao Chen was currently treating Yun Kursen's wounds. When he heard this question, he felt a headache coming on. He had promised Lu Qianyu that he would find an opportunity to kill the Blood Demon General. He could not accomplish that if he was trapped here. Xiao Chen crushed the blood-replenishing pill and slowly rubbed it on Yun Kursen's wounds. Then he took out another blood-replenishing pill and was about to place it in Yun Kursen's mouth. Suddenly Yun Kursen, who was in Xiao Chen's embrace, moved. She opened her eyes and said weakly, "Thank you." Seeing that she had woken up, Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "You should treat your injuries first. If there is anything else, we can talk about it later." After 4 hours, Yun Kursen stopped circulating her energy. Her face regained some color. Without waiting for the others to ask, she said, "After I killed the Blood Crow King, I was sneak attacked by a demon." A strange light flashed in Zhang Lai's eyes. He quickly asked, "What happened to that demon?" "I killed him." After Yun Kursen spoke, she took out the corpse of a shadow demon from her universe ring. This is a shadow demon, a subordinate race of the blood demons of the first layer of the demonic world. Following that, Yun Kursen introduced the combat characteristics of the shadow demons to the others. After answering some of Zhang Lai's questions about the demons, Yun Kursen took the map from Xiao Chen's hands. She pointed to the foot of the mountain behind the forest and said, "We will do it tomorrow night. We have to pass through the forest and coordinate with the other teams at the foot of the mountain." Zhang Lai felt it was strange and asked, "Senior Sister Yun, how did you get this map? Could it be that someone else entered this subspace before us?" Yun Kursen put away the map and said indifferently, "From the reincarnation well, we can see the situation in this subspace. However, we can only see the outline of it. We are not sure what kind of demonic beasts there are in this forest." The night passed silently. When the sky brightened the next day, it was only the same as the sky on the surface. In this subspace, the sky was always scarlet. It made people's sense of time very blurry. After resting for a night, Everyone's injuries had mostly recovered with the help of the blood-replenishing pill. Gao Xiang had just opened his eyes when he saw Yun Kursen looking at him expressionlessly. He was startled and muttered, "Senior Sister Yun, Yun Kursen interrupted him and said coldly, "If there is a next time, I will kill you personally." At this moment the others also got up. When they saw this scene they did not feel any pity for Gao Xiang. If it were not for Gao Xiang's rashness yesterday, they would not be in such a sorry state. Xiaoqun stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. He said to Yun Kursen, "I'll go scout ahead. You all wait here for a while." Yun Kursen stopped him, "Don't go out alone. Let's move together. This forest is very strange. It is better for everyone to be together." That seemed to make sense. If they met with any sudden incidents, Xiaoqun might not be able to deal with it alone. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqun did not argue further. Under Yun Kursen's lead, everyone carefully made their way through the dark forest. After recovering their combat prowess, they moved very quickly. In an hour they reached the end of the path that Xiaoqun opened yesterday. Xiaoqun drew his lunar shadow saber and sent out a few strands of saber qi. Electric light flickered in the dark forest. The large patch of shrubs in front was immediately turned into dust by the saber qi. Everyone was astonished. They did not expect a few casual strands of saber qi from Xiaoqun to have such might. It was no weaker than a regular peak inferior grade martial saints. Xiaoqun said, "I reached this place yesterday. As for the situation in front, I am not sure." Yun Kursen nodded. "This should be the boundary between the core region of the forest and the periphery. We cannot be careless." Xiaoqun continued to open the path. Rumble. The shrubs and thorns blocking the way were all crushed by Xiaoqun's saber qi. Just like that, Xiaoqun forcefully opened up a path for everyone. After walking for another 5 kilometers, they still did not meet with any danger. Zhang Lai and the others could not help but relax. However, Yun Kursen's expression became increasingly grave. "Be careful, don't be careless. Otherwise, you might lose your life at any moment," Yun Kursen reminded when she saw that everyone had relaxed their guard. However, they did not meet with any danger along the way. They did not pay too much attention to Yun Kursen's words. They only raised their guard slightly. Puci. After walking for a few more kilometers, just as everyone's guard was at its lowest, countless scarlet tree branches tore through the air like sharp swords, flying at them at an extremely fast speed. Yun Kursen, who had been maintaining her guard, immediately drew her saber. The tree branches flying at her were chopped in half with a kasi sound and fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. 2 of them were pierced through the heart by the glowing red tree branches and died on the spot. The instant the tree branches appeared, Xiaoqun extended out his spiritual sense. He saw a black figure flash behind a tree 500 meters away. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiaoqun focused his gaze on the crowd. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and drew an arc in the air. A purple saber qi blocked most of the surrounding tree branches with a schwa sound. Yun Kursen was not slow either. Her saber trembled in the air and the tree branches flying at her seemed to be pulled down by a formless force. They fell to the ground with a hualala sound. Xiaoqun was no stranger to these strange tree branches. He moved closer to Yun Kursen and said, "There are tree spirits in this forest. Furthermore, there are quite a few of them." "I know," Yun Kursen said calmly, "we have to find the location of the tree spirits. Otherwise it will be difficult to deal with them." The tree spirits were plant-type demonic beasts that were hard to deal with. They hid in the forest. If they did not attack, there was no way to distinguish them from ordinary trees. Gao Xiang revealed an anxious expression. "Damn it! There is no way to find the tree spirits. We are going to be trapped here until we die." Bang! Xiaoqun suddenly made his move. A dazzling saber light condensed on the snow-white saber. With a loud boom, he chopped a tree at the side in half. "Yichen, what are you doing?" Zhang Lai asked suspiciously. Xiaoqun did not stop moving. In an instant he chopped 4 or 5 trees on both sides in half. As Xiaoqun chopped down more and more trees, the originally confused crowd finally understood why Xiaoqun was doing this. Since they could not find the tree spirits, then they would chop down all the surrounding trees. Eventually they would meet a hidden tree spirit. After a while, all the trees around them were chopped down. However, they still did not meet any tree spirits. However, their field of vision had broadened significantly. When Gao Xiang saw the situation, he could not help but want to go over and help. However, he was not in a rush this time. He first asked for Yun Kursen's opinion. Yun Kursen thought for a while and nodded in agreement to Gao Xiang's method. Gao Xiang was not weak. Furthermore, his martial techniques were more suitable for fighting with the tree spirits. After he discovered the tree spirits, he would be able to use Qinduan Peak's ferocious martial techniques to kill the tree spirits in one move. Oh. Gao Xiang pulled out the huge saber from his back and revealed an excited expression. He stomped on the ground and shouted loudly. Then he landed beside a tree. The huge saber carried a huge force as it hacked at the tree trunk. Bang! There was a loud sound. Strangely, the tree was not chopped down by Gao Xiang. Chapter 246. Gao Xiang had a surprised expression on his face. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Just as he was puzzled, just as he was feeling suspicious, a human face suddenly appeared on the tree trunk. It opened its huge mouth and cried out in pain. The tree shook violently. Two branches hung down and lifted Gao Xiang up like hands, sending him into the huge mouth. Gao Xiang had no time to react. His body struggled violently in the air, crying out loudly. However, there was no place for him to push himself off, so he was fearless. When Xiaoqin saw this scene, he felt it was funny. He had chopped down at least 100 trees and had yet to meet a tree spirit. The moment Gao Xiang made a move, he found a tree spirit. He did not know if his luck was good or bad. Lightning evasion. Xiaoqin shouted and a bolt of lightning flashed beside Gao Xiang. Xiaoqin's figure appeared. The lunar shadow saber flashed with a cold light as it chopped down on the two branches that were grabbing Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang immediately landed on the ground with a furious expression on his face. A fiery red glow burned on his huge saber as he hacked at the huge mouth of the tree spirit. Hu Qi. Two branches suddenly extended from the ground and grabbed Gao Xiang, who was not paying attention. They lifted him back into the air. Boom! The surging saber light deviated and hacked at another tree. That tree instantly turned into a ball of fire and burned to ashes. It was clear how horrifying the might of this saber was. However, Xiaoqin could not be bothered with him. This person was a classic example of someone who had combat prowess but lacked intelligence. Pooh! A scarlet branch shot out from the huge mouth of the tree spirit. It pierced through the air and gave off a sonic boom. It instantly arrived in front of Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin had experienced this move before. Back then in Gloomy Forest he could only flee. However, at this moment it was not worth mentioning. Drawing the saber. There was a flash of cold light. The branch that was flying at supersonic speed was chopped in half by Xiaoqin. It was fast, but Xiaoqin was faster. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Break for me. The light on the snow-white saber was withdrawn. Xiaoqin's figure moved quickly in the air. The few tree branches that tried to grab him all missed. Xiaoqin brushed past the tree spirit. A moment later, the tree spirit exploded and split into two, turning back into an ordinary tree. The tree spirit died and the branches on the ground that were grabbing onto Gao Xiang also fell down. Gao Xiang removed the two branches that were wrapped around his ankles and felt extremely depressed. However, when he saw that Xiaoqin was still making his move, he had no choice but to pull himself together and stand up. Next, the two of them used the same method to chop down the surrounding trees one by one, finding the tree spirits hidden in the middle one by one. After that experience, Gao Xiang had learned his lesson. Before he attacked, he would pay attention to the branches on the ground and in the air. Only when he got close would he attack with his full strength. Fire-attributed essence was the nemesis of the tree spirits. Furthermore, with the ferocious martial techniques of Qinduan Peak, Gao Xiang could easily kill a tree spirit. As for Xiaoqin, it was even easier. His figure disappeared without a trace in the air. The tree spirit's branches could not catch him at all. When he got close, he chopped them in half. Although the tree spirits were hard to deal with, they were only peak rank 4 demonic beasts. If they were not very secretive, they would not have much of an advantage against a martial saint. With the addition of Yun Kursin and the others, after 4 hours, all the surrounding tree spirits were pulled out and eliminated one by one. A Jianghu Peak disciple looked at the two disciples who had died first. His expression was somewhat grave. How unfortunate, junior brother Wang and senior brother Lu, their deaths were not worth it. Indeed, their deaths were not worth it. If they had not let their guard down, they could have avoided the sudden attack of the tree spirit. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. After resting for a while and recovering their essence, the group continued on their way. This time, no one dared to disobey Yun Kursin's words. They maintained their guard at all times. After all, there was already a living example. Xiaoqin's spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out, scanning the surroundings. However, he did not discover anything. He muttered to himself, "Strange, why has that black figure not appeared yet? Never mind, it will appear eventually." I just have to keep an eye out for it, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he withdrew his spiritual sense. The instant he withdrew his spiritual sense, a clump of black smoke appeared on the ground. A person with a pale face slowly appeared. The black figure muttered, "What a strong perception. I was nearly discovered. I have to be more careful later. Otherwise, I will not be able to complete Master's mission. Big brother, it is just a few human martial saints. Is there a need for us to be so vigilant?" Another 9 clumps of black smoke appeared on the ground. A shadow demon could not help but ask. A trace of anger flashed on the pale face of the shadow demon that wanted to appear the most. He scolded, "Shut up. I already said not to make a move before they meet the scarlet demonic snake. You still dare to disobey my orders and control the tree spirit to make a move." A horrifying killing chi was emitted from this person. The shadow demon that spoke could not help but tremble. He did not dare to say anything more. In the dark forest, 10 shadow fiends appeared respectfully in front of a man in blood-red clothes. However, when one looked carefully, it was not a scarlet shirt. It was clearly a layer of squirming blood. His face and body were very blurry. The scarlet-clothed man said in a hoarse voice, "I remember I said to make a move when they passed by the scarlet demonic snake. I only left for a while. Who made that decision?" One of the shadow demons could not help but feel fear. He knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Master, I acted blindly without thinking. I wanted to capture them all and offer them to Master. It has nothing to do with Big Brother." The scarlet-clothed man said, "Never mind, give me the 2 corpses. You can only make a move when you reach the scarlet demonic snake. Those people are not ordinary humans. If you are not confident, do not show yourself. Remember, in this space, for every single one of you who dies, the Lord Devil General's strength will be weakened. Your lives are for the Lord Devil General, not for yourselves." The shadow demon kneeling on the ground felt like he had been pardoned. He said continuously, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. These are their corpses. After we dug them out, we used a secret technique to preserve them. They are absolutely fresh." The scarlet-clothed man laughed a few times and pointed at the corpses. After a while, the blood from the corpses spurted out and returned to the scarlet-clothed man's body. A burst of red light flashed continuously and the blood on the surface of the man in blood-red clothes kept surging. The man in blood-red clothes kept gurgling. After a while, the 2 corpses that were originally dead slowly stood up. The scene was very strange. The 2 cultivators who were originally Heavenly Saber Pavilion Corps disciples looked at the scarlet-clothed man. Their eyes were unfocused as they trembled and said, "Muska, pretty good material. It is worth it for me to spend some effort to modify you." The scarlet-clothed man laughed strangely. He stretched out his hand and shot out 2 scarlet blood pearls at the 2 corpses. Blood Demon Secret Technique, Little Heavenly Demon Transformation. The scarlet blood pearls instantly merged into the 2's foreheads. The originally pale faces of the 2 turned lustrous at a visible rate. The color in their eyes became denser and denser. The wounds on their bodies healed up and they looked no different from a normal person. Their eyes were filled with respect as they looked at the scarlet-clothed man. "Master, what instructions do you have?" The scarlet-clothed man waved his hand and said to the leader of the shadow demons, "I will temporarily hand over the control of these 2 blood corpses to you. You have to bring back all of those people. Especially the girl in white clothes and the man with purple light. Their corpses must be complete. They cannot be missing limbs. It would be best if they could be captured alive." "Yes, I promise to complete Master's instructions." After Xiao Qin and the others dealt with the tree spirits, they got closer to the core area of the forest. Finally, they met with the obstruction of demonic beasts. However, with the help of Xiao Qian's spiritual sense, everyone was able to prepare in advance. It was daunting but not dangerous. Gao Xiang used his saber to take out a rank 5 demonic beast demonic core. He revealed a satisfied expression as he smiled. "Even if we cannot kill the demons, these demonic cores are enough to break even. There should be no problem exchanging them for 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A peak rank 5 demonic beast would be good." The value of a demonic core was no less than a spirit core. It might even be slightly higher. Furthermore, the higher the rank of the demonic core, the greater the difference in value between it and a spirit core of the same rank. A complete rank 5 demonic core was worth 100 inferior grade spirit stones. A peak rank 5 demonic core was worth 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A rank 6 demonic core would be worth 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. As for a peak rank 6 demonic core, its value would skyrocket to a horrifying level. It would require 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, along the way the group only met early rank 5 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to a medial grade martial saint. There were also a few rank 5 medial grade demonic beasts. However, they did not meet any peak rank 5 demonic beasts. Mu Heng cursed, "You really jinxed it." A peak rank 5 demonic beast is equivalent to an inferior grade martial king. In this space, its strength would increase explosively. At the very least, it would be equal to a medial grade martial king. If we really meet one, it would be a problem if we can escape unscathed. You want to kill it? You must be tired of living. Gao Xiang put away the demonic core and smiled embarrassedly. I was just joking. We will not really meet one. If we do, my huge saber is not to be trifled with. Along the way they met all sorts of demonic beasts. Finally, Gao Xiang had a place to display his strength. It had to be said that the might of Qinduan Peak's martial techniques were extremely ferocious. When Gao Xiang, who was a medial grade martial saint, attacked at full power, even a medial grade 5 demonic beast would find it difficult to deal with. If an early rank 5 demonic beast was struck by him, it would be severely injured. Xiao Chen's desperate fighting style changed everyone's impression of him. They were no longer as bad as before. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored the two of them bickering. He had gained a lot as well. He had personally killed an early rank 5 demonic beast. He had personally killed 20 early rank 5 demonic beasts and 1 medial grade 5 demonic beast. If all of them were exchanged for spirit stones, he would get 2 or 3,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Seeing Yun Kursen standing guard at the side, Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He asked, Senior Sister Yun, are you not going to take some demonic cores? Yun Kursen said indifferently, a rank 5 demonic core cannot be exchanged for many spirit stones. You can split it among yourselves, there is no need to care about me. Chapter 247. Everyone blushed with shame. This was already a few thousand inferior grade spirit stones, yet Yun Kursen did not care about it at all. This was very strange. After they cleaned up the battlefield, Xiao Chen continued to scout ahead. Now, everyone knew that Xiao Chen had a martial technique with outstanding perception. So, they were at ease with him scouting ahead. After a while, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. His originally calm face revealed a grave expression. Yun Kursen saw that something was wrong with Xiao Chen's expression. She asked, What's wrong? Is there a demonic beast blocking the way? Xiao Chen nodded silently and smiled bitterly. The jinx came true. There is a demonic beast in front. Based on its aura, it is at least a peak rank 5 demonic beast. It might even be an early rank 6 demonic beast. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at Gao Xiang with a murderous gaze. Zhang Lai said unhappily, Your chance to shine is here. Go and kill it. We will wait for your good news. Gao Xiang said embarrassedly, I was really just saying it casually. You can't blame me for this. Yun Kursen's expression did not change. She asked calmly, Can you see what demonic beast it is? Can we go around it? Xiao Chen shook his head, I can't see what demonic beast it is. I only know that it is a huge snake. Its aura covers a large area. If we want to go around it without alerting it, we will need at least a day. Due to the aura of some demonic beasts being too strong, they would cause their spiritual sense to be blurry. So, Xiao Chen could not see what demonic beast it was. Yun Kursen thought for 10 seconds and quickly made a decision. Since we cannot go around it, then let's fight it. Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, Gao Xiang and Yi Chen follow me. The rest of you wait here for further orders. Of the 8 of them, the 5 of them were the strongest. The other 3 were slightly weaker. If they met a peak rank 5 or rank 6 demonic beast, they would not be able to gain an advantage. Sometimes, a large number of people wouldn't be able to produce a big advantage, and they might even become a burden. The 3 of them understood Yun Kursen's intentions. They were not unhappy and stayed where they were. Under Yun Kursen's lead, the 5 of them carefully made their way towards the unknown demonic beast. As they got closer, the aura and pressure of a peak rank 5 demonic beast became more obvious. Even breathing was somewhat difficult. Gao Xiang said with an unsightly expression, This might not be a peak rank 5 demonic beast. It might be an early rank 6 demonic beast. It's impossible for a rank 5 demonic beast's aura to be so terrifying. It's suffocating. Zhang Lai smiled faintly and said, In that case, what do you think we should do? If you are timid, no one will care about you. Gao Xiang argued, When did I say I was afraid? I was just stating a fact. Before the battle started, the 2 of them started arguing. Yun Kursen frowned and said in a cold voice, All of you shut up. The battle has not started yet and you are already arguing. You are messing things up. Are you tired of living? Yun Kursen's words had always been effective. After she spoke, Zhang Lai and Gao Xiang immediately shut up. They only glared at each other. Yichen, what do you think our chances of victory are? Yun Kursen turned her head and asked Xiao Qin, who was leading the way. Xiao Qin thought for a while and said, if it is a peak rank 5 demonic beast, we have a 50% chance of victory. If it is an early rank 6 demonic beast, we only have a 40% chance of victory. Actually, Xiao Qin did not say anything. If they included the sneak attacks from the shadows and the darkness, their chances of victory would be even lower. A look of worry flashed on Yun Kursen's delicate face. She muttered, I hope it is only a peak rank 5 demonic beast. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly started to tremble. The four of them quickly circulated their qi to stabilize their bodies. They were extremely focused. Kasia. Kasia. The sound of trees breaking resounded in everyone's ears. Unfortunately, they could clearly feel a huge creature quickly approaching them. Yun Kursen said calmly, danger, retreat. Everyone executed their movement techniques and retreated in the forest. Wuxia. A black shadow smashed at the slowest person, Mu Heng. Mu Heng's entire body glowed with a purple light. He shouted and executed the 7 stars transposition. His figure instantly disappeared and reappeared at the top of a tree. Bang! There was a loud sound. In the next moment, a huge pit appeared in the flat ground. It was 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters long. As for its depth, it was impossible to see with one's eyes. Mu Heng took in a deep breath of cold air. If this had struck him, no matter how strong his physical body was, he would have suffered significant internal injuries. Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Taking advantage of this, everyone saw the demonic beast's body clearly. It was a black snake more than 200 meters tall. The scales on its body flickered with a cold, black light. Its upper body was upright. Its scarlet eyes were like 2 bright lanterns in the dark night sky. It opened its huge mouth and flicked its red tongue in and out continuously. When it stood upright, it was more than 100 meters tall. It was taller than the trees in the forest. In front of it, everyone was as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly Xiao Qin was startled. He muttered, this is a scarlet-crowned snake. That's not right. It has not grown a crown yet. It is still immature. Even so, after it turned into a demonic beast, it has the strength of an early rank 6 demonic beast. When the scarlet demonic snake saw Mu Heng suddenly disappear, it was clearly enraged. Its scarlet eyes swept across the ground and saw Gao Xiang, who was holding an eye-catching huge saber. Damn it! Stop staring at me. When Gao Xiang felt the scarlet demonic snake's gaze, he said gloomily and quickly retreated. Who? The scarlet demonic snake's huge body shot up from the ground. The speed was not slow at all. It opened its huge mouth wanting to swallow the retreating Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang was startled. He did not expect the scarlet demonic snake's speed to be so horrifying. When the huge mouth approached, Xiao Qin did a roll and dodged to the side. However, before Gao Xiang could relax, the scarlet demonic snake's red tongue shot out and lashed out at him. Lone Peak fatal blow. At the critical moment, Zhang Lai executed the 15th move of the Lingyun saber technique. The saber light that filled the sky turned into a huge mountain. It descended from the sky and pressed down on the scarlet demonic snake's body. The scarlet demonic snake felt pain and withdrew its long snake. With a flip, it spat out a black flame at Zhang Lai. The black flame dragged a long tail as it moved around in the air. Everywhere it passed, even the air was burned into nothingness. The mountain immediately melted. The mysterious phenomenon was forcefully broken. Zhang Lai vomited a large mouthful of blood. His complexion was pale as he fell from the sky. Gao Xiang stopped retreating. He did not expect that Zhang Lai, who had been bickering with him, would save him at the most critical moment. Seeing Zhang Lai injured, Gao Xiang roared angrily, "Damn beast! I'll fight it out with you." 3,000 blazing flames covered the sun, pouring into the saber. Heavenly flame clouds. In the crimson sky, 3,000 flaming clouds burned in the sky. Suddenly, it looked boundless, even the clouds covered the sun, and the raging flames reflected the entire forest red. The unending flaming clouds gathered in the air and formed a huge flaming whirlpool. With a "so" sound, it merged into Gao Xiang's huge saber. Boom! In that instant, Zhang Lai's body burned with a red flame. He looked like a flaming giant. The long saber wrapped in flames swung forward ferociously. The red flame was like a roaring flood dragon. The horrifying temperature melted all the trees within 100 meters. It rushed towards the scarlet demonic snake's head. The scarlet demonic snake's red eyes flickered continuously. It opened its mouth and spat out a black flame at the flame Zhang Lai sent out. Bang, bang, bang. The red flame and black flame clashed in the air. A huge energy exploded in the air, creating a surging shockwave that spread out in all directions. Everywhere the shockwave passed, the ground was scorched. The two flames started to burn in the air. However, not long after, the black flame suddenly increased in size. It immediately shattered the red flame Zhang Lai sent out and continued to roar at him. Zhang Lai did not dare to be careless, but he did not retreat. He sent out flames continuously from his huge saber. After a few breaths, he finally managed to block the flames the scarlet demonic snake spat out. Swift horizontal saber. Just as the scarlet demonic snake was about to spit out another mouthful of black flame, Mu Heng, who was standing on the top of the tree, suddenly made his move. Mu Heng's entire body glowed with a purple light. He was like a steed flashing in the air. His entire body turned into a treasured saber, giving off a dazzling light. Bang! Mu Heng's palm turned into a saber and chopped down on the scarlet demonic snake's head. This was a saber that could split mountains. He chopped down without holding anything back. There was a muffled sound. The scarlet demonic snake's upright body was actually chopped down by this saber. However, that was all. This saber still did not manage to break through the scarlet demonic snake's skin. The instant the scarlet demonic snake landed on the ground, its huge tail gave off a thunderous sound as it tore through the air and swept at Mu Heng. Mu Heng, who was in the air, had no place to borrow strength from. Just as the scarlet demonic snake was about to strike him, his figure strangely disappeared in the air again. Wuxia. The huge snake tail gave off another thunderous sound in the air. Soon it sensed Mu Heng's figure. With a schwa sound, it swept at him again. The speed was much faster than before. Mu Heng's expression turned grave as he executed the 7 stars transposition. His figure flashed 7 times in the air. Every time his figure flashed in the air, the huge tail would follow closely behind. Each time it would be faster and more dangerous than the one before. Swirling peaks scatter clouds. Zhang Lai, who had swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and a qi-returning pill, stood up once again with his saber in hand. His eyes blazed with a fierce fighting spirit. He stood up once again. The peak small perfection saber intent infused into the Lingyun saber technique turned into a lone peak. It created a boundless strong wind as it smashed towards the scarlet demonic snake. Mu Heng gained a chance to catch his breath. His figure flashed in the air again and he finally managed to dodge the scarlet demonic snake's tail that he could not avoid. The rolling cloud-crushing mountain infused with the small perfection saber intent crashed into the scarlet demonic snake's body. This time, it finally broke through the scarlet demonic snake's tough scales. The strong wind was like a saber, causing black blood to spurt out in the air and cover the entire forest. The heavenly flames connected to the clouds and a huge flaming whirlpool formed in the air once again. Chapter 248. Holding his saber horizontally, Mu Heng, who had recovered for a while, gave off a resplendent purple light. He turned into a treasured saber and attacked again. When the 3 of them met this early rank 6 demonic beast, they did not dare to make any probing attacks. They all brought out their full essence, sending out all sorts of powerful moves. The 3 of them did not care about their essence and attacked with all their might. The horrifying rank 6 demonic beast, the scarlet demonic snake, was unable to take them down in a short period of time. The aftershocks of the intense battle spread throughout the forest. Flames rushed to the sky, shock waves surged, and there were thunderous booms. Due to the shock waves of the battle, rows of tall and broad trees within a radius of 1,000 meters were directly burned to ashes. Deep pits appeared continuously on the ground, shaking and trembling non-stop. Xiaoqin and Yun Kursen were not in a rush to make a move. They continued to gather their auras and placed their fingers on the saber hilt. Xiaoqin placed his finger on the hilt of his saber and stared at the battlefield, prepared to deal a fatal blow at any moment. The 2 of them knew that although Mu Heng and the other 2 looked like they were locked in a stalemate with the scarlet demonic snake, the scarlet demonic snake was not injured at all. When the 3 of them exhausted their essence, the situation would turn around. Hence, the 2 of them were waiting for the best opportunity. When they made their move, they would decide the situation with one saber strike. The 3 people who remained in the forest looked at the fiery light and the surging shock waves of the battlefield. They were all shocked and horrified. What a horrifying battle. Could they have met with a rank 6 demonic beast? A Gangyu Peak female disciple said worriedly. Another person's face was filled with worry as well. He continued, that should be it. Yun Kursen is already strong enough to fight against a peak rank 5 demonic beast. Adding in the others, they should have a 50% chance of killing it. Only a rank 6 demonic beast would cause such a huge commotion. The remaining person said, an early rank 6 demonic beast is already as strong as a medial grade martial king. I wonder if Yun Kursin and the others can handle it. I hope they can, right? Otherwise, with our strength, it will be very difficult to leave this place. If we leave this forest, only death awaits us. The female disciple of the Jianghu Peak thought for a moment before saying, should we go and take a look? If anything happens, we can go and help. The person next to him laughed and said, don't be silly. If it's an ordinary rank 5 demonic beast, it's naturally easier with more people. But it's a peak rank 5 demonic beast and a rank 6 demonic beast. We'll only cause more trouble if we go. Let's wait for their good news. Everyone stopped talking and began to wait anxiously. This was a battle that would decide their own fate. Senior Bai. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the three of them. It was a female disciple from Jianghu Peak. Puzzled, he turned around and saw that his two companions who had died earlier were standing there with a smile. Junior brother Wang, senior brother Lu, didn't you two die? The three of them were puzzled. The two of them walked a few steps closer and explained, we were lucky. We don't know what happened, but we suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. The soil you buried was a little loose, so we climbed out on our own. By the way, where are senior sister Yun and the others? The two of them asked with puzzled expressions. This scene was incredibly strange. People who were clearly dead suddenly appeared before the three of them. This made them feel suspicious. They did not know what was going on. The three of them exchanged glances and communicated silently. Then they started to ask the two of them some questions. In the end, the two of them answered fluently without any hesitation. This continued for a long time before the three of them believed that the two of them were still the same people. The female disciple from Jianghu Peak revealed a joyful expression. She said, that's great. The two of you are not dead. Senior sister Yun and the others are in front, PUCI. Before this female disciple could finish speaking, a short saber appeared on her chest. The smile on her face froze and a life vanished just like that. Junior brother Wang, what are you doing? Another person exclaimed as he walked forward. However, before he could take a few steps, another person stabbed him in the back and pierced his heart. Before the last person could react, 4 shadow demons appeared behind him at the same time. Each of them executed a move, silently ending this person's life. Oh, oh. With a schwa sound, the 3 shadow demons burrowed into the 3 corpses. They stretched their limbs and smiled. Humans are really stupid creatures. When the leader of the shadow demons saw the scene of the battle, he said, no wonder Master wanted us to make a move when they passed by the scarlet demonic snake. These people are too strong. Indeed, I'm afraid the scarlet demonic snake will not be able to deal with them. However, with these corpses, it should be much easier to deal with them. Bang! Gao Xiang's huge saber covered in boundless flames struck the scarlet demonic snake's tail violently. There was an explosive sound and Gao Xiang vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew back. Gao Xiang fell to the ground and revealed a pained expression. He wanted to stand up, but he could no longer do so. Zhang Lai, who was at the side, was helpless as well. He sat cross-legged where he was. When his mysterious phenomenon was broken, he suffered many injuries. After that, he forced himself to continue fighting, adding injuries to his injuries. He was the first of the 3 to lose his ability to fight. 7 stars transposition, shifting stars. Mu Heng shouted and drew a circle in the air with his left hand. A strange ball of air formed in front of him and repelled the black flames that the scarlet demonic snake spat at him. The scarlet demonic snake could not dodge in time. The horrifying black flames burned its body, causing its huge body to roll on the ground. After Mu Heng made this move, the purple light on his body completely vanished. His complexion was incomparably pale and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. He took a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. Attack! Xiao Qin and Yun Kursin exchanged glances. They did not hesitate, and the aura that they had been gathering for a long time instantly soared into the sky. Heavenly music roar, piercing the heavens. Yun Kursin shouted and immediately drew her saber from its scabbard. The slender saber trembled continuously, giving off a drawn-out sound. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The sound was like thunder, unending. Finally, it gathered together and formed a heavenly sound that could break the heavens. The saber pointed at the scarlet demonic snake that had just gotten rid of the black flames. A sound wave like saber chi descended from the sky and entered the scarlet demonic snake's body. Bang, bang, bang. A muffled thunder-like sound came from the scarlet demonic snake's huge body. Its huge body bounced up and down from the explosions, causing the ground to tremble non-stop. Mu Heng and the other two, who had exhausted their essence, staggered on the ground. They only managed to stabilize themselves after much difficulty. Soaring clouds in the 9 heavens rode twisting around peak. Xiaoqun pushed off the ground gently and his figure flashed into the air, rising higher and higher. In the sky, the layers of white clouds suddenly rolled and surged. Xiaoqun appeared indistinctly within the white clouds. Dang! Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the churning white clouds. All the white clouds scattered in an instant. Xiaoqun's body moved in an arc in the air. As Xiaoqun slid down the arc, a mountain peak slowly appeared from the top to the bottom. Clouds and mist lingered on the mountain peak. There were birds, beasts, flowers, trees, pavilions and everything else. It was like a real mountain peak had appeared above everyone's heads. Zhang Lai, who was on the ground, looked at the mysterious phenomenon that Xiaoqun executed. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he muttered, "There are mountains and clouds. However, this is not the true state of mountains and clouds. Clouds need to be accompanied by thunder. Mountains need to be accompanied by flowers, birds, and trees. Not a single one can be missing." 9 heavens soaring clouds rode twisting around peak. So this is the true 17th move of the Lingyun Saber technique. Shua. Just as Zhang Lai was exclaiming in surprise, the great perfection mountain peak suddenly disappeared and merged into Xiaoqun's body. In that instant, Xiaoqun's aura suddenly changed. It had the grandeur of a mountain and the faintness of clouds. This saber strike also became very strange. Zhang Lai was stunned for a long time. Suddenly he said excitedly, "Road twisting around peak, road twisting around peak. How laughable. How laughable. I thought I understood it. I did not expect that I was still tricked in the end." The scarlet demonic snake on the ground, who was in unbearable pain, felt a dangerous aura. It endured the pain in its body as it swung its huge tail in the air. In an instant, the sound of explosions rang out in the air as the giant tail swung horizontally. The shock waves from the explosions drained the essence of the 3 people on the ground. They could not retaliate at all. Their chi and blood surged and they vomited another large mouthful of blood. Bang! The saber and the snake tail clashed in the air. A shock wave immediately exploded, creating a visible shock wave that spread out in all directions like water. Xiaoqun's body was like a mountain. Under the huge force of the scarlet demonic snake, he did not move at all. He did not show any signs of moving back. Under the huge force, the chi and blood in his body surged. Xiaoqun did his best to circulate his essence. His heart was not in a mess. The mysterious phenomenon that had already merged into his body was unleashed through the saber. Wuxia. A bloody wound appeared on the scarlet demonic snake's huge tail. Its huge body was actually knocked into the air by this saber strike infused with the state of mountain. Black blood dripped down like rain. Xiaoqun's essence trembled, and the corrosive black blood was blocked outside his body. Rumble. The huge scarlet demonic snake was like a sandbag. After it flew far away, it landed heavily on the ground and rolled for a long time. Its mountain-like body caused the ground to tremble continuously. So, Xiaoqun and Yun Kursen did not stop moving. They did not want to let go of this opportunity. The scarlet demonic snake's recovery ability and life force were very shocking. They could not give it too much time to recover. The scarlet demonic snake had already received countless attacks from Mu Heng and the other 2. However, it did not suffer any serious injuries. Now that the 2 of them managed to sneak attack it, it was severely injured. Naturally, they had to grab hold of this opportunity and not give it a chance to make a comeback. The 2 of them instantly rushed to the scarlet demonic snake's side and used all sorts of martial techniques to attack it. Every saber strike from Xiaoqun left a deep wound on the scarlet demonic snake's body, causing it unbearable pain. However, when Yun Kursen's slender saber struck the scarlet demonic snake, she could only leave a shallow mark. Her saber seemed to be a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon. It could not break through the scarlet demonic snake's defense. Chapter 249. Xiaoqun found an opening and took out the roaming dragon saber from the universe ring. He tossed it to Yun Kursen and said, "Use my saber first." Yun Kursen nodded her thanks and caught the roaming dragon saber. The instant her right hand grasped the saber hilt, a ripple appeared on her previously calm face. She exclaimed in astonishment, "This is a heaven-ranked spirit weapon." Yun Kursen's stable mental state actually wavered for a moment. She suspected that Xiaoqun had tossed the wrong spirit weapon. Unexpectedly, he casually tossed out a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Bang! A strong wind blew and a dangerous aura arrived. Yun Kursen suddenly recovered her wits. Her body instinctively dodged to the side, dodging the scarlet demonic snake's swing. The scarlet demonic snake, which had recovered from the 2 fatal strikes, was thoroughly enraged by the endless attacks of the 2. Its 100-meter-tall upper body stood upright and its huge tail spun around in the air. Unexpectedly, it actually grew longer. In the end, the tail grew longer and sharper. The sharp tail tore through the air and gave off ear-piercing sonic booms. It stabbed at Xiao Qian continuously. It was as fast as lightning, startling Xiao Qian and causing him to quickly retreat. Bang, 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 bang. There was a loud sound where Xiao Qian was standing earlier. A bottomless hole appeared in the ground. Xiao Qian retreated continuously. That awl-like tail chased after him relentlessly. Bottomless holes appeared on the ground. The speed of the snake tail increased every time. Xiao Qian did not even have the chance to turn around. While the snake tail attacked Xiao Qian, the scarlet demonic snake did not stop opening its mouth. Streams of horrifying black flames flew towards Yun Kursen. However, Yun Kursen's situation was slightly better than Xiao Qian's. She had obtained the inferior-grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon, the roaming dragon saber. Even if she could not dodge the black flames, she could still knock them away with a full-powered strike. Wong! There was a dragon roar and Yun Kursen suddenly stopped dodging while holding the roaming dragon saber. The cold saber suddenly lit up with a boundless brilliance. There seemed to be a swimming dragon circling around the saber in the brilliance. Bang! The saber light chopped the black flames in half. Yun Kursen did not hesitate to charge at the scarlet demonic snake. Under the huge body of the scarlet demonic snake, Yun Kursen's body was like that of a baby. When the scarlet demonic snake saw Yun Kursen rushing at it, a cruel light flashed in its green eyes. The huge mouth stopped swallowing the black flames and swallowed it. Yun Kursen Dragon Kursen. Yun Kursen nimbly dodged and easily dodged. It was like she had eyes on the back of her head. She swung her saber and the sharp saber blade chopped the long red tongue in half. Tian Ling to Xiao Xiao, Tian He Yun, Xiao Sovereign, Qin Tian, Kuan Yun, Star is Yang, and Xiao Qin, Kuan Yu in Dragon. Flight on wings, horizontal slash. The light on the snow-white lunar shadow saber was withdrawn and a cold light flashed. With a schwa sound, it chopped off the scarlet demonic snake's 3-meter-long tail. After they landed, Yun Kursen's and Xiao Qian's gazes met. The 2 of them smiled at each other. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. They knew that this scarlet demonic snake was already an arrow at the end of its flight and would not be able to hold on for much longer. It was time to launch its final counterattack. Even if it was an early rank 6 demonic beast, after being struck by the 2 peak earth-ranked martial techniques, it would suffer from severe internal injuries. Coupled with the relentless attacks from before, every strike of his blade had drawn blood. It was not a joke. The scarlet demonic snake's continuous and terrifying attacks were actually the scarlet demonic snake's final attack. If the 2 of them could persevere, the scarlet demonic snake would definitely lose. It was only a matter of time. If the scarlet demonic snake could not endure this ferocious attack, it would obtain the final victory. The remaining 3 were no longer a threat to it. Bang! 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 Xiao Qian brandished his saber and brought out the Lingyun saber technique state of mountain to its limits. He was as stable as Mount Tai, blocking all the scarlet demonic snake's attacks. This created opportunities for Yun Kursen, who was wielding a heaven-ranked spirit weapon, to attack. One was in charge of defense and the other was in charge of offense. They worked very well together. The scales of the battlefield started to tilt in favor of Xiao Qian and the others. The signs of the scarlet demonic snake's defeat became increasingly obvious. Senior Brother Mu, Senior Brother Zhang, are you all right? The 3 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples controlled by the shadow demons suddenly walked over. They had nervous expressions as they headed for Gao Xiang and the others. Zhang Lai felt it was strange and asked, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for us there? We saw that the commotion here was too big and were worried about you. So we rushed over." The female disciple from the Gangyu Peak helped Gao Xiang up from the ground. "What's the situation now?" Gao Xiang thanked her and said, "It's about time. The scarlet demonic snake is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Yi Qin and Yun Kursen should be ending their battle soon." Wuxia. The opportunity that Xiao Qian and Yun Kursen had been searching for crossed paths in the air. 2 resplendent saber lights lit up in the air and a large amount of black blood spurted out. The scarlet demonic snake's huge body was struck by the 2 of them at the same time. It was instantly split in half. Heavenly melody burst. Yun Kursen shouted and pointed the roaming dragon saber in her hand into the air. A formless saber chi infused into the scarlet demonic snake's broken body. Bang! 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 The sound wave infused into the scarlet demonic snake's upper body exploded. The upper half of its body, which was more than 100 meters long, was blasted beyond recognition. It was covered in blood. It could not be more dead. Yun Kursen stretched out her hand and took out the scarlet demonic beast's rank 6 demonic core. She casually tossed it to Xiao Chen and said, "This is for you, I don't need it." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught it. He was in slight disbelief. A rank 6 demonic core that was worth 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Yun Kursen casually tossed it over as if it was just a worthless rock. Yun Kursen explained, "I do not lack spirit stones. You can just split it with them later. As for how to split it, you can decide." Xiao Chen was not a pretentious person. He nodded and thanked her before putting it away. Yun Kursen did not lack spirit stones. Actually, Xiao Chen did not lack spirit stones either. However, spirit stones were like banknotes in his previous life. The more the better. Xiao Chen would not dislike having too many. The two of them each swallowed a medicinal pill and took out an inferior grade spirit stone. Then they sat down and adjusted themselves. They finally managed to kill the rank 6 demonic core in front of them without any mishaps. They relaxed slightly. After a while, the essence in the spirit stone was completely absorbed. The two of them stood up at the same time. With their current cultivation, one inferior grade spirit stone could only recover half of their peak essence. The two of them knew that they did not have enough time to recover. Hence, they did not intend to waste any more time recovering their essence. Seeing Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen stand up, Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the 3 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who were possessed by the shadow demon followed them. Zhang Lai and the other 2 had suffered significant internal injuries. After resting for a while, they were barely able to suppress their injuries. When Yun Kursen saw the other 3, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She vaguely gave Xiao Chen a look. Xiao Chen was mildly astonished. He scanned the 3 of them with his spiritual sense. After a while, he understood what was going on. "Why are the 3 of you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for us there?" Yun Kursen asked the 3 of them calmly. The female disciple from Jianghu Peak replied, "The commotion from the battle was too big. We were worried so we rushed over." Yun Kursen did not continue to pursue the matter. She said, "Never mind, there is no danger now. However, we cannot continue on our way. Let's go back and rest first." The 3 of them did not suspect anything. They turned around and headed back the way they came. Wuxia. Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen attacked at the same time. The roaming dragon saber in Yun Kursen's hand flashed with a cold light in the air. She stabbed the chest of a shadow demon from behind. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air. He punched a shadow demon with a heavy force. The 2 of them continued, one saber and one fist, striking the final shadow demon. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The 3 shadow demons did not even have time to react before they were struck. Mu Heng and the other 2 looked at each other, not knowing what happened. "Senior Sister Yun and Yichen, what are you doing?" Yun Kursen did not reply. She said indifferently, "You will understand in a while." The 3 people on the ground let out pained cries. Zhang Lai and the others watched in astonishment as black smoke came out from their bodies. The 3 shadow demons had pained expressions on their faces as they fell to the ground. Clearly they were severely injured. Wuxia. Seeing that their companions' identities were exposed, the other shadow demons stopped hiding and came out from the ground. 7 pale shadow demons suddenly appeared in front of everyone. 3 shadow demons did not hesitate to charge at Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the others. The remaining 4 surrounded Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen. The 2 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who had already turned into blood corpses also slowly appeared. They charged at Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen. The battle had just ended. They had not even recovered a quarter of their strength when they were in danger again. This was especially so for Mu Heng and the other 2. They had not even recovered a quarter of their strength. Under the attacks of the 3 shadow demons, they were in danger. Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen's situation was not very optimistic either. The 2 of them had to deal with 2 shadow demons and a blood corpse respectively. Furthermore, they had only recovered half of their strength. They could not find the time to help Mu Heng and the others. The attacks of the shadow demons were very strange. They were different from the martial techniques of the Jianghu continent. They relied on their instincts to attack. They were very direct and did not have any fancy moves. They were like demonic beasts that stood upright. However, if that was all, it would not be a problem for Xiao Chen. The most troublesome thing was that their movement techniques were very strange. There were no traces to be found. Sometimes, when Xiao Chen clearly struck with his saber, he would discover that he only struck a clump of formless black smoke. If he could strike them, Xiaochen was confident that he could kill them in one strike. Unfortunately, they were everywhere, in the sky, on the ground, and in all directions. It was hard to tell which was the real one. It was very troublesome. There was also the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who had been turned into blood corpses. Not only did their strength increase by 20%, they did not feel any pain when they struck them. They continued to attack you. I can't conserve my strength anymore. Otherwise, even if I can escape, Mu Hang and the others will die here, Xiaochen thought quickly. Chapter 250. After making up his mind, Xiaochen circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art as he fought. Instantly, all the bones in his body started to crackle. A layer of golden light slowly appeared on the surface of his body. The power of the tiger and dragon slowly formed. Xiaochen suddenly stopped his move and did not dodge the attack of a shadow demon. When the shadow demon saw that Xiaochen's movements suddenly slowed down, it thought that his essence could not keep up and an opening appeared. A sinister smile appeared on its face, and its 5 sharp fingers quickly stabbed forward. Keng Chong. The sharp fingers immediately tore through Xiaochen's clothes. However, when they made contact with his flesh, they gave off a metallic sound and were unable to advance any further. How can this be? The shadow demon thought it was very strange. Although this attack did not pierce into Xiaochen's heart, it shook his heart, affecting his internal organs. Xiaochen endured the feeling of his qi and blood surging. Xiaochen suddenly shouted and the image of a tiger and dragon flew out from his body. The tiger and dragon roared, and in an instant his entire body was filled with a horrifying force. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. There was a tiger's roar. Before the shadow demon could retreat, its head was crushed by Xiaochen's horrifying punch of 6,000 kilograms of force. It was dead. Seeing the remaining shadow demon and blood corpse rushing over to save the situation, Xiaochen smiled coldly. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun twice. A surging and pure lightning-attributed essence flowed through his meridians and into the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber. A resplendent purple light flickered in the dark forest. It was very dazzling. Drawing the saber. This was the first time Xiaochen infused the pure state of thunder into the rushing thunder saber technique. Dark clouds covered the sky and thunder roared endlessly. It was like a huge army galloping. Xiaochen's original attribute was the lightning attribute. After he advanced to martial saint, the essence in his body had completely turned into the purest lightning-attributed essence. In such a state, when Xiaochen used the rushing thunder saber technique, the strength he could bring out was even stronger than the Lingyun saber technique, which required the state of mountains and the state of clouds. 3 bolts of lightning tore through the night sky and gathered on Xiaochen's saber. Xiaochen's figure flashed in the air and the other shadow demon was instantly chopped in half. The essence containing the state of thunder still flickered in the wound, not disappearing even after a long time. Arclight slash. Xiaochen did not stop moving. Thunder roared in the sky again. Xiaochen's saber moved in an arc in the air, chopping the fleeing blood corpse in half. It could not resist at all. Soaring heaven slash. Xiaochen pushed off the ground and pointed his lunar shadow saber at the sky. Then he soared into the sky. There was nothing fancy about it, but it carried an indomitable and boundless aura. Chi. Xiaochen's body was like a bolt of lightning flashing in the air. With a schwa sound, the 3 shadow demons surrounding Mu Heng and the others were pierced through, dying in that instant. Xiaochen's body paused in the air, and the unceasing rumbling of thunder suddenly stopped. It was like the calm before the storm. It was extremely quiet in an instant. Rushing thunder chop. Xiaochen shouted. He held his saber with both hands and chopped down at the blood corpse surrounding Yun Kursen. Pu Si. A resplendent saber light tore through the water-like air and appeared above the blood corpse's head. In the next moment, the intense electric light on the saber light exploded. There was a clap of thunder that was even more intense than any of the previous ones. With a schwa sound, the blood corpse was chopped in half by this horrifying saber strike. Then the electric light blasted it into nothing. The rushing thunder second chain chop, the energy accumulated from the 4 moves of the rushing thunder saber technique was unleashed without any restraint. The shadow demon that Xiaochen struck did not even have the chance to cry out miserably. The shadow demon that was struck by Xiaochen was immediately chopped into a pool of blood. The remaining shadow demon was horrified. It decisively gave up on attacking Yun Kursen. Its body turned into a clump of black smoke and quickly flew backward. Trying to run? Do you think you can? Xiaochen sheathed his saber and snorted coldly as he watched the fleeing shadow demon. A boundless purple flame started to burn in Xiaochen's right eye. With one glance, it looked like a sea of flames. The blazing flames started to slowly gather together. Finally, they gathered into a clump and formed a strange purple flame in Xiao Chen's right eye. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot. The strange purple flame formed a purple arrow in the air. It was like a shooting star, silently catching up to the shadow demon that had already fled 1,000 meters away. Explode. A horrifying explosion came from the distance. The purple flame suddenly flashed, and the origin of lightning in the flame blossomed. Countless arcs of electricity filled the entire space. Aside from Yun Kursen, everyone else was dumbfounded when they saw this. They did not dare believe this was real. Xiao Qin stood still and withdrew his hand. He had already expected the rushing thunder saber technique to be very strong after it grasped the state of thunder. However, he was still shocked at its might. He believed that if he completely grasped this saber technique, aside from some peak late-stage martial saints, no one within the martial saint realm would be his match. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin turned his head and discovered Gao Xiang clutching his chest. He was lying on the ground in pain. His lips were black and he was trembling non-stop. These were the symptoms of being poisoned. Xiao Qin quickly walked over and asked Zhang Lai, "What's going on with him?" Zhang Lai had an extremely sad expression on his face. His voice trembled as he explained what happened to Xiao Qin. It turned out that when the shadow demon suddenly attacked, Gao Xiang, who was the slowest among the three of them, had yet to recover from his injuries. As a result, he was immediately stabbed in the chest by the sharp fingers of a shadow demon. Originally, the wound was not very deep. At first, Gao Xiang did not pay much attention to it. He often went out for experiential training and had encountered many similar wounds. With the physique of a cultivator, this was not a fatal wound. However, he did not expect the shadow demon's attack to contain a slow-acting poison. By the time he reacted, the poison had already spread throughout his body, and he was unable to force it out. Mu Heng asked from the side, "Yi Qin, do you have a solution?" Xiao Qin shook his head. In the Compendium of Cultivation, there was a medicinal pill that could cure hundreds of poisons. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin did not have the time to refine it. It was impossible for him to find a cultivation technique. Maybe Yun Kursen has a solution. This thought suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This feeling was very strange. It was purely a feeling of intuition. Yun Kursen had rushed over a long time ago. However, she was observing Gao Xiang's situation from the side. She did not say anything. At this moment, she felt Xiao Chen's gaze. She shook her head and said, "I do have a rank 6 detoxification pill. However, the poison has already permeated his bones and heart vessels. Unless someone from the medical sage clan comes personally, or an immortal grade holy herb that is at least 1,000 years old, there is no way to save him." When Gao Xiang heard this, his pained face slowly revealed a gentle expression. He smiled bitterly. "I started cultivating at the age of 6. I entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the age of 16. Now I am 26 and am already a medial grade martial saint. I am not satisfied to die like this." It was like the final radiance of a setting sun. The pained expression on Gao Xiang's face suddenly vanished. His complexion started to turn rosy. He took off the bag on his back and handed it to Zhang Lai. He muttered, "These are the demonic cores that I obtained along the way. I originally thought I could exchange them for some medial grade spirit stones after I got out and raised my cultivation to peak medial grade martial saint. Now I can only let you guys benefit from it." The path of a cultivator has always been rugged. Everyone who has taken this path should have expected such a day. My misfortune should serve as a reminder to all of you. No matter when you fight, you cannot be careless. After Gao Xiang spoke, his eyes revealed a look of determination. In the next moment, he circulated the last of his essence and shattered his heart, dying from it. Gao Xiang chose to end his own life. This was a somewhat tragic way of dying. Gao Xiang's death caused everyone to feel melancholy. While they felt pity and sorrow, they also thought of themselves. In the Jianghu continent, the strong were revered. In the eyes of the strong, the weak were like ants. If they wanted to kill them, they could do so at will. If they were unhappy, they could trample on your dignity. Under such cruel circumstances, every cultivator would use all sorts of methods to cultivate diligently in order to pursue the path of the strong. However, this path was too difficult. Aside from having to face all sorts of open and secret fights, they also had to be careful during experiential training to avoid dying in the hands of demonic beasts. Life was too fragile on this path. This mission was also a form of experiential training. However, in the end, before they even reached the halfway point, 6 people in the group had already lost their lives. Xiao Qin casually sent out a clump of purple thunder true fire and covered Gao Xiang's corpse. The corpse immediately started burning. Burying the corpse in the forest had already been proven to be a mistake. It would only be used by the enemy. Hence, no one felt that Xiao Chen's actions were inappropriate. When Yun Kursen saw Gao Xiang's burning corpse, an undetectable, complicated look flashed in her eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash. No one noticed it. After a while, Yun Kursen said calmly, "Rest for an hour. After that, we will continue on our way." Similar massacres were taking place in other places in the forest. Murong Chang's figure moved erratically in the air, creating a cool breeze. After a while, a saber light flashed and a scarlet-clothed man was chopped into pieces. The blood demon's body, which could have merged back together, could no longer do so. It had turned into a corpse. Murong Chang's stern face was expressionless as he wiped off the blood on his saber. Then he sheathed his saber with a schwa sound. The blood demon's corpse on the ground exploded, turning into pools of blood that shot into the air. Behind Murong Chong, there were two members of the blood demon. Their lips had turned black and their expressions were unsightly as they fell to the ground. They had also been inflicted with the shadow demon's slow-acting poison. It had spread throughout their entire body. There was no way to save them. "Senior brother Murong, do you have any way to save my junior brother? He is about to die," a Gangyu Peak disciple said anxiously. Murong Chong shook his head and did not say anything. He carefully put away the demon core that the blood demon left behind. Then he hugged his saber and sat to the side. He closed his eyes and recovered his strength. Chapter 251. The life of a cultivator was like that of an ant. If they were not strong, they could only be used as cannon fodder by others. Murong Chong thought to himself. Hence, aside from becoming strong, he had no other choice. Otherwise he would end up like these people. On a cliff, in a majestic palace, on a blood-red throne. The blood demon general, who was wearing a scarlet cloak, held a golden wine cup in his hand. He sat expressionlessly on the throne. If one looked carefully, the blood demon general's appearance was not much different from that of a human youth. However, his scarlet eyes were filled with a boundless killing intent on his pale face, causing one to tremble in fear. Below the great hall, there were 12 tall pillars on both sides. 10 blood demons wearing scarlet clothes stood on both sides of the pillars. The blood demon general brought the golden wine cup to his lips and took a sip, leaving a scarlet mark on his lips. It turned out that this was not some fine wine. It was a cup of scarlet human blood. It was very likely that it was left behind by the captured disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The blood demon general wiped the blood off his lips and revealed an intoxicated expression. He said indifferently, "What delicious human blood. I have not tasted it in this space for more than 20 years. Dang. Dang." Suddenly, a blood demon covered in blood walked over anxiously from the great hall. When he walked forward, he knelt before the throne. He said respectfully, "Lord Demon General, the shadow demons that we sent out have been completely annihilated. According to your instructions, I sent out all the blood demons in the palace 6 hours ago. Because Lord Demon General was in closed-door cultivation, I could only inform you now." The blood demon general revealed a faint smile. He placed the golden wine cup on the table beside the throne and said indifferently, "No matter, it is within my expectations. Dogs. I did not expect it to be of any use. Why bother being a projection? They are not even comparable to dogs, all the more I would not care. You may withdraw first. You have done well. As long as you can block that group of people for one day and wait for the ceremony to be over, everything else will be fine." The person kneeling on the ground quickly got up and left the great hall after thanking the blood demon general. The blood demon general picked up the wine cup again. There was a frightening light in his scarlet eyes. He drained the cup of blood in one gulp and said coldly, "One day, I only need 1 day to turn the Heavenly Saber Pavilion back into rubble. Is that so? I'm afraid you won't have the chance?" A cold mocking voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Within the gloomy forest, Xiao Chen's group of 4 continued forward. The scarlet demonic snake's territory in this forest was very large. Even after walking for an hour, they did not encounter any other demonic beasts. After walking out of the scarlet demonic snake's territory, they once again encountered various kinds of demonic beasts. The weakest was a rank 5 primary demonic beast. Occasionally they would encounter a rank 5 intermediate demonic beast. They even encountered a peak 5th order demonic beast. Fortunately, it had not yet reached the 6th order. Although everyone had a hard time fighting it, it could be considered daunting but not dangerous. Along the way there were also the constant sneak attacks of various shadow demons, causing everyone to be exhausted from dealing with them. It could be said that every step they took was filled with killing intent, and every step they took was extremely dangerous. As they continued forward, they finally met the master of the shadow demon. It was a demonic person made of blood. Its ability to hide itself was even more horrifying than the shadow demons. Its attacks were even more strange and varied. The most important thing was that its body was a pile of liquid. Ordinary methods would not be able to kill it. Even if one exploded its head or chopped it into pieces, there was nothing to fear. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's lightning-attributed essence could restrain it. His essence contained the state of thunder. After Xiao Chen injured it, the electric light lingered for a long time, preventing it from healing. Yun Kursen's heavenly melody saber technique was even more horrifying. When the sound wave entered the blood demon's body, it could instantly infuse every drop of blood in the blood demon's body, blasting it into nothing. Lone Peak fatal blow. Zhang Lai shouted explosively, and a chain of saber strikes formed a mountain, instantly killing a shadow demon. After that, he extracted the demon core from its body with a schwa sound. Senior Sister Yun, how much longer before we can get out? Zhang Lai asked as he lay down on a tree after he finished what he was doing. His breathing was somewhat hurried. Along the way there were endless battles. Aside from the various demonic beasts, they also had to be on guard against the sneak attacks of the shadow demons and blood demons. Everyone was constantly on high alert. However, the path in the forest seemed endless. No matter how they walked, the scene in front of them was always the same: large patches of black trees. Even Zhang Lai, who comprehended saber intent and had a stronger mental state than regular cultivators, felt somewhat frustrated. Yun Kursen tossed an inferior-grade spirit stone to Mu Heng and Zhang Lai. She said, "It will not be long. We are walking in a straight line. We should be able to get out by dusk." Yun Kursen seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of inferior-grade spirit stones and medicinal pills. After every battle, she would give everyone medicinal pills for treating injuries and recovering essence. If Yun Kursen exhausted too much essence, she would just give everyone inferior-grade spirit stones. If it were not for Yun Kursen's resources, even if they wanted to fight, they would not be able to. Mu Heng sat down cross-legged and smiled faintly. "Just treat it as cultivation. After fighting continuously for a day, I feel that my strength has increased by at least 50%. I also made some breakthroughs in some martial techniques that I could not comprehend normally. The increase in my cultivation is even greater than cultivating in the back mountains for 3 months. Indeed, compared to bitter cultivation, one's cultivation would advance much faster when they went through life and death experiential training. However, there were pros and cons to both. Bitter cultivation was stable and did not endanger one's life. Experiential training could increase one's cultivation, but it was too dangerous. There were too many uncertainties. Overall, both were indispensable. Bitter cultivation and experiential training were not desirable. Only a reasonable arrangement of bitter cultivation and experience could allow one's cultivation to grow at the fastest speed. Wuxia. Xiao Qin, who had gone out to scout, jumped down from a tree and said, "We can rest for a while. There are no demonic beasts in the surroundings. The closest group of demonic beasts is about 1,000 meters ahead. They are early rank 5 demonic wolves. If they were alone, they would be easy to deal with. Unfortunately, these demonic beasts live in packs. There are about 500 of them. We will have to fight a tough battle later." Yun Kursen muttered to herself, "Let's do it the same way. The 3 of us will be responsible for dealing with the demonic wolves. Yichen will hold the line and prevent the shadow demons and blood demons from sneak attacking us." After an hour, the group had already recovered their essence and started their journey. Sweeping mountain destroys clouds. Zhang Lai shouted, and a strong wind blew. A mysterious phenomenon appeared, and the continuous saber aura turned into a lone peak, charging at the pack of rank 5 demonic wolves on the ground. Horizontal saber stance, 7 stars transposition. Mu Heng was not willing to fall behind. A purple light burst out from his body and he turned into a saber. His figure flickered continuously in the pack of wolves. With each rise and fall, his palms slashed through the air, and a wolf head would be sent flying. Within the pack of wolves, the huge wolf king stared at the group with its scarlet eyes as it howled ferociously. It was like they were in a formation. Every time it howled, the formation of the pack of wolves would change. After a while, under the command of the wolf king, Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who were advancing like a hot knife through butter, received an intense counterattack. As the pack of wolves advanced and retreated, they managed to block the attacks of the 2 of them. They retaliated without fear of death and even left some wounds on the 2 of them. There was a piercing sonic boom on the battlefield. A white figure moved in an arc in the air and landed in front of the Wolf King. The slender saber in Yun Kursen's hand trembled slightly. The huge body of the Wolf King was immediately knocked back. The formation of the pack of wolves immediately turned chaotic. After Yun Kursen delayed the Wolf King, the pressure on Zhang Lai and Mu Heng decreased. Xiao Qin hugged the lunar shadow saber and closed his eyes. He spread his spiritual sense to every corner of the battlefield, especially the surroundings of Yun Kursen and the other two. They were constantly on guard against the attacks of the demons. Compared to the demonic beasts, these cunning demons knew how to hide themselves. They were the greatest threat to the group. Shua. In the world of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, a figure that was different from the demonic wolves and humans appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. A pool of blood quickly shot towards Yun Kursen from the ground. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and executed the lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning tore through the dark sky. Xiao Chen drew his saber with a huang dang sound. The lunar shadow saber lit up with a light that was even more resplendent than the lightning. It was bright and dazzling. Wuxia. A cold light flashed in the air and the saber stabbed into the pool of blood on the ground. It was so fast that the lightning in the sky did not even have time to disappear. A miserable shriek came from the ground. The pool of blood on the ground turned into a human figure. It grabbed the lunar shadow saber flickering with electricity with both hands as it roared ferociously. Despicable human. Sooner or later I will eat up all your blood and marrow. I will let you experience the most painful torture in this world. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said softly, "Sorry, you no longer have this chance." Explode. The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the blood demon's chest suddenly burst out with a horrifying electric light. Pili Pala. There were crackling sounds as the electric snakes danced around. The blood demon's body exploded into tiny blood droplets in the air before finally disappearing. Suddenly, 4 shadow demons flew over. They quickly launched themselves at Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who were engaged in an intense battle. The timing of the shadow demons was very accurate. It happened to be when the two of them were surrounded by a pack of wolves and could not extricate themselves. A fierce flame started burning in Xiao Chen's right eye. It condensed into a clump of purple lightning fire. The flame quickly elongated and turned into a sharp purple arrow. Wuxia. The arrow was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the air, illuminating the dark forest. It moved faster than the speed of sound and silently pierced through the bodies of the 4 shadow demons. The shadow demons exploded and turned into a black rain of blood, covering the entire sky. In the palace on the cliff, the blood demon general on the throne could not help but be stunned when he heard the sudden mocking. Unexpectedly, someone managed to hide from his perception and sneak into the palace. Wuxia. In the great hall, the 10 blood demons standing on either side of the throne all cried out miserably. Their bodies exploded and turned into a blood mist. Lu Qin, Lu Riyue, and the others slowly revealed themselves in the great hall. They released their auras and their gazes were like sharp blades as they stared at the blood demon general on the throne. This was the dream demon that once brought disaster to the heavenly saber pavilion. When the blood demon general saw the 10 of them, the corner of his lips curled up. He revealed a faint smile on his pale face. "I was wondering how high your cultivation was to be able to hide from my perception. It turns out you only used an aura-concealing talisman." Chapter 252. Is there no one else in the heavenly saber pavilion? Why did they send you all to die? Lu Qin said calmly, "You are just a projection. It is enough to kill you." The blood demon general's scarlet eyes revealed a cold light. He said indifferently, "Originally, I was a little worried about what kind of people the heavenly saber pavilion would send. It looks like I was worrying for nothing. Coincidentally, the ceremony requires some nourishment. Since you all delivered yourselves to me, I will not stand on ceremony." Boom. Right after the blood demon general spoke, a red light soared into the sky from his body. A horrifying killing chi surged towards the crowd like a flood. His eyes were filled with a scene of purgatory. Countless aggrieved spirits cried out miserably. A horrifying illusion appeared before the crowd. In this strange space, it was hard to distinguish what was real from what was fake. Wang Dang. Everyone drew their sabers at the same time. An orderly sound reverberated in the air. With a schwa sound, the illusion instantly vanished. In the forest, after Yun Kursen killed the Wolf King, the remaining demonic wolves were defeated. Under the attacks of the crowd, they fled in all directions. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng started to clean up the battlefield, extracting the demonic cores of the demonic wolves. Xiao Qin continued to be on guard, preventing any more demons from launching sneak attacks. Boom. Just at this moment, a scarlet light soared into the sky under the bright red moon in the distant sky. A horrifying aura spread out from afar. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who were cleaning up the battlefield, felt a chill and could not help but tremble. Mu Heng stopped what he was doing and looked at the scarlet light under the full moon. He muttered, "What is this? What a horrifying aura. Who is it?" Actually, everyone had a guess in their hearts. However, they did not dare to confirm it. They could not help but look at Yun Kursen. When Yun Kursen saw that scarlet light, a grave expression appeared on her calm face. When she felt everyone's gaze, she turned around and said slowly, "Your mission is already complete. If you have a divine flame talisman, you may leave now. If you do not, I can give you one." When Zhang Lai and Mu Heng heard this, they were stunned. Doubt filled their faces. They did not understand what was going on. "Senior Sister Yun, didn't you say we were going to meet up with the other teams through the forest?" "Indeed, we are almost at our destination. Why are we not leaving?" Yun Kursen's unexpected words caught the two of them off guard. They could not understand what was going on. The plan was to walk out of the forest, but why was the mission completed before they even got out? When Xiao Qin heard Yun Kursen suddenly say that the mission was completed, he was somewhat stunned. However, when he looked at the top of the mountain, he saw the red light soaring into the sky and the aura filling the entire space. After a while, Xiao Qin understood the crux of the matter. He looked at the sky with a calm face and shook his head with a bitter smile. Xiao Qin slowly got up and said to Mu Heng and Zhang Lai, "Go out. After all, each of you has collected 10 demon cores. You have already completed half of the task. 100 medial grade spirit stones is guaranteed. There is also a large number of demonic cores. You have already gained quite a lot." After a pause, Xiao Qin continued, "There is an even more important harvest. After such an intense battle, Zhang Lai, after you go out and cultivate bitterly, your cultivation should be able to reach peak inferior grade martial saint. That should not be a problem." Xiao Qin looked at Mu Heng and said, "There is also Mu Heng. Although your cultivation realm will not increase by leaps and bounds, your strength will probably increase even more than Zhang Lai's." Zhang Lai thought for a long time. At this moment he more or less understood the crux of the matter. He revealed a complicated expression and said, "Yi Qin, that is not what I meant. Gao Xiang and the others?" Xiao Qian's calm gaze suddenly gave off a sharp light. He said, "Experiential training is filled with danger in the first place. Don't think about it anymore. Let's go." Mu Heng looked deeply at the calm Yun Kursen and did not say anything. He took out the divine flame talisman from his bosom. After a while, his body slowly turned into a ball of fiery light and disappeared from this space. Zhang Lai was shocked by the sudden look in Xiao Qian's eyes. He did not say anything more and took out the divine flame talisman as well. Then he turned into a ball of fiery light and slowly disappeared from this space. After the two of them left, the atmosphere between Xiao Qin and Yun Kursen slowly turned strange. Neither of them spoke. The forest was extremely quiet. Rumble. Suddenly the entire earth began to shake. No, it wasn't the entire earth that was shaking, it was the entire space that was shaking. Trees collapsed one after another. Countless demonic beasts ran around in panic. The entire forest instantly turned chaotic. However, the atmosphere between the two of them was still incredibly quiet. The surrounding chaos did not affect the two of them at all. After a long time, Yun Kursen sighed gently and said, "Are you still not leaving? If you do not have a divine flame talisman, I can give you one." Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "There is no need. Can I ask you a few questions?" Yun Kursen's calm face did not change at all. She nodded and said, "I knew you would blame me. I also know what you want to ask. I can tell you the answer." "That's right, from the very start, the Elders' Assembly did not intend for you people to complete the mission. The ones who completed the mission were Lu Chen's group. The main mission of our 10 teams was to attract the Blood Demon General's attention, so that he would send out all the blood demons from the palace. This would allow Lu Chen and the others to use the aura concealing talisman to sneak into the palace. Then they would be able to focus on fighting the Blood Demon General." Xiao Qin said indifferently, "I guessed that. You misunderstood me. I do not blame you. I just wanted to ask you, how confident are Lu Chen and the others in killing the Blood Demon General?" Based on what Yun Kursen said, Xiao Qin had already guessed most of it. To put it simply, the Elders' Assembly wanted to use them as cannon fodder, to attract the firepower and create an opportunity for Lu Chen and the others. Zhang Lai could not understand why the Elders' Assembly did not make it clear in advance. Instead, they sent the others to die for no reason. That was why he was dissatisfied when he found out the answer. However, Xiao Qin did not dwell on this problem. It was a very simple logic. If the Elders' Assembly had told them in advance, not even half of them would have participated in the mission. Out of 100 people, less than half would participate in the mission. No one would be stupid enough to volunteer to be cannon fodder. Similarly, this matter could not be blamed on Yun Kursen. At the very least, she was not the one who initiated the mission. As a team leader, she had already done her duty. Every time there was a battle, Yun Kursen would charge to the front lines. When someone got injured, she would distribute spirit stones and medicinal pills to everyone. She did her best to ensure everyone's safety. That was why Xiao Qin used his strong mental energy to calm Zhang Lai down when his emotions were fluctuating. The strong preyed on the weak. Without sufficient strength, one was just a chess piece in the eyes of those in power. If one was strong enough to become a core disciple, they would naturally give one a divine flame talisman to ensure one's safety. Xiao Qin did not blame anyone, nor did he resent anyone. This matter only allowed him to see the nature of this world more clearly. Without sufficient strength, every step he took was filled with danger. So he had to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. Only then would he be able to grasp his own fate in his own hands. Right now, Xiao Qin was only concerned about whether Lu Chen and the others could kill the Blood Demon General. If they could kill him easily, then there would be no need for him to worry about the mission that Lu Tianyu gave him. He could just leave this place. If there was not a high chance of success, he would still make a trip. At the very least, he had to use the heaven-splitting saber technique that Lu Tianyu had hidden in the lunar shadow saber before leaving. When Yun Kursen saw Xiao Qin being so calm, she was somewhat surprised. She muttered to herself for a while before saying, "There is a 60% chance of success. Among Lu Chen's group, there are 7 people who have grasped the blood demon body disintegration technique. They can burn their life force and instantly increase their combat prowess. These 7 people did not intend to leave this place alive in the first place. They are the death-sworn soldiers of the Divine Saber Camp. In a situation where there are no losses, they can increase their combat prowess by up to 10 times. When Xiao Qin heard this, he was startled. Lu Ryue was among the 10. If Lu Ryue was among the 7, he could not just sit by and do nothing. "Sorry, I have to go first." The silver warship flew out from Xiao Qin's right eye. Xiao Qin quickly leaped onto it. Before he left, he seemed to have thought of something. He said, "Actually, you don't have to blame yourself. You have already done very well." Right after he spoke, Xiao Qin piloted the silver warship and sped through the air towards the palace at the top of the cliff. It was like lightning disappearing in a flash. Yun Kursen watched as Xiao Qin left. A faint smile appeared on her delicate face. She shook the roaming dragon saber in her hand and muttered to herself, "Interesting. What is so urgent that he is even abandoning his heaven-rank spirit weapon?" In the forest, Murong Chong looked at the red light soaring into the sky. He slowly stopped and thought for a long time. "Senior brother Murong, why did you stop?" one of the team members asked, feeling confused. Murong Chong did not reply. He turned around and walked over to a severely injured core disciple. Then he slowly placed the divine flame talisman on his chest. After that, under the astonished gazes of the others, that person slowly turned into a clump of flames and disappeared from this space. After doing all this, Murong Chong took out another divine flame talisman. He said, "You all stay here. There is no need to advance any further. I only have one divine flame talisman left. I'll leave it to you to make your own arrangements." Murong Chong gently pushed off the ground. After he finished speaking, he soared into the sky. His body moved through the air, creating intense sonic booms. He quickly flew towards the palace in front. "Senior brother Murong, don't go." When the group of people saw Murong Chong leave behind a divine flame talisman and leave, they could not help but cry out in panic. For them to be able to travel so far with only 3 deaths, it could be said that it was all because of Murong Chong's ability. When Murong Chong left, everyone immediately panicked. The same scene happened in the other teams in the forest. When the core disciples who were leading the teams saw the red light soaring into the sky, they all stopped. However, what these people did was very different from what Murong Chong and Yun Kursen did. They directly used their divine flame talismans and left this space, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded core disciples. A strong wind blew past Xiao Chen's ears. His hair fluttered in the wind and his clothes fluttered continuously. Chapter 253. Xiao Chen had an anxious expression on his face as he activated the flying formation on the warship with all his might. He rushed towards the palace without caring about his essence consumption. Xiao Chen consoled himself, elder sister Ryue should not use the blood demon body disintegration technique. Otherwise, Lu Tianyu would not have let her enter this subspace. After all, she was Lu Tianyu's daughter. No matter how much of a bastard Lu Tianyu was, he would not joke around with his own daughter. However, Xiaoqin thought about it. Perhaps that old man had guessed that I was worried about Lu Riyue. That old man might have purposely used this method to force me to stay in the subspace and kill the Blood Demon General according to his rules. Given that old fox's character, he might really be able to do that. Thinking of this, Xiaoqin could not help but increase the speed of the silver warship. Xiaoqin's speed was already very close to the speed of sound. The cold wind felt like knives when it blew on his face. This made Xiaoqin feel some pain. He had to use his essence to block it off. Bang, bang, bang. Just at this moment, intense sonic booms came from behind Xiaoqin, exploding in the air. A figure quickly caught up and landed steadily on the stern of the ship. Xiaoqin's gaze turned cold. When he saw who it was, he said in surprise, "Murong Chong." Murong Chong held his saber in his left hand and met Xiaoqin's gaze. He said mockingly, "Why are you in such a rush to die?" When Xiaoqin heard this, his face slowly sank. He said in a cold voice, "I have no time to waste with you. This is my warship. Please get off." Murong Chong looked like he had heard a joke. He had an extremely amused expression as he said, "Please get off? What if I don't want to? Then I can only chase you off." Murong Chong, who was at the stern, smiled coldly. "I want to see how capable you are to dare to make a move against me, your former senior brother." Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, Clear Wind Chop. Xiaoqin did not reply. He shouted and executed the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art and Clear Wind Chop at the same time. Suddenly 9 cool winds blew in the sky. Xiaoqin's figure split into 9. Wuxia. Amid the cool breeze, the snow-white lunar shadow saber in Xiaoqin's hand vanished. He withdrew all his killing qi and combined it with the 9 images. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Just as the saber light was about to strike Murong Chong, something strange happened. A cool breeze blew and Murong Chong's body suddenly disappeared from Xiaoqin's sight. Xiaoqin remained calm. His spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out, scanning the area within 200 meters of him. In the haze, a black dot appeared on the lower right side of Xiaoqin, 100 meters away, and was captured by Xiaoqin's spiritual awareness. Found it. Merge. The 9 phantoms in the sky overlapped and Xiaoqin's speed doubled. The friction in the air created a violent sonic boom. The snow-white lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent purple electric light, illuminating the scarlet sky. The saber tore through the air and hacked at the black dot at lightning speed. Oh. When the saber struck the air, it gave off a thunderous sound. However, aside from the cool breeze, there was no sign of Murong Chong. Xiaoqin frowned and felt suspicious in his heart. What's going on? Even if he hid himself in the cool breeze, he did not really turn into the air. If I can find the right position, I can still attack. Oh, oh. A cool breeze blew behind Xiaoqin. Murong Chong's unhurried voice could be heard. "Little junior brother, don't look for the wrong place. I am here." The voice moved with the cool breeze and circled around Xiaoqin. After that, it reverberated in the surroundings. It made it impossible to determine where the person who spoke was. Xiaoqin revealed a cautious expression. He slowly closed his eyes and sheathed the snow-white lunar shadow saber. Murong Chong had already practiced the clear wind chop to great perfection. He had also comprehended the state of wind of the clear wind chop to consummation. The two complemented each other. In a contest of the clear wind chop, Xiaoqin was indeed inferior to him. If Xiaoqin wanted to find Murong Chong, it would be difficult. Before Murong Chong attacked, he would not be able to find an opening. Xiaoqin could only wait for the instant Murong Chong attacked. Only then would he have a chance of finding his position. At that time, he would use the strength of his physical body to make an opening appear. After that, he would use the rushing thunder saber technique to launch an unending chain of attacks and completely defeat him. As long as Murong Chong retreated, he would not be able to dodge the rushing thunder saber technique. A weak cool breeze blew on Xiaoqin's face. The gentle energy caused his nervous expression to relax. "It's coming." Xiaoqin suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. They were as sharp as a saber. Xiaoqin shouted and all the bones in his body crackled. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains, 100 beasts wave. A force of 6,000 kilograms struck the cool breeze, giving off a series of explosive sounds. Even the invisible wind exploded from this punch. Murong Chong, who was hidden in the cool breeze, had a shocked expression on his face. He was mildly astonished. He decisively revealed himself and gave up on attacking. Then he removed his hand from the saber hilt. He sent out a palm strike. The palm wind was like thunder, causing the air to tremble. Bang! The fist and palm collided and gave off a loud sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and reverberate endlessly. Surging shock waves spread out in all directions like the tide. The two of them retreated 5 steps in the air at the same time. One stood at the bow and the other at the stern. Unexpectedly, the two of them were evenly matched in this punch and palm strike. The qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body surged. His internal organs were shaken. Hot blood rushed to his head, but Xiao Chen did not suppress it. He opened his mouth and vomited. Xiao Chen had not expected such a result. His physical body had already reached a horrifying level. His full-powered strike was 6,000 kilograms of force. With such a sudden attack, he could kill a superior-grade martial saint. However, not only was Murong Chong fine, he even managed to fight to a draw. The silver warship continued to fly in the sky under the bright red full moon. A strong wind blew past the two of them. Their long black hair and clothes fluttered in the air, making loud sounds. Blood leaked out of the corner of Murong Chong's mouth. His complexion was somewhat pale. He had used essence to execute this palm strike. The quality of his physical body was much weaker than Xiao Chen's. The internal injuries he suffered were even more severe than Xiao Chen's. Murong Chong slowly wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. He revealed a faint smile on his stern face. "You are able to force me to withdraw my saber. You already possess the qualifications to challenge me. However, if this is all you have, it is far from enough to chase me back." Just as Murong Chong was about to make another move, an azure leaf appeared in the air above the silver warship at some point in time. The leaf drifted in the wind. It looked weak and unremarkable, but strangely, it maintained an incredible speed in the wind. It was neither fast nor slow, giving off a soothing feeling. However, in an instant, it moved more than 100 meters. Its speed was actually slightly faster than Xiao Chen's silver warship. Xiao Chen's gaze focused on the leaf. He felt somewhat suspicious. Who is this? To think that he released his life martial spirit here. Based on the strangeness of this martial spirit, it might be an inherited martial spirit. The azure leaf slowly landed between the two of them. The azure leaf glowed with a white light. Yun Kursin, dressed in white and holding the roaming dragon saber, appeared before the two of them with a calm expression. "The two of you, are you still in the mood for a showdown at this moment?" Yun Kursin's delicate face did not reveal any expression as she spoke indifferently. "It is actually Yun Kursin." Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. However, when he thought about it, Yun Kursin was a peak inferior grade martial spirit, yet she was terrifyingly strong. If it was an inherited martial spirit, then it could be explained. Furthermore, along the way, only someone from an inherited clan would not care about these inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "This is my warship. I do not welcome people looking for trouble." Murong Chong ignored him and placed his saber at the side. Then he sat at the stern and closed his eyes to rest. Xiao Chen was anxious about Lu Ryue's matter. He did not want to waste any more time with Murong Chong. He turned around and said, "Senior Sister Yun, why are you here as well?" Yun Kursin looked at the palace in the distance, which was glowing with a red light and filled with killing qi. She said, "I have the same goal as you." Xiao Chen found it funny. He said indifferently, "You don't even know what my goal is. How can you say it's the same as me?" Yun Kursin glanced at Murong Chong before looking at Xiao Chen. She said, "Actually, the three of us have the same goal." Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and no longer bothered with this question. He controlled the silver warship at full speed and flew at lightning speed towards the palace. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the palace, the 7 divine saber camp bladesmen, whose combat prowess had increased after the blood demon body disintegration, were filled with killing qi. Boundless scarlet saber qi flew around the palace. Every strand of saber qi was more than 100 meters long. They were incomparably horrifying and contained horrifying energy. When the saber qi struck the blood demon general's body, it forced him to retreat. Wounds appeared all over his body. After the 7 of them underwent the blood demon body disintegration, their combat prowess surpassed that of a regular medial grade martial king. Furthermore, with the cooperation of Lu Chen and the other 2, they caught the blood demon general off guard. After that, they suppressed the blood demon general, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Angry Azure River. The 7 of them shouted and a scarlet light surged around their bodies. 7 strands of red saber qi merged into one in the air and turned into a vast scarlet river, surging towards the blood demon general. The blood demon general revealed a grave expression on his pale face. He pushed his palms in the air and a spherical scarlet ball appeared, encasing him within it. Seeing the cool breeze but not the saber. A cool breeze blew in the great hall. Lu Ryua's nimble body flew quickly in the cool breeze. There was a flash of saber light and a crack immediately appeared in the scarlet ball that the blood demon general condensed. Boom! The surging scarlet river entered the crack with a schwa sound. Miserable cries came from the scarlet ball of light. In the next instant the scarlet ball of light exploded. The blood demon general's body turned into countless tiny blood droplets and disappeared into the air. Is it over? Lu Qin said with a bewildered expression as he watched the blood demon general disappear. The others did not let their guard down. It was not easy for them to get to this point. If they were careless, all their efforts would go to waste. None of them could afford to lose. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement in the majestic palace. The great hall was silent, only the continuous breathing of the crowd could be heard. Chapter 254. Lu Qin muttered to himself for a while before saying, "He should be dead already. After all, it is just a projection. Go and kill the remaining blood demons and this space will disappear." When the others heard this they nodded. The blood demon general was indeed horrifying. However, he was just a projection in this space, he did not even have a tenth of his strength. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, countless blood droplets suddenly appeared in the hall. The blood droplets quickly gathered at a certain point in the air. In the blink of an eye, all the blood droplets gathered together. The blood demon general's figure appeared behind a bladesman who had executed the blood demon self-disintegration technique. Wuxia. There was a horrifying miserable shriek. That bladesman's body emitted a hualala sound. The blood demon general sucked all the blood in his body. Soon he turned into a sheet of human skin. High up in the sky, the scarlet full moon shone down a beam of red light. The blood demon general's weakened body looked solid once again. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Everyone had no time to react. They were all astonished. The blood demon general casually tossed away the human skin in his hand. His pale lips were covered in blood. He revealed a sinister smile. "Foolish humans, do you think I will die so easily?" As the silver warship got closer and closer to the palace on the edge of the cliff, the terrifying murderous aura brought more and more pressure to the crowd. Yun Kursen said indifferently, "Even if it is just a projection, this blood demon general is probably as strong as a peak medial grade martial king." Murong Chong, who was at the stern, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and said, "I'm afraid it is not just that. Coupled with his identity as a demon, his true combat prowess is probably that of a superior grade martial king. In the Great Qin nation, a person with the cultivation of a martial saint could be considered as a minor expert. They could become an overlord in a small place like Mo City, receiving invitations and hospitality from various powers. After martial saint, every increase in cultivation realm would result in a qualitative increase in strength. Furthermore, it was incomparably difficult. It was already pretty good for a cultivator to become a martial saint before the age of 30. Furthermore, to become a true expert in the Great Qin nation, one had to be a martial king. After one became a martial king, one would be the target of all the clans in the Great Qin nation. To a large extent, a clan's true strength was reflected in the number and quality of martial kings that the clan possessed. Quantity naturally referred to the number of people, while quality referred to the martial king realm. Once a cultivator reached the martial king realm, even a small advantage would immediately determine the victor, not to mention the difference in cultivation realm. That was because it was simply too difficult to increase one's strength at this level. Everyone clearly knew that the difference between peak medial grade martial saint and superior grade martial saint was like the difference between heaven and earth. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the difference in combat prowess was tenfold. When Xiao Qin heard Murong Chang's words, his face remained calm. However, he was extremely anxious in his heart. He could only pray that nothing happened to Lu Ryua. Xiao Qin finally understood why Lu Tianyu left such a huge force in the Lunar Shadow Saber. It was because he had expected that the younger generation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not be a match for the Blood Demon General. Murong Chang's expression suddenly changed. He felt it was strange as he said, "What's going on?" That Blood Demon General's aura suddenly disappeared. Xiao Qin and Yun Kursen also felt it at the same time. That overwhelming aura actually disappeared in an instant. Furthermore, they could not feel it at all. Yun Kursen guessed suspiciously, could it be that the Blood Demon General was already killed? When a person's aura disappeared, aside from hiding it on purpose, there was only one explanation: death. Given the Blood Demon General's style, There was no way he would hide it on purpose. The only explanation left was death. Who? A beam of red light descended from the full moon. Everyone felt the Blood Demon General's horrifying aura once again. Yun Kursen frowned and said, "Why does this feel like he revived from the dead? What exactly happened in that palace?" The silhouette of the palace had already appeared in everyone's vision. It did not look very far away, but they would need some time to reach it. Xiaoqun remained silent as he stared at the scarlet full moon above him. He had felt that there was something wrong with this scarlet moon a long time ago. The scarlet light that descended from the scarlet moon confirmed Xiaoqun's guess. That scarlet light contained a surging life force. Murong Chong said indifferently, "This moon is a little strange. I am sure that the Blood Demon General was indeed killed to a certain extent. However, the scarlet light of this moon revived him." Eternal life under the full moon? Xiaoqun frowned and thought doubtfully. Xiaoqun did not say anything more. The most important thing now was to fly to the palace. That was the most important thing. He took out an inferior-grade spirit stone. After Xiaoqun absorbed all the energy in the spirit stone, the qi whirlpool in his dantian started to spin rapidly. He used his essence without caring about the expenditure. The speed of the silver warship increased explosively again. After 10 minutes, the three of them finally arrived above the palace. Rumble. The intense sounds of fighting passed through the obstruction of the palace and resounded in everyone's ears. Huqi. Murong Chong leaped into the air and jumped off the stern of the warship. He quickly descended to the top of the palace. He sent out a palm strike and a large hole immediately appeared in the roof of the palace. Murong Chong did not hesitate to jump in. Xiaoqun did not hesitate either. He recalled the silver warship into his right eye and jumped into the hole that Murong Chong created with Yun Kursen. Bang! While the two of them were still in the air, they saw Murong Chong turn into a cool breeze and blow towards the Blood Demon General silently. With a schwa saber strike, he left a horrifying wound on the Blood Demon General's body. Anger breaks the Azure River. The horrifying scarlet saber chi merged with the Tao in the Great Hall once again and formed a scarlet river. It carried a boundless aura as it surged towards the Blood Demon General. Anger breaks the Azure River was originally a peak Earth-ranked martial technique. With so many people working together, the might of this move was already at the level of an inferior-grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Wuxia. Wuxia. An intense explosion resounded in the Great Hall. The entire Great Hall started to shake. With a loud bang, this move killed the Blood Demon General once again. He turned into countless blood droplets and disappeared from the Great Hall. When Lu Riyue saw Xiaoqun, she quickly leaped over. She revealed an anxious expression on her pretty face as she said quickly, "Yichen, why are you here? Didn't I give you the Divine Flame Talisman?" Xiaoqun said in a soft voice, "There is no need to be anxious. Your father told me to come. He already expected that you are not a match for the Blood Demon General. He sealed a martial technique in the Lunar Shadow Saber. It should be able to kill him." The Blood Demon General was killed by the crowd once again. However, this time, no one showed any signs of relaxation on their faces. Instead, they were incomparably anxious. "Senior Brother Lu, the Blood Demon Body Disintegration Technique's duration is almost up. Everyone's strength has already been exhausted. If we use Anger Breaks the Azure River again, its might will decrease significantly. If the Blood Demon General revives again, the situation will not be good." A Divine Saber Camp Bladesman said anxiously to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's expression turned sullen. He already knew what the other party said. However, the situation this time was completely out of his expectations. Originally, by relying on the tenfold increase in combat prowess of the Blood Demon Body Disintegration Technique, as well as the joint attack, Anger Breaks the Azure River, when all the other Blood Demons had left the palace, it should not be too difficult to kill the Blood Demon General's projection. However, Xiaoqun did not expect it to reach such a stage where the Blood Demon General could not be killed. Murong Chong glanced at Xiaoqun, who was standing with Lu Riyue. A barely detectable rage flashed in his eyes. He quickly walked over to Lu Chen's side and said, "His original body should be that scarlet moon in the sky. There is no such thing as an unlimited revival in this world. If we continue killing him, he will eventually collapse." Lu Chen smiled bitterly and pointed to the three human skins on the ground. He said, "I'm afraid that before he collapses, we will not be able to hold on. Let's kill him one more time. If he still does not die, we can only choose to retreat." Wuxia. Wuxia. A dense number of scarlet pearls appeared in the hall. They quickly gathered at a certain point. After a while, the Blood Demon General's figure formed again. However, this time, everyone was more careful. No one was caught in a sneak attack. A scarlet light descended from the scarlet moon again. The Blood Demon General's originally weak figure instantly became stronger under the illumination of the scarlet light. The Blood Demon General grinned and revealed a cruel smile on his pale face. He looked at Xiao Chen and the other two and said, "Another 3 people coming to die? Kill." The Blood Demon self-disintegration technique could only last for a limited time. Lu Chen did not want to waste time. The moment the Blood Demon General's figure appeared, he led the others to charge over. Lu Ryue, who was beside Xiao Chen, told them to be careful. Then she charged into the battlefield and fought with the Blood Demon General. After a few big battles, the 7 people in the battlefield were very well coordinated with each other. It was not good for Xiao Chen and the other 2 to interfere. Otherwise they would disrupt their rhythm. They could only wait and see, waiting for an opportunity. Blood Demon Death Spear. The Blood Demon General shouted and a scarlet ball condensed in his hand. The scarlet ball quickly elongated and turned into a spear. It left a scarlet mark in the air as it flew towards the crowd. The speed of the spear was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Lu Chen. A bright light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He quickly drew a circle in the air with his saber. A whirlwind appeared in front of Lu Chen. Wuxia. When the horrifying scarlet spear brushed past it, it immediately lost its aim and was sent flying to the side. Bang! The scarlet spear crashed into a huge stone pillar in the hall. There was a loud explosion and a large chunk of the stone pillar immediately corroded. In the next moment there was a loud rumble. The top half of the stone pillar that was suspended in the air fell towards the ground. The stone pillar, which was tens of meters tall, fell down. Everyone quickly dodged. Bang! The stone pillar fell and kicked up a large cloud of dust. The hall shook continuously under the intense bombardment. Wuxia. The Blood Demon General took advantage of the opportunity when everyone dodged. He laughed strangely and turned into a scarlet liquid, charging at a bladesman who executed the Blood Demon self-disintegration technique. That bladesman had just stabilized himself. By the time he felt the danger behind him, it was already too late. Chapter 255. There was a crunching sound as the Blood Demon General pierced through this person's body. There was a zzz sound as that person cried out miserably. After a while, the Blood Demon General sucked the dust out of him, leaving behind a piece of human skin. The Blood Demon General turned back into his human form and laughed. Human blood is always so wonderful, leaving one with an endless aftertaste. Lu Chen's expression turned cold. Of the Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen who executed the Blood Demon body disintegration, 3 had already died. The remaining 4 had already executed the Angry Azure River. Senior Sister Ryue, we cannot waste any more time. Quickly create an opportunity to execute the Angry Azure River, Lu Chen shouted as he knocked the Blood Demon General back with his saber. The Blood Demon General also knew how powerful the Angry Azure River was. He executed the Blood Demon Death Spear continuously, not giving the others a chance to execute it. The spear, which contained a corrosive power, flew rapidly towards the crowd. The crowd had already experienced the might of the Blood Demon Death Spear earlier. They did not dare to clash head-on with it. They all leaped and dodged. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 11 stone pillars in the Great Hall were all struck by the Blood Demon Death Spear. One by one the stone pillars collapsed. Dust was kicked up. The scene was extremely chaotic. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the Blood Demon General turned into a beam of red light and attacked the crowd continuously. Lu Chen and the others had to guard against the stone pillars falling from the sky as well as the Blood Demon General's sneak attacks. They did not have a chance to attack the Blood Demon General. They were too busy dealing with him. Murong Chong raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the palace. His expression changed slightly. Not good, this palace is going to collapse. The palace, which had lost the support of the 12 stone pillars, was shaking non-stop. Gravel kept falling from the ceiling. Just as Murong Chong finished speaking, there was a loud sound and the entire dome collapsed. Countless boulders fell with a crashing sound. Lu Chen said loudly, "Let's get out of here first." Boom. The remaining people condensed a boundless saber light on their sabers and made their moves, shattering the rocks falling from above. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His figure flashed in the air and he circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. He punched with 5,000 kilograms of force, shattering the huge rocks into countless fragments. Yun Kursin turned into a fallen leaf drifting in the wind amidst the dust, swaying as she floated away. When all the dust had settled, the huge and majestic palace had been completely reduced to ruins. Everyone was covered in dust, looking somewhat miserable. Amidst the rubble, a red light exploded. Dust flew everywhere, and the Blood Demon General's figure appeared under the illumination of the full moon. The Blood Demon General's pale face revealed an angry expression. He said coldly, "Ignorant juniors, how dare you destroy my palace? Today none of you will leave this place alive." Oh. A cool breeze blew, and Lu Ryue's figure suddenly disappeared into the cool breeze. In the next moment, a wound appeared on the Blood Demon General's chest, and blood spurted out. Lu Ryue's figure flashed by the Blood Demon General. The Blood Demon General cried out in pain and tried to grab her. However, he did not manage to grab anything. Instead, another wound appeared on his back. Lu Chen quickly said, "This is a good opportunity. Prepare your combined martial technique." A cool breeze blew continuously in front of the Blood Demon General. Lu Ryue's figure appeared and disappeared around him, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. She left behind many wounds. The Blood Demon General was anxious. His figure flickered quickly, turning into a ball of red light that moved erratically. However, the cool breeze did not give up. No matter where the Blood Demon General hid, no matter what form he took, there would always be a saber light that left a wound on his body. Damn it! The Blood Demon General roared angrily and pressed his palms together. His chi and blood exploded out, and a surging scarlet light spread out from his body. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, Lu Ryue, who was hidden in the cool breeze, immediately revealed a red figure. The Blood Demon General revealed a sinister smile. "I found you." Blood Demon Death Fist. Lightning Evasion. An electric light flashed and Xiao Qin appeared in front of Lu Ryue. The bones in his body gave off crackling sounds. His left hand turned into a dragon, and his right hand turned into a tiger. The dragon and tiger merged into Xiao Qian's body, and the images of a dragon and a tiger intertwined with each other. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Bang! The Blood Demon General's horrifying punch landed on Xiao Qian's arms. The horrifying energy gave off a loud sound, and cracks appeared on the ground under Xiao Qian's feet. Above the crack, a strong gust of air gushed out. The boulders on the ground trembled violently. The huge rocks on the ground flew up and spun around Xiao Qian. However, Xiao Qian did not move at all. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously in his body, quickly accumulating energy. At this moment, the dragon did not roar and the tiger did not roar. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I'll let you be arrogant first. In the next moment, Xiao Qian roared angrily and leaned back slightly. He punched ferociously, and the dragon roared and tiger roared continuously. The sound was like thunder. The clouds churned in the scarlet sky, and countless bolts of lightning appeared. The image of a dragon and tiger circling behind Xiao Qian poured into Xiao Qian's body. The aura accumulated by the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was unleashed with this punch. This was the third move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Borrowing the aura of the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, accumulating supreme energy, Dragon Roar and Tiger Roar. Clearly, the Blood Demon General did not expect Xiao Qian to be able to withstand his Blood Demon Death Fist head-on. All the more, he did not expect Xiao Qian to be able to counterattack so quickly after being struck by the Blood Demon Death Fist. The horrifying punch had already reached 5,000 kilograms of force. It landed on the Blood Demon General's chest. When Xiao Qian punched, a scarlet light shot out. A head-sized hole appeared in the Blood Demon General's chest. Electricity flickered at the edges of the hole, preventing the wound from healing. Xiao Qian endured the surging qi and blood in his body. He pushed off the ground and turned into a purple shadow, retreating 100 meters. Lu Ryue rushed over and asked worriedly, "Yi Qin, are you all right?" In terms of might, the Blood Demon Death Fist was no weaker than the Blood Demon Death Spear. Since Xiao Qian received this punch head-on, it was definitely not as easy as it looked. Xiao Qian swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and said, "I suffered some internal injuries but I can still hold on. Don't worry about it for now." Angry Azure River. The surging Scarlet River blocked the Blood Demon General, who wanted to chase after Xiao Qian. The river surged and waves surged. It contained boundless energy. Damn it! The Blood Demon General stopped in his tracks. He raised his hands and a surging scarlet sphere covered his body. Lu Chen's expression was calm as he tossed out the saber in his hand. The saber turned into an eagle in the air, flying towards the scarlet ball. He shouted angrily, "Open for me!" The eagle pecked ferociously at the scarlet ball, and a saber light flashed. A small crack appeared on the scarlet ball. However, Lu Chen did not have time to rejoice. The surging blood immediately churned and filled up the slits in an instant. In the next moment, the surging scarlet river crashed into the scarlet ball. The scarlet ball did not last long before it quickly crumbled under the relentless attacks of the scarlet river. Although the Blood Demon General's defense crumbled, the might of the scarlet river decreased significantly. When the scarlet river struck the Blood Demon General's body, it gave off an intense explosion. Blood rained down and a scarlet light flashed. After the light scattered, the Blood Demon General was not killed like the previous 2 times. The pool of blood on the ground surged continuously, trying to reform a new body. Peerless Lunar Shadow. Murong Chong decisively made his move. He drew his saber and 2 crescent moons intersected on the tip of his saber. A figure flashed in the air and the 2 crescent moons spun around. Finally, they formed a scarlet moon behind Murong Chong. Strangely, 2 scarlet moons appeared in the sky. Under the full moon, a sharp scarlet light flashed on Murong Chong's saber. The tip of the saber drew an arc in the air and a scarlet crescent moon formed. Then, it hacked at the Blood Demon General on the ground. Eagles gather. Lu Qin stretched out his hand and the saber on the ground returned to his hand. Then he made his move at the same time. Countless eagles made of energy flew out behind Lu Qin, covering the sky and covering the sun. Xiao Qin swung his saber and all the eagles in the sky quickly merged together, forming a golden eagle that gave off a glazed light. The eagle spread its wings and let out a drawn-out cry. It tore through the air and left behind a shockwave as it charged at the pool of blood on the ground. Bang! Bang! The eagle and the crescent moon struck the pool of blood at the same time. 2 explosions rang out. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Countless cracks extended out from the edges of the pit. The Blood Demon General's aura vanished from everyone's perception once again. Lu Qin sheathed his saber. He looked at the bladesmen beside him, who had turned into withered corpses due to the Blood Demon body disintegration technique's duration running out. His face turned frosty. Shwa. Lu Qin took out a divine flame talisman and tossed it over to Lu Riyue. Then he took out a divine flame talisman for himself, intending to leave this place. Lu Riyue stretched out her hand and caught it. She said, Lu Qin, the Blood Demon General is definitely not dead yet. Lu Qin said indifferently, I know. However, we no longer have any trump cards. First Elder Jiangqi already informed us 3 days ago. This is the only thing the royal clan's Imperial Dragon Legion can do. After Lu Qin spoke, he ignited the divine flame talisman. He turned into a ball of fire and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Lingyun Mountain Range, Heaven Viewing Platform, Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The people of the Elders' Assembly were anxiously waiting for the results. Who? A clump of fire appeared before everyone. When the fire finished burning, Lu Chen's frosty expression appeared. When the Elders' Assembly saw Lu Chen's expression, their hearts sank. A shadow flashed in their hearts. The second elder held on to a hopeful attitude as he asked, Lu Qin, how did the mission go? Lu Qin shook his head and said, we failed. The Blood Demon General should be severely injured. The time it takes for the seal to break will be delayed. Failed? Someone at the side was in disbelief. He said, how can it be? Although the Blood Demon General is extremely horrifying, reaching medial grade martial sage, he is just a projection in that subspace. His strength should have fallen to Martial King. Furthermore, there are the other disciples to help you lure away the remaining blood demons in the palace. With the tenfold increase in combat prowess from burning the Blood Demon body disintegration technique and the Angry Azure River, which is comparable to an inferior grade heaven-ranked martial technique, there should not be any problems. Lu Qin explained, it is not that simple. There is a strange scarlet moon hanging high in that space. Every time we kill the Blood Demon General, the scarlet moon will revive him. By the 3rd time, the disciple executing the Blood Demon body disintegration technique had already burned all his life force. I had no choice but to retreat. Chapter 256. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. They had not expected the Blood Demon General to be so difficult to deal with. They also could not understand the Scarlet Moon. Through the reincarnation well, the Elders' Assembly knew that there was a Scarlet Moon in that space. However, they did not pay much attention to it. They did not expect to lose here. The second Elder muttered, that Scarlet Moon should be the energy core of the entire subspace. The Blood Demon General is probably preparing to use it to break the seal. Now that the Scarlet Moon has been used up so many times, the time needed to break the seal will be delayed by at least half a month. The third Elder, who was at the side, added, in half a month, the core strength of the Imperial Dragon Legion should be able to rush over. At that time, We should be able to deal with this crisis with the strength of our heavenly saber pavilion. The Imperial Dragon Legion was the strongest legion of the great Qin nation's royal court. There were no more than 10,000 of them. They were led by Nangong Lai, the head of the 10 martial monarchs. The weakest in the legion was a peak superior grade martial saint. Together with the 10 ancient warships and the 2,000-odd peak martial kings, even if they met a regular martial sage, they would be able to kill them easily. Furthermore, they had been in the north for a long time, fighting against the barbarian race, which was ruled by the deep abyss demonic world. Their combat prowess was maintained at its peak. The Imperial Dragon Legion was a legion of the great Qin nation's peak experts. It could be said to be the foundation of the great Qin nation. The first elder, Jianghu, shook his head and smiled bitterly. This group of people has a shocking appetite. They want 1/10 of the spirit stone income from the heavenly saber pavilion spirit vein mine before they are willing to help. Lu Chen's expression changed. He said in astonishment, "Why are they acting like bandits? If they allow the heavenly saber pavilion to open, half of the Shiha province will be affected. Are they not afraid?" The second elder, who was at the side, said, "At first they asked for 20%. Because of this they reduced it to 10%. Furthermore, they can wait until the heavenly saber pavilion is destroyed before making their move." Jianghu muttered, "The weak do not have the qualifications to negotiate. The people of the royal court can't wait for the heavenly saber pavilion to be destroyed. If they were not afraid of dying indiscriminately, they would not even agree to help." At this moment, the silhouette of a golden warship appeared in everyone's vision. The warship stopped outside the heavenly saber pavilion's barrier, not advancing any further. Jianghu looked up and saw a black banner fluttering in the wind at the bow of the ship. The word "Ing" was written on the banner. "Take my token and open the barrier." "Let it fly in," Jianghu said as he handed the token to an elder behind him. The elder nodded. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, silently flying into the distance. This was the strength of a martial king. They could truly fly in the air without creating any sonic booms. A moment later, the golden warship flew rapidly in their direction. When the golden warship arrived above everyone's heads, everyone could clearly feel how huge the warship was. It covered the sky and cast a huge shadow. It was like a moving fortress. A petite golden figure jumped down from the bow of the ship. She was wearing a golden battle armor that glowed with a golden luster under the sun. The sunlight cast a faint golden glow on the girl's face. Coupled with her aura, she looked like a goddess of war, valiant and formidable looking. Everyone present guessed the identity of this girl. They all revealed astonished expressions. They had not expected this person to come. Aside from the great Qin nation's Princess Ingyu, there was no one else from the royal clan that could astonish the elders' assembly. King Chong. Ingyu landed firmly on the ground. When the battle armor she wore touched the ground, it gave off a melodious metallic sound. Amidst this sweet-sounding voice, a murderous aura instantly spread out. This was not the owner's intention. Instead, that aura had already merged with the owner of the voice. There was no need for it to be intentional, everyone could feel it. Greetings to Princess Ingyu. Although the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were very strong, they still had to put on a show before the most prestigious princess of the royal clan. Ingyu revealed a faint smile on her beautiful face. "Seniors, there is no need to be so polite." Jianghu was somewhat confused as he asked, "It is not the appointed time yet. Why are the Imperial Dragon Legion here so early?" Ingyu smiled and said, "I have some personal matters to attend to. That's why I borrowed the warship to rush over. This will not affect your agreement with the Imperial Dragon Legion. Of course, if there is a need, the people on the warship can enter combat mode at any time." Princess Ingyu had personal matters to attend to at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Jianghu and the elders exchanged glances. They did not understand. They could not figure out when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a relationship with Princess Ingyu. However, Jianghu was a wily old fox after all. He did not ask about personal matters. He said, "Never mind. Since you are here, then make your preparations. Our people failed. It looks like the Imperial Dragon Legion will have to make a move this time." Ingyu's expression changed slightly. She smiled faintly and said, "That's good as well. We can deal with these two matters at the same time." Just at this moment, there was a formless fluctuation in the air. Aside from Jianghu, no one else felt it. That fluctuation was indeed heading towards Jianghu. Jianghu's expression changed, and he suddenly closed his eyes. It seemed like he was in deep thought or like he was communicating with someone silently. When Ingyu saw the situation, she stopped preparing to summon the group off the warship. She unintentionally glanced in the direction of Qingyun Peak. After a while, Jiangqi opened his eyes. There was an additional smile on his face than before. He said, "Your Highness, there is a change in the situation. How about we tour the Heavenly Saber Pavilion first and enjoy the scenery of the Lingyun mountain range?" All the elders looked at each other. They did not know what was going on. Why did Jiangqi suddenly change his mind? Ingyu was slightly stunned as well. She said, "As you wish." "That's good. Luchin, I will leave Her Highness to you." Jiangqi smiled gently. He was clearly in a good mood. Above the ruins of the palace on the cliff in the subspace, Xiaoqin, Yun Kursin, Murong Chong and Lu Ryue each stood in a corner. They had no intention of leaving. Lu Ryue looked at the divine flame talisman in her hand. Then she tossed it at Murong Chong. Puchi. A saber light flashed, and Murong Chong chopped the divine flame talisman in half. Lu Ryue was so angry that she could not speak. She said, "You." Murong Chong sheathed his saber. His stern face was expressionless as he said indifferently, "Is this the first day you met me? I never leave a way out for myself." Lu Ryue calmed herself down and her expression returned to normal. She asked Xiaoqin, "Are you not leaving as well?" Xiaoqin replied, "I promised your father that the Blood Demon General must be killed." Yun Kursin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Did you all notice that every time the Blood Demon General revives, it takes much longer than before?" Hearing this, everyone's mind lit up. It seemed to be true. It was the first time they had killed a Blood Demon General. The Blood Demon General only took 5 minutes to revive. The second time it took 10 minutes to successfully revive. The third time, which was now. 20 minutes had passed, and the Blood Demon General had not revived. If it were not for the previous 2 experiences, everyone would have left long ago, thinking that the Blood Demon General had already been killed. Murong Chong said, "I already said it long ago. It is impossible for the Blood Demon General to revive an unlimited number of times. This is not in accordance with the rules of this world. Any energy will run out eventually." Yun Kursin nodded and continued, "Furthermore, every time he revives there is a period of weakness. Only when the red light of the full moon shines will he recover to his peak strength. If we attack during that period of time we can easily kill him." That was indeed the case. When everyone thought about it carefully, the scarlet light would only come from the scarlet moon after the Blood Demon General revived. Lu Ryue shook her head and said, "That won't do. That period of time is too short. If we attack so quickly, the might of the attack will be weakened. It will not be a threat to him." Yun Kursin glanced at Xiaoqin and said, "Yi-Qin, there is a way." A strange look flashed in Murong Chang's eyes. He did not believe it. He could not even execute a powerful martial technique in such a short period of time. He did not believe that someone weaker than him, Xiaoqin, could do it. "He can do it?" "Stop joking," Murong Chong snorted coldly. "Uchi. Uchi." Countless tiny droplets of blood appeared out of nowhere in the space above the rubble. They started to gather at a certain point. Everyone's expressions changed. They knew that this was the prelude to the Blood Demon General's revival. They quickly stopped talking. Xiaoqin remained silent. A fierce flame started burning in his right eye, turning into a sea of flames. The Blood Demon General's somewhat weak figure reappeared. The scarlet light of the full moon was like a ribbon as it descended quickly. The Blood Demon General revealed a sinister smile on his pale face. He said, "Only the 4 of you are left? How unfortunate that brat ran away. Under the full moon I am an undying existence. I have disappointed you all again." Before the Blood Demon General finished speaking, just as the scarlet light was about to land on his head, the purple thunder true fire that Xiaoqin had already prepared turned into a purple arrow and pierced into the Blood Demon General's heart. Bang! Electricity shot out in all directions. Before the scarlet light landed on the Blood Demon General's body, his body exploded into countless droplets of blood. Z. In the air, the ground was continuously overflowing. Those tiny beads of blood were all blown into nothingness. The Blood Demon General that had just been revived was killed just like that. Lu Ryue and Murong Chong revealed astonished gazes. This was especially so for Murong Chong. His eyes were filled with a fiery light. He was in complete disbelief. Although Lu Ryue was astonished when she saw Xiaoqian's strength, she still felt happy for him. She asked in pleasant surprise, "Yi-Qin, this is a martial technique that you grasped after advancing to Martial Saint, right? If I did not know about it in advance, I would not have been able to dodge this move." Xiaoqian's move allowed the origin energy of the Purple Thunder True Fire to be unleashed. When he attacked with his full power, he could move at the speed of sound. Chapter 257. Unless one was a martial king, if one did not cultivate a special movement technique, they would not be able to dodge it. What Lu Riyue said was true. And after I advanced to martial saint, my state of thunder improved. Then I comprehended this move. However, it exhausts a lot of essence. If I ignore the consequences, I can execute it 3 more times, Xiaoqin told Lu Riyue honestly. Murong Chong, who was at the side, simulated his chances of dodging this move if he was within 100 meters of Xiaoqin. The answer he obtained shocked him. He only had a 50% chance of dodging it. The might of this move was so great that it could instantly kill the weakened blood demon general. If it struck him, he would definitely die. That was to say, Xiaoqin had a 50% chance of injuring the blood demon general within 100 meters. Murong Chong muttered to himself, "It looks like I have to raise my state of wind to 80%. Otherwise, I will not have a high chance of dodging this move." This time, the blood demon general took close to an hour to revive. However, the result did not change. The instant the red light landed, Xiaoqin's purple thunder true fire blasted the blood demon general into countless blood droplets. Xiaoqin repeated this process 2 more times. Each time, the blood demon general took longer to revive. However, each time he would be instantly killed by the instant the red light descended. After using this move frequently, Xiaoqin's face was completely drained of blood. He was terrifyingly pale. Lu Riyue handed him an inferior grade spirit stone. However, Xiaoqin had used too many spirit stones in a short period of time. Be it the battle in the forest or when he was piloting the silver warship, Xiaoqin's essence was constantly being depleted. Xiaoqin's body had already developed a resistance to inferior grade spirit stones. Normally, the inferior grade spirit stone would be able to recover essence in an instant. Now it was incomparably slow, as though it had no effect. Lu Riyue asked worriedly, "Are you all right? If you can't hold on, use the divine flame talisman to leave first." Xiaoqin shook his head and casually tossed away the inferior grade spirit stone in his hand. Then he took out a chi returning pill and swallowed it. He said, "It does not matter. The martial technique in the saber does not require the support of essence. I have to wait until he reveals his true body before making a move. You only have 1 chance to make a move." Lu Tianyu's words lingered in Xiaoqin's mind, so he didn't dare to make a move. This time, the blood demon general's resurrection took so long that it was frustrating. After 4 hours, there was still no movement from the ruins of the palace. However, no one let down their guard. Everyone knew that the blood demon general was not dead. Furthermore, Xiaoqin could no longer send out the purple thunder true fire. Hence they did not dare to be careless. Rumble. Suddenly the entire space began to shake rapidly without any warning. The blood-red full moon in the sky grew larger and larger as everyone watched in astonishment. "The moon is about to fall." The 4 of them suddenly reacted and exclaimed. Without any hesitation, the silver warship in Xiaoqin's right eye flew out, and the others quickly jumped onto it. Bang! Not long after Xiaoqin piloted the silver warship, a horrifying shockwave smashed over. The silver warship was like a lone boat on a huge wave rocking back and forth. With a thought from Xiaoqin, the silver warship grew larger continuously. Finally, it became a huge warship more than 200 meters long and 20 meters wide. Only then did it slowly stabilize. At the same time, everyone could clearly see the scene below. The moment the moon set. The instant the moon fell, the entire cliff shattered into pieces and fell into the abyss of nothingness. As for the moon, it was not a moon at all. It was a huge chunk of flesh dripping with blood. The scarlet flesh was covered in layers of blood. There were also countless tentacles on its surface. The tentacles wriggled continuously, causing one's hair to stand on end and their hearts to tremble. Po, po. The huge chunk of scarlet flesh started wriggling non-stop. After a while, it turned into a 200-meter-tall scarlet humanoid monster. A horrifying aura was released from the monster's body. The entire space reeked of blood and the 4 of them felt pressure. Yun Kursen said in a trembling voice, "Is this the blood demon general's main body in this space? This aura gives off the feeling that he is almost a peak martial monarch." Dida. Dida. Blood continuously dripped from the blood demon general's new body. He looked at the 4 people on the silver warship and said angrily, "I want to kill you all. The ceremony that I prepared for 20 years was actually ruined by you bunch of ants." Who? When Xiaoqin saw the completely formed blood demon general, his face turned calm. He pushed off the bow of the warship and leaped into the air. "Yiqin, what are you doing?" Yun Kursen and Lu Riyue exclaimed. The blood demon general looked at Xiaoqin flying towards him. He revealed a sinister smile on his mangled face. "How reckless. You forced me to reveal my main body. No one in this space can kill me. Right after he spoke, the Blood Demon General waved his right hand. The huge scarlet hand opened up like a small mountain and moved towards Xiao Chen. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in Xiao Chen's calm eyes. When he saw the scarlet hand approaching him, he swung his lunar shadow saber and said coldly, "Die." The snow-white lunar shadow saber immediately left Xiao Chen's hand. It turned into an intense multicolored light in the dark sky. The multicolored light disappeared in a flash. It was so fast that people suspected they were seeing things. Wuxia. The Blood Demon General's huge body split in half from the middle. The mountain-like scarlet hand stopped 1 meter above Xiao Chen's head. There was no startling sound, no magnificent light, no Blood Demon General's huge body. The Blood Demon General's huge body was silently chopped in half. Then it turned into a scarlet light that filled the sky, not leaving a speck of dust behind. The night sky behind the Blood Demon General was like a piece of black cloth that had been cut open by someone, revealing an endless void that was darker than the darkness of the night. Wuxia. A spot of light flashed quickly in the boundless void. The lunar shadow saber flew back to Xiao Chen's hand. In the next moment, cracks started to appear in the crimson space. This was a sign that the space was about to collapse. This time, the Blood Demon General was completely dead. He would never come back to life. Of course, his true body in the demonic world would not die. He would only lose some of his energy. Xiao Chen turned around and flew back to the silver warship. When he landed on the bow, he could not help but sway a few times. Lu Ryue quickly supported him. The earlier attack exhausted much more mental energy than Xiao Chen had expected. He felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. Lu Ryue said, "Why were you so rash? Even if we did not kill him, we would have completed our mission." Xiao Chen did his best to compose himself. He smiled and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry. This is not my strength. It was given to me by your father. I'm just feeling a little exhausted." Hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Murong Chong heaved a sigh of relief. If that earlier attack was Xiao Chen's strength, it would be too horrifying. Murong Chong estimated that no one in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion would be able to block this attack. The pure strength of this attack seemed to have reached the limits of what a human could achieve. Could even shatter space. Wuxia. Wuxia. More and more cracks appeared in the space. It started to shatter like glass. Before everyone could react, they discovered that their bodies had turned into pieces of glass. The entire space shattered. The consciousness of Xiao Chen and the others went blank for a moment. When their consciousness returned, their bodies had already been transported to the outside world from the reincarnation well. Xiao Chen and the other core disciples who remained in the subspace all returned to the reincarnation well's side. After everyone had a clear look at their surroundings, they were shocked. After everyone saw their surroundings clearly, their expressions changed to one of wild joy. They originally thought that no one would die. They did not expect them to return alive. The 4 old men guarding the reincarnation well revealed gratified expressions on their skinny faces. Only the leader did not show any joy. He said indifferently, "I wonder if we will still be this lucky after 20 years. Not long after the group came out, someone immediately led the way back. Then, that person summoned the Heavenly Wind Vulture and brought the group back to the Heaven Viewing Platform. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the Heavenly Wind Vulture. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated quickly in his body. The series of battles had caused him to feel haggard and fatigued. 2 hours later, when the Heavenly Wind Vulture passed by Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He had already recovered a little. Xiao Chen took out 20 demon cores from the universe ring and handed them to Lu Ryue. "Help me turn in the mission. I have some things to ask your father." Lu Ryue received the demon cores and nodded gently. When Murong Chong saw Xiao Chen jump down from the Heavenly Wind Vulture, he revealed a faint smile on his stern face. He said to Lu Ryue, "I did not expect you to receive such a disciple. However, I will defeat him ruthlessly. I will let you know that aside from me, no one else can restore Qingyun Peak to glory." A strong wind blew, causing Lu Ryue's fine black hair to flutter. There was a trace of sadness on her charming face. She said indifferently, "I never intended for him to restore Qingyun Peak to glory. He does not belong to Qingyun Peak, nor does he belong to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Sooner or later he will leave." Murong Chong was slightly stunned before he said, "In that case, before he leaves, I will give him an unforgettable experience." A trace of anger flashed on Lu Ryue's face. She said, "Murong Chong, don't go overboard." Murong Chong smiled gently and said, "You should be more worried about yourself. On the 15th of next month, I will go to the Elders' Assembly to formally apply for the position of Qingyun Peak's Peak Master. I hope you can advance to Martial King before then. After Murong Chong spoke, he jumped off the heavenly wind vulture without looking back. He gave off a piercing sonic boom as he flew into the distance. On the summit of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Qin landed firmly in front of Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu was sitting cross-legged on a rock as usual, like an old man past his prime. However, Xiao Qin did not dare to underestimate this person. He had a faint guess in his heart. If he could leave the rock he was sitting on, he would be able to overturn the entire Qingyun Peak. No one in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would be a match for him. Lu Tianyu looked at Xiao Qin and smiled gently. Why are you rushing over to my place instead of receiving your reward? Chapter 258. Xiao Qin sorted out his thoughts and said, I just want to know whether that final saber strike was the power you gave me or the power that the Lunar Shadow Saber originally possessed. The power of that final saber strike had reached a horrifying level. Xiao Qin did not think that it was the power that the Lunar Shadow Saber originally possessed. Instead, it was Lu Tianyu's power that was stored in the Lunar Shadow Saber using some secret technique. However, when he personally executed that saber strike earlier, he felt very familiar with that kind of power. It was like it was a part of his body and not something that was given to him by someone else. Lu Tianyu said indifferently, I already said it long ago. This is the power of the Lunar Shadow Saber. It is just that you are unable to grasp it now. Xiao Qin asked doubtfully, why? Lu Tianyu said indifferently, your current Lunar Shadow Saber is the Thunderwood sword that the Thunder King used back then. Although it looks different, it is derived from the Battle Sage origins. The Battle Sage origins are split into 6 parts. Each part contains a different secret technique. As of now, you have already obtained 2 parts, the Changing Character Formula and the Strength Character Formula. The Battle Sage secret technique, the Changing Character Formula, was personally passed down by the Thunder King. You have grasped a little of it. However, this Strength Character Formula, without the guidance of an outsider, it is impossible for you to grasp it. Xiao Qin entered deep thought and said, you are saying that the horrifying saber strike was grasped by the Battle Sage origins that contain the Strength Character Formula? That's right. Xiao Qin said doubtfully, but when did I obtain the Strength Character Formula? Why do I not know about it? Lu Tianyu waved his hand and smiled bitterly, if you don't know, how would I know? This wily old fox always leaves half of his words unsaid. Even if I continue asking, I will not get any results. I should wait until I wake Ao Jiao up before asking her. Xiao Qin thought quickly and came to the conclusion that Lu Tianyu definitely knew about it. However, there was nothing he could do if he did not tell him. Thinking of this, Xiao Qin felt that there was no point in staying here. It was too dangerous to interact with this person. So he turned around and headed down the cliff. Don't you want to know where the 3rd broken blade that contains the Battle Sage origin is? This broken saber was personally broken by the Thunder King back then. If not for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion having a divine weapon protecting it, he would have taken it away long ago. Don't you want it? Lu Tianyu's voice came from behind Xiao Qin. His words were filled with temptation. Xiao Qin couldn't be bothered with him. He jumped off the cliff and said, I want your sister. You want my sister? What do you want my sister for? My sister died a long time ago. Hearing Xiao Qin's reply, Lu Tianyu's face was filled with doubt. That's right, Xiao Qin really wanted to know where the 3rd broken blade that contained the Battle Sage origin was. However, even if he was beaten to death, he would not have any more interactions with Lu Tianyu. Nothing good would come out of accepting benefits from this old man. Although Fu Fu had returned safely from this trip to the subspace, it was still a daunting experience. However, the exhaustion of Xiao Qin's essence and mental energy was greater than any other time. Without a week of recuperation, Xiao Qin would not be able to recover to his peak state. Thus, when Lu Tianyu tempted him again, Xiao Qin could not help but complain. The wind blew past his ears. Xiao Qin used the gravity spell and quickly flew towards his courtyard at the waist of the mountain. Due to his insufficient essence, Xiao Qin did not dare to fly at full speed. He flew for an hour before he slowly landed in his courtyard. After returning to his bedroom, Xiao Qin did his best to control his desire to sleep. He sat cross-legged on the bed and slowly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, entering a state of cultivation. Buddha. Bai jumped out of the Spirit Blood Jade and headed for the window. Xiao Qin could sense its direction and did not bother with it. Since there were other people in the subspace, they didn't dare to let it out. Since she was already at Qingyun Peak, he might as well let her go out and have some fun. After all, there would not be any danger. The purple chi whirlpool in Xiao Qin's dantian spun quickly. The The pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the air quickly flowed into his body. After advancing to martial saint, Xiaoqin discovered that if he did not purposely absorb it, all the spiritual energy he absorbed during cultivation would be lightning-attributed. This gave Xiaoqin a slight headache. When he executed the rushing thunder saber technique with pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy, its might would naturally be stronger. However, when he executed other martial techniques such as the Lingyun saber technique, there would be many obstacles. It was very difficult for the state of thunder to merge with the state of mountain, preventing the state of mountain from advancing further. What surprised Xiaoqin was that the state of thunder and the state of cloud could merge easily. This caused the state of cloud of the Lingyun saber technique to rise continuously. This was both a good and a bad thing. To any cultivator, the growth of a state was something that they could not ask for. However, the Lingyun saber technique focused on the balance between the clouds and the mountain. If the state of cloud grew too quickly, it would eventually cause the balance to be lost. By that time, when Xiaoqin executed the Lingyun saber technique, not only would it not improve, it might even decrease in might. As Xiaoqin cultivated, he also pondered. If this continued, if he could not find a solution, he could only look for a pure lightning-attributed saber technique. A regular earth-ranked saber technique was no longer of interest to Xiaoqin. He had to be at least a superior grade earth-ranked saber technique. The last time he was in the library, he did not find a pure lightning-attributed saber technique. There was only a dual-attributed wind and thunder saber technique. It looked like he had to find an opportunity to go down the mountain. Time slowly passed. Drops of crystalline purple liquid dripped down from the purple qi whirlpool. Xiaoqin's originally exhausted essence was slowly replenished. Dang! Dang! Just at this moment, Xiaoqin heard footsteps coming from outside the courtyard. At the same time, there was a huge aura accompanying the footsteps. There is an expert. Xiaoqin quickly stopped circulating his energy. A purple light flashed in his eyes and his spiritual sense shot out like an arrow. Xiaoqin's spiritual sense quickly pierced out and saw the appearance of the person who came. How could it be her? When Xiaoqin saw the appearance of this person, he was extremely astonished. He did not have time to think. He quickly got up and went out. This was because this person was quickly heading for his bedroom. Creak. The door opened and Yingyu stood in front of it. She was wearing a set of golden female armor. She had a faint smile on her beautiful face as she looked at Xiaoqin. Yingyu's red lips parted and a melodious voice rang out. It's been a long time. I did not expect you to have advanced from an insignificant martial master to a martial saint. When Xiaoqin saw Yingyu's appearance again, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. This girl was simply too beautiful. She was exceptionally beautiful, able to cause cities to collapse. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as someone who could bring calamity to a nation. The most important thing was that Xiaoqin remembered that he seemed to have done some disrespectful things to her in the past. Furthermore, it was impossible for Yingyu to look for him for no reason. If it was because of that matter, it would be problematic. Although Xiaoqin felt flustered in his heart, his expression was still incomparably calm. After all, he still had some confidence in his shape-shifting technique. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "Speaking of which, I don't think I know you, right?" Yingyu glanced at Xiaoqin and did not say anything. She turned around and headed for the courtyard. Xiaoqin quickly and carefully followed her. Yingyu sat down at the stone table and smiled faintly. "Are you still pretending to be ignorant? Should I call you Xiaoqin or Yiqin? Tell me." Yingyu's tone was extremely calm. In fact, it even sounded somewhat cordial. However, when others heard it, there was an indescribable might to it. This was the innate aura of a ruler. No matter how one tried to hide it, it would leak out unknowingly. It looked like Yingyu knew everything. That was right. With the other party's power, the entire Great Qin nation was under her control. Sometimes, even if one changed their appearance and put in the effort, they would still be able to find out. It was just a matter of time. After all, sometimes, one would unknowingly give themselves away without even realizing it. Xiaoqin sat across from Yingyu and said indifferently, "Since you already know, I will not hide it. Just say it directly. Why are you looking for me? If it's because of the Guy Marquis, I have nothing to say." Yingyu took out a wooden sculpture of a woman from her bosom. That woman wore golden armor. Her pretty face was in high spirits. Under the superb skill of the sculptor, it looked like a real person. It was a miniature Yingyu. Xiaoqin's heart was in a fluster. He did not expect what he was afraid of to happen. Yingyu really came for this matter. However, if it was just this sculpture, Xiaoqin would not be afraid. What an exquisite sculpture. The work of the gods. It looks like a real person. I wonder who sculpted it. Hey, it looks exactly like you, Xiaoqin commented on the sculpture as if nothing had happened. Ingyu gently played with the sculpture in her hand. She smiled faintly and said, I would like to know who sculpted this as well. Almost everyone in the upper class of the imperial capital has one. It is even sold for 100 spirit stones each. I did not expect it to be worth such a price. If I lack money in the future, I can look for this sculptor to help me. It is actually so expensive, 100 inferior grade spirit stones. Damn it. In the end, I was still cheated by that damn fatso. Xiaoqian's expression changed slightly as he cursed in his heart. What's wrong with you? Your complexion seems off, Ingyu smiled gently. Xiaoqian covered it up and laughed. Nothing much. I'm just a little depressed. Bah. Suddenly, Ingyu smacked the stone table violently. She released a horrifying aura from her body. When this aura merged with her voice, it startled Xiaoqian. How long are you going to keep up the act? Unexpectedly, you are still not willing to admit it. Ingyu's expression suddenly changed as she took out another wooden sculpture. Based on the appearance of this wooden sculpture, it was no different from the previous one. However, the clothes on it were missing. It was only wearing a thin undergarment. However, this was not the key point. The key point was that the protruding part of the chest of the wooden sculpture had been completely rubbed off. After this incident, the appearance of a perfectly fine sculpture had changed completely. This time Xiaoqian could no longer sit still. He had an urge to cry. He had overestimated Fatso's character. Kim Taeho had begged Xiaoqian for this sculpture for a long time. However, Xiaoqian did not carve it for him. Later on, Xiaoqian lacked essence light arrows. He had no choice but to carve one for Xiaoqian.